We are live at Coletco for tonight's Facebook record sale. When you're on and with us, be sure to let it snow, let it know, let us know. What did I just say? I was trying to say let us know, but it sounded like I was saying let it snow. Alrighty. Whew. Get my nasal system working. Whew. I bet y'all feel like I kind of been beat up. Mike and Robert. You can count on those two guys, I tell you that. Mike and Robert. All right. Two faithfuls right there. Edwin, Darren. Laura's already on. Craig. I knew I wasn't going to be on at 5:30 today, so that's why I said 5:30ish. I stayed here way too late again. I've put myself further in a hole on sleep. I was here this morning, the morning crew was still showing up, and I was like, oh my gosh, what time is it? Is this me trying to go through all these crates and tubs and figure out what all this stuff is? And then I was like, oh no. By the time I go home and try to throw together a new vinyl order so we'll have new vinyl, guess what'll happen? It'll be time for me to wake up. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to have to sleep like an extra hour. And that's what I did. So I was like, yeah, we're going to go ahead and just say 5:45-ish. But I'm glad y'all are here. I knew y'all was going to be here anyway. It's still that weird summertime where it's daylight outside, and I'm just like, this is weird. I was on my way to work, and I was like, it's just seems early. I know we're past the summer solstice, but all right, I got to change a few things. I still hadn't changed the date before anybody says anything. I now realize that. There we go. Get everybody on and watching. Got some cool stuff tonight. I'm going to take a couple pictures of these 45s on vacation. Yeah, it's another thing. A lot of people told me this week, there's like, we're on, I'm about to walk back up there right now, Laura. I'll do it, actually. Thank you for the reminder, but I've got to go up here and grab some stuff anyway, so I'm heading that way right now. And I'm going to share this link. Marvin Gaye's playing here in the store. Better go mute it before we get a copyright strike. No, we're not trying to broadcast Marvin Gaye music for free. They don't like that. Everybody wants their cut. Whoever owns Marvin's catalog, I guess Sony. I can't believe they hadn't done more audiophile stuff of his yet. I mean, I know they did What's Going On, but his early Motown stuff, I don't know who has those tapes, but man, that's some cool stuff. They need to do high grade, high quality cuts of high quality cuts. All right, then let's get the YouTube link on our story. I just had Subway and a Monster, and I'm honestly getting woke up, and I'll start kicking into high gear here pretty soon. And that's, you got to clear off the table. A lot to do. New vinyl flips are up front. Okay. We got 4 crates of new vinyl tonight. They are shipping Monday, July 21st right now. Some chips. Yeah, Subway was pretty good. It actually, I would have been here maybe 10 minutes sooner, but they delayed my order. So I was up front talking to John. He was showing me all these great, crazy 45s he found that we're going to be auctioning tonight. And honestly, y'all are going to want to stick around for them. Laura's working on the rest of the auctions as well. We just got a lot of cool stuff tonight. As far as miscellaneous, I was hoping I could do more tonight. I've got to dig it out maybe later tonight like I did last night. That was pretty fun, though. We had another big blitz in sales. And then just got to get this shared on our story. Yeah, so the Iron Maiden, the thumbnail there. Thursday night, I've got, these are all odd and unusual and bootleg Iron Maiden CDs. So last night, we probably sold 30 or 40 Iron Maiden CDs at $9.99 each. All these are really unusual, rare, or bootleg. And we're probably going to have them for bonus auctions on Thursday night, metal night. So don't go anywhere for because I might slip some in tonight because we have so many. And if you look right back here, these are toys and CDs and DVDs that didn't sell last night. And I'm going to try to flip through them one more time. Because I don't know if y'all know this, but we had a heck of a metal. This is a heck of a metal CD collection back here, and a lot of people didn't even know it was coming. I didn't even know it was coming last night. I basically started opening. I opened the first tub. I said, "Yeah, we're gonna do CDs tonight." I opened the first tub, and it was completely full of metal CDs, good ones, nice ones, and I was like, "Holy crap!" And we went into metal CD night for the next 2 hours. I went all the way till 2 a.m. selling them. And when I was done, everybody was wanting more. And I was like, well, it's going to take some time to dig the rest out. So, but, you know, that's why we got Tony here now. Yeah. There's got to be some reason. He's the guru. All right. And, okay, I got everything shared now. We're good to go. Okay. All righty. So let's get this cleared off. So here's what we're going to do. I am going to put, like I said, those are ones that I passed on selling last night. They're bootlegs and unusual Iron Maiden CDs for Thursday night, or I might slip in some tonight. So stand by for those. And then, how about we go ahead and show, let's clear off the table. And as a warm-up, I'll show you first the concert DVDs. And as soon as my table's cleared off, I'll lay down the first auction, okay? This will take about 2 minutes. These are all concert DVDs. All concert DVDs, $9.99. Zakk Wylde's Black Label Society, Boozed, Bruised, Broken, and Boned. True Romance, 2-disc special edition. Lemmy, 49% MFer, 51 SOB. Amazing Journey, The Story of the Who, that is sealed. Motorhead, 25 and Alive, Bone Shaker. Slayer, War at Warfield. Alice Cooper, Brutality Live. AC/DC Family Jewels. And AC/DC Stiff Upper Lip Live. Those are all concert DVDs, $9.99 each. All first come, first serve. And then I've got another stack, but they're $19.99. They're $19.99. And some of those are at a bargain at $19.99. Okay? So we'll figure out who got what there. Squat Dwallow wants Black Label Society, $9.99. Darren Chrisman, you put S. Is that for Slayer? That's the only S in here. So Slayer. Scott was second on Slayer. And Jeff Halsworth on AC/DC Family Jewels. All right, so those are all sold. So True Romance, Lemmy. The Who is a 3 DVD sealed. Motorhead, Alice Cooper, and AC/DC. So all those still available. Patty wants Alice Cooper. And like I said, these are all $9.99. Now, I had 2 McFarlane figures. Actually, 1 McFarlane and 1 NECA. Slash is $74.99. He's a McFarlane figure. We got to clean him up a little bit, but all the plastic's nice. He just needs to be cleaned. We sold about 5 McFarlane figures last night. Slash is still available. He is $74.99. And then we sold an Angus Young And then here's a double pack, Brian Johnson and Angus. That's NECA. And that one's $89.99, okay? $89.99. So Slash 74 and the double pack ACDC is $89. Those are available. And we sold Kurt Cobain, we sold Angus, we sold Jimi Hendrix, we sold some expensive McFarlanes last night late. Those are all gone, okay? Now I'm going to show you the $19.99 DVDs. Here are the $19.99 DVDs. Motorhead, The Best of Motorhead. Alice Cooper, The Alice Cooper Story. Motorhead Stage Fright. Nashville Poo-Tang. And then Slayer, The Unholy Alliance. Arsenal of Megadeth. That was at a really good deal. And then we have Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier. Those are all $19.99. So that was Best of Motorhead, Alice Cooper, Motorhead, Nashville, Poo-Tang, The Unholy Alliance, Arsenal of Megadeth, and Iron Maiden. And then over here, also for $19.99, we have Iron Maiden, Death on the Road, Iron Maiden, England 88. This was a sealed Black Crowes Blu-ray at a great price from what I've seen. Iron Maiden Live After Death, Iron Maiden Number of the Beast, classic albums, Iron Maiden Flight 666, Aussie, Don't Blame Me, The Tales of Ozzy Osbourne, and Iron Maiden Visions of the Beast. Those are all $19.99. That was a great batch of DVDs there. So there are those. And Chris Gardner on Maiden. Chris, you've got a bunch to pick from. There is... The first one was The Final Frontier World Tour, Visions of the Beast, the Flight 66 Blu-ray, Number of the Beast, Live After Death, and Maiden England, and what else? And Death on the Road. Man, you got a lot of picks there. Scott Dwallow on Slayer, and let me find that right quick. Slayer it was right here, The Unholy Alliance. So that is sold to Scott Dwallow. He was first on that one. And then he was also first on Megadeth Arsenal. And then Mark Morris on Nashville Kitty, Not Claiming, okay. And then Chris Gardner first on Aussie. That's so to Chris Gardner. And then Scott on Visions. But first, Chris Gardner. This is Chris Gardner. So his maiden claims are for Visions. Let me find that one first. There's Visions, okay. And then Lad, L-A-D, was Live After Death. Okay, so I got you down for 2. If that's all you want, then Nick Galletti wants Maiden England. The Maidens that's left are Death on the Road, Maiden England 88, unless you want it, and then it's Nick Galletti's The Number of the Beast classic albums and Flight 66. Also, The Final Frontier. That looks like a bootleg almost. I think it is. And he also wants Final Frontier, okay? He did comment first on Iron Maiden. So let me know if you're all done with those, and then we're good. So the only DVDs for $19.99 that's left is the Black Crowes Blu-ray, Live at the Fillmore, Nashville, Motorhead, Alice Cooper, and Motorhead there. He says not Vision. Okay, so he does not want Vision. Okay, does not want Vision. So I've got you down for 2 then. I got you down for 2 Iron Maidens. He wants Final and LAD. You got it. Okay. So the next comment was Nick Galletti then, and Nick Galletti is going to get Maiden England. So that's so to Nick Galletti. Thank you on that. And then the next comment was James Vasquez wants Number of the Beast classic albums, DVD. And then Scott Dwallow, you were next on England. Yeah. And then Chris Gardner, and then Paul Brothers on Nashville, 666 in Nashville. What was 666 in Nashville? I got you down for Nashville. Was there something from earlier called... This is so to Paul Brothers for $19.99. Nick Galletti says, I'll take Death on the Road as well. That is sold to Nick Galletti. I only wanted 1 Iron Maiden. Okay. The Maiden, you did not get any of them, actually. Yeah. You didn't get any of them. Flight 666. Yeah, that's so to Paul Brothers also for $19.99. All right. So let me confirm there. Chris Gardner got Live After Death and Final Frontier. Nick Galletti got Maiden, England, and Death on the Road. Number of the Beast was sold to James Vasquez. Nashville and 666 was sold to Paul Brothers. Yep, we got all that right. And I'll do Vision over England. There's Visions of the Beast, okay? And then that's only Iron Maiden DVD that's left. Okay, I knew that was going to get busy. Last night, I was going to post these in the group. I thought, well, I took pictures of them too. I was like, I'll do it when the show starts. It'll save us a lot of time having to pull them later, because I know a lot of this is going to get claimed right now when I'm showing this. Y'all should see the box sets and all the other stuff that's back here. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. I'll show those one more time. Let me go ahead and get a crate. Let's get started showing some vinyl. And Scott Dwallow wants Visions. Okay, that's so due for $19.99. And I'll show you what's left. And then when I'm introducing the first auction, we're going to run through these CDs while I'm going ahead and starting the show with auctions and vinyl, because I think about 2/3 of these CDs will probably sell. It's all metal, and they're great titles at $9.99. So let's step up front. I've had a space back here, so I got to take the crates. I've got to bring the flip crates all the way up front to the only flat surface in the store that's cleaned off, and film the flip videos, and then carry the crates all the way back to the back, because there is no table in this entire store that isn't completely full of just merchandise. So I'm almost to the point where I'm having to start setting stuff literally just in the floor. And I'm having to get tubs and figure this out. So I told everybody here yesterday, we are completely, our inventory is not only at an all-time high, our inventory is overloaded. And there's a mail truck that shows up every day sending stuff out of here. So we're doing something right. But it seems like the more we sell, the more stuff ends up in this building. I do not want Made in England. You did not get that one. Made in England went to, okay, never mind. So he does not want Made in England. I don't think you got it, though. None of the Beasts. You did put, earlier you put a comment that said England. And so you did not want Made in England, okay? You did not want Made in England. Okay, so I think you put a comment earlier that said England. That's why. No, I think this went to Nick Galletti. Scott, let me make sure. Yeah, this goes to Nick Galletti, okay? This is sold to Nick Galletti for sure. Okay, we got all that figured. I'm not going to go through those again. The last time I said it, I had everything right. So that's that, okay? When I thought I lost vision. Okay. Oh, boy. I think I got it all right the first time. Yeah, I know I did. I 100% did. So, okay, there's that. Now, what they usually do at night is somebody just says, I'll take all the Iron Maidens. And I usually try to highly convince everybody, whoever's first, like if I show 12 Iron Maiden items, whoever's first, I'm usually begging, please just go ahead and buy them all. You know you want them, and we can go ahead and just wipe out the whole collection. It'll go to you, and then we can move on to the next one. Otherwise, sometimes y'all should see how confusing it gets when I have like 20 of the same artist late at night in CDs. And then I'm like, oh no, here we go. And then I have to figure out, if somebody doesn't buy them all, I'm like, please, just go ahead, take them all. Otherwise, we're going to be figuring out who gets second and thirds for an hour. All right, our first auction, we're going to get started right now with Samantha Fox. We have Samantha Fox, Naughty Girls. Naughty Girls, Need Love Too. This is a 1987 USOG EX edition, a $10 start. You just missed about 15 minutes of DVD action. Did I get Vision of the Beast? You got... No, you didn't. Honestly, I don't know anymore. I'm going to say I do not know, okay? So if anybody's curious on what Iron Maiden items they just got, my answer is I honestly have no clue. You'll have to go catch the replay or wait till Monday. I'm now honestly totally confused. So I have no idea. They'll figure it out in the operations room tomorrow morning. I have no idea who just got what. I could go back and try to figure it out again. It would probably take another 15 minutes. So that's all. We're going to say those are retired until I start showing some more stuff over here. Okay? Here we go. I've got more that didn't sell, and I've got all these over there. Samantha Fox already has a bid for 10. Let me grab my other phone. Whoever's watching this video in the morning, they're going to be like, thanks, Chad. Thanks for ruining my morning. Right off the bat, you show a Iron Maiden DVD blitz. You do an Iron Maiden DVD blitz and completely ruin my morning, Chad. That's either going to be Seth, Tanner, or G. They're going to be, thanks a lot. You've been live for 5 minutes and you already caused mass confusion showing Iron Maiden stuff. And I'm like, yeah, this is why I tell everybody they just need to quit their jobs and stay up at the 2 a.m. every day with me. You know, just stay up till 2 a.m. every night with me. You can catch all this stuff live, or you can catch the replay. A lot of it's going to be sold. You should see how much we sold last night. Probably another, what, 20, 30 DVDs already sold? Okay. And then we sold about 100 CDs, I bet. All right, let me pull up this video over here. Chad's getting lost. Yeah, I have no idea. I probably could figure out who got those DVDs, but I have no idea. Okay. Let me pull up this morning's video, and let's get started. Yeah, that's usually what everybody's like. They're like, Chad, do you want me to lose my job and not be able to buy stuff? Or do you want me to... Okay. Let me find this morning's video. Here it is. Okay. So we have Mazzy Star, George Strait, Lauryn Hill, Randy Travis, Ben Nichols Hum, Cars, Patton Oswalt, Mumford & Sons, Dio, Motorhead, Lucero, Silver Sun Pickups, Phoenix, Blackstone Cherry, Anthrax, Exodus, Winger, Lucero, Mazzy Star, and Silver Sun Pickups. All right, so first auction of the night. I need to get this stack here cleared off so I can put up more. Samantha Fox has one bid with John Durden for $10. It is Naughty Girls, 87 USOG, final call for $10. Okay? First thing I have in here, these are sticker price. This is a recap from the video from this morning. There's some stuff in here that's sold, and most of it, though, is available. And we'll start with Sade, the best of Sade, a half-speed master. This is a half-speed master. It's a 2LP, $39.99. Also, we have The Rentals, Lost in Affabille, Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl. The Rentals is $19.99. Deepest Soul of Otis Redding, Lonely in Blue. Otis Redding's on blue vinyl for $29.99. And then we have Mumford & Sons Babel, and this is $24.99. Mumford & Sons Babel. I'm pretty sure I read off a claim for Mumford & Sons, but maybe I'm not. $24.99. $24.99. Maybe not. I could have swore I did. Yeah, Mike Post. Thank you, Mike Post. You get the first record in the bin. Mumford & Sons sold to Mike Post. Travis Meadows, Killing Uncle Buzzy. Travis Meadows is a 2021 clear vinyl. That is $24.99. And then The Cooks, Kooks, live at the Moth Club, May 9th, 2018. That is $24.99. $24.99 on that. Samantha Fox sold for one bid to John Durden, $10. That is sold. David Baber only buys records from 1988. That's going to really restrict on what you can bid on then. Here's the replacements. A 1989 U.S. Specialty OG. VG condition with the original under sleeve. The replacements is going to go up for a $15 start. That's now up for bid. I'm going to go ahead and knock out a stack of CDs here. These are all $9.99. We got Anthrax Worship Music, Overkill Bloodletting. We have Overkill Killbox 13. Overkill, this one is Necro Shine. Flogging Molly Anthem. Light This City Storm Chaser. I'm Smart and Getting Smarter. Sepultura, the mediator between heads and hands must be the heart. Hailstorm, Reanimate 2.0. 3 Inches of Blood. Also, Scale the Summit. And Heaven's Cry, Primal Power Addiction. Those are all $9.99. Also in here, we have Silver Suns Pickups, Carvanis. And this one is sold to Amanda Davis. Thank you, Amanda Davis. That's sold to you. The replacements has a bid for $15, going once, going twice. Lucero. And Lucero over here is sold to Scott Dwallow. Thank you, Scott Dwallow. That's sold to you. Lucero was sold to him. No, it's not. It's sold to Amanda Davis. This is sold to Amanda Davis. And thank you, Amanda. That's sold to you. And then over here, Also, I have Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, Greatest Hits, and that's on red vinyl, $29.99. James Vasquez wants Hellstorm. The Hellstorm CD sold to James Vasquez. Final Call on the Replacements, one bid for $15. And then over here, I got Heaven's Cry, Scale the Summit, 3 Inches Blood, Sepultura, Light This City, Flogging Molly, Overkill, and Anthrax. Those are all still available before I do another stack. Also, Wesley Schulz, Vinvet is $19.99, 2021 press. And then here is the other Silver Suns pickups, Danger Bird. And this one is VG minus $9.99. And this one is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. That is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Thank you, Cameron. Also, Hum. And Hum is sold to Sean Fairweather. Thank you, Sean Lee Hooker. And then over here we have J.D. McPherson, Undivided Heart and Soul. That is sold to Dennis Jackson. That is sold to Dennis Jackson. Thank you, Dennis Jackson. That's sold to you. Okay. And then over here we have this. We got Randy Travis, and this is called Now Playing. And did we sell any from the video? Yeah, Melanie Clausen got one. That's new for Friday. That pre-order came in yesterday. By the way, there's four crates of new vinyl tonight for anybody that's wondering. Wow, first 2 auctions, just minimum bid. Jeremy Bryant gets the replacements for $15. All right, there's that. Done. And let's try another one. First 3 auctions, 1 bids and gone. Here is our next. It's the Rolling Stones Aftermath. The cover's in shrink wrap. It's a 72 Waddell reissue with the company London inner sleeve. It's still in shrink. VG Plus, a $15 start. $15 start. $15 star. Firefox. Boy, I hadn't heard that in a long time. You need to download Chrome. That's what I recommend, Chrome. What Flogging Mollies, what Overkills? Okay, the Overkills are Bloodletting, 13, Kilobox 13, Necro Shine, and Flogging Mollies called Anthem. And those are available. I have those for right now. Also over here, we have George Strait Pure Country. George Strait Pure Country is sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny Thomason. That was our last copy. And then here's the new Elvis Presley, Sunset Boulevard. That's a 2 LP, $44.99 on that. Gatefold 2 LP, new release. And then the new album from Styx, Circling from Above, $36.99. Here is another stack of CDs. We have Buck Cherry F. We have Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire, Morbid Angel, Blessed Are the Sick, Maiden Heaven, a tribute to Iron Maiden. And then Overkill, The Killing Kind, Overkill, Wrecking Your Neck Live, Overkill WFO, and Overkill I Hear Black. Those are all $9.99. Also, Coffee, music by Roy Ayers. That's $34.99. Kate Bush, Hounds of Love is $44.99. Kate Bush, that's on purple vinyl, $44.99 on that. And then Exodus, Tempo the Damned. Exodus, Tempo the Damned. I think there was at least one claim. No, those are for waiting list reclaims. Darren Chrisman on Morbid Angel. Let's sell that to Darren Chrisman. Thank you on that. That was the Morbid Angel. Chris Gardner on the Iron Maiden tribute. Thank you, Chris Gardner. Those are sold to you. And then back here, Dwarves, and that's called Rex Everything. $29.99 on that. And then Mazzy Star, Brightly. And this is She Hangs Brightly. That's sold to Jason Fortenrat. Thank you on that, Jason Fortenrat. And then over here, Dio, The Last in Line. And I know Dio did get a claim. And Dio got a claim from somebody. Let's see here. Scott Markheim. Thank you, Scott Markheim, on that. Okay, and then Charlie Marks on Coffee. Coffee. I don't think that's anything in the bin. Yes, it is. It's just spelt with a Y, Coffee. That is so to... that's so to Charlie Marks. No bid on the Rolling Stones. You can pick that up, a 72 US Waddell for a $15 buy it now. That's going right over here. All right. How much is Exodus? $36.99. Colored vinyl gatefold, limited edition. Here's some more CDs coming at you right now. We got Overkill Horoscope, Testament the New Order, Testament the Legacy, Iced Earth Horror Show, Reinvented the Steel, Pantera, Overkill, From the Underground and Below, Sepultura Against, Sepultura Blood Rooted, Sepultura KSRD, Sepultura Arise, Overkill, Testament, Iced Earth, Pantera, Overkill, Sepultura. Those are all $9.99 each. Aaron Civic says he'll take an Exodus. There's that. Next auction was the last auction's the Rolling Stones. sold to Kristen Barnett for $15. Scott Oman wants the Flogging Molly CD, sold to Scott Oman. That is sold to Scott Oman for $9.99. And Darren Chrisman wants Sepultura Arise. Sepultura Rise is sold to Darren Chrisman. All right, that's gone. I'm going to put that right over here. Thank y'all on those. Anybody else? So we had Mazzy Star, Dwarves, Exodus, Kate Bush, Coffee, Sticks, Elvis Presley, Randy Travis, and then the pre-owned stuff was Wesley Schulz. Joan Jett still available for whoever asked. Joan Jett is on Walmart Red exclusive vinyl, $29.99. Also, The Cooks, Travis Meadows, Otis Redding, Lost in Alphaville, and Sade. Those are all available if anybody wants them. We got a request for the Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge. It is a little bit too early for that one. Give it about another half hour, okay? About another half hour, and I'm going to put it up. Now, we have an incredible collection of 45-picture sleeves and other stuff over here I'm about to get into. So here is the first one, Everclear, Nervous and Weird. Everclear is on clear and red split-colored vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $7 start, okay? There's Everclear, $7 start. Mark Morris does want Joan Jett, okay? That is sold to Mark Morris. There's that. I got one stack of CDs cleared off, at least where I can get to them. I'll probably show some of the other ones later. I wanted to get these gone so I have room to at least lay auctions for right here. And then we have 45, 7, and 7. Okay, there's those, and those have bids. And then over here, let me see what else before I move these CDs out of the way. Let me go ahead and take this tower right over here. Now I've got to rephotograph these since I sold some out of here. That's convenient. I just got to rephotograph this tower, I guess. Yeah, I'll lay it. I'll put it right here for right now. There we go. I'll put it right there for right now. That's good enough. Okay, there's that. And now Everclear is at 13, okay? Now, let me go grab another crate. So I usually have stuff to run at auction before it actually gets to, 7 o'clock. I always try to run the posted stuff at 7. However, I've already sold 3. That was the low start stuff, and I'll start working on some of the other ones. But about 7 is when I start doing that. I have some other stuff to put up, but let me go get the other crate, and I'll see what's over here, okay? I really haven't had a chance to look at them too well. Let me go get this other crate of vinyl back up here. Okay. There's this, and there's this. Awesome. Okay. Let's go through these. All right, so first thing we got, those are gone. Let's see what else we have in here. Let's go ahead and run, let's see, let's do some of this stuff. All right, here is a sealed 87 OG Club copy, sealed, unopened, of Sammy Hagar. OG Club, unopened, Sammy Hagar, a $15 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Now, what else do I have in here? I'm looking for Lauryn Hill, Ben Nichols, Cars, Patton, Motorhead, Phoenix, Blackstone Cherry, Winger. Okay. All right, so first thing I have is Pluto. This is a limited edition 750 magenta pink kind of vinyl, $39.99. It's a reissue of a pretty scarce and rare prog hard rock album from 1972. Sammy Hagar has bids for $15, $17. Everclear is at $15 with Kristen Barnett. We're about to sell that. Dave Matthews Band, Under the Table and Dreamin'. That is a 2LP remaster for $39.99. Over here, we got Motorhead, self-titled. Motorhead is $29.99. Motorhead is $29.99, and in front of that is a Rammstein Schunzut. Rammstein's a 2 LP remaster, $44.99 for Rammstein. That's a double LP. I have 2 of those, and over here we have Motorhead, Everything Louder Forever, and we did sell one of these to Scott Markheim. That's the best of Motorhead, a 2 LP, $38.99. I now have one left if anybody else wants it. Bathory is $36.99. Bathory, self-titled album, and in front of that is Soundgarden, the A-sides. Essentially a Soundgarden greatest hits. It's all their singles, $46.99 on that. A-sides, it's a 2 LP, double LP with gatefold. Everclear sold for $15. Aaron Civic, you're out on Sammy Hagar. It currently has a high bid right now of $17. Christopher Yoakum on the Music on Vinyl reissue of Pluto. Thank you on that. And then here's a great single going up right now. Lita Ford with Ozzy Osbourne. Lita Ford with Ozzy Osbourne, Close My Eyes Forever. It's a white label promo, the duet with Ozzy and Lita Ford, a promo. That's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on that. The other Rammstein is Rise Rise. That's R-E-I-S-E. I think I'm getting close on that one. $44.99. And then over here, we got Blackstone Cherry, and one of these did sell to Aaron Civic. Thank you, Aaron Civic. That sold to you, a 2 LP, first time ever on vinyl, $54.99. Ozzy and Lita Ford has a bid for $10. And then also we have White Line, the best of. This is a 2 LP clear vinyl, $56.99 on that. And then we have several copies of Saxon, Dogs of War. Saxon is $38.99. James Young on a Rammstein, Rise Rise. And then Paul Brothers, let me know which one you wanted. If it was this one, I can put you on a waiting list. If it's the other one, I still got those in stock. And then we have Winger, and this did sell. Winger did sell. And who claimed Winger over here? Winger was sold to Mark Steele. Thank you, Mark Steele. That's sold to you. Green vinyl. Let's put Paul Brothers on a Rammstein waiting list for Rise Rise. Lita Ford is at 20, so is Sammy Hagar. Both auctions are at 20 right now. Napalm Death, Harmony Corruption, $38.99 on Napalm Death. Tyler Childers, Snipe Hunter, his newest album, $39.99. Mazzy Star, Among My Swan, bone-colored vinyl for $36.99. I've got a couple of those. And then Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys. Halloween is $33.99, okay? And then Cameron wants She Hangs Brightly. All right, so let me go ahead and announce a couple wait lists of stuff I've already know I've sold out of. Cameron Lingefeld needs to go on a waiting list for Mazzy Star, She Hangs Brightly, okay? He needs to go on a waiting list for that. And then Sean Druin needs to go on a wait list for Exodus Exhibit B and a wait list for Exodus Exhibit A. Also, Sean Druin wants on a waiting list for Anthrax Volume 8. So that is 4 waiting lists. Most of those people just commented that on the post so they know I would see it. Okay, and then we have Tyler Childers sold to Michael McCarter. And let's introduce what the auctions are before I step away to get the other crate. This is a white label promo in the original company sleeve of Lita Ford and Ozzy Osbourne, Close My Eyes Forever. Okay, it's a white label double-sided promo. It has a high bid of $25. And then over here is Sammy Hagar, an original 1987 club copy. And the last bid that came in was James Vasquez at 20. Sammy Hagar is sealed. Sammy Hagar is sealed. And the only thing left in this bin is Halloween, Mazzy Star, Tyler Childers, Napalm Death, Saxon, White Line, Blackstone Cherry, Soundgarden, Bathory, Motorhead, Rammstein, Motorhead, and Dave Matthews Band, okay? There's that. And while I step up front, let's go through another handful of CDs right quick. I've got Overkill, The Electric Age, Overkill Ironbound, which is sealed, Nuclear Assault, Third World Genocide, Soulfly, also Megadeth, That One Night in Buenos Aires, Iced Earth, The Glorious Burden, Iced Earth, The Blessed and the Damned, and Anthrax, Persistence of Time. All those CDs are $9.99 each. $9.99 each on all those. And let me step up front and grab that other crate. So I've got 3 bonus crates of auctions over here we could get into that's not advertised. I've got 2 shoe boxes completely full of picture sleeves and killer 45s. It's completely full of picture sleeves and killer 45s. What does that mean? You probably don't want to go anywhere, okay? I recommend you not leaving the chat if that's up your forte. If that's up your forte, then I recommend do not leave in the chat. If that's up your alley, okay? If that's up your alley, do not leave the chat if that's up your alley. I wouldn't go anywhere for a while. You have nothing else to do, okay? And we have an incredible collection of CDs back here. We went through a lot of them last night, and I'm going to try to recap them right now. TSOL. Yeah, I did tell somebody just a moment ago I was going to try to get those a little bit closer to 7. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try to get those a little bit closer to 7. That and Roland, there's been about 3 requests for TSOL, and there's been 2 requests for Voodoo Lounge. And I said, I'm going to wait a little bit more time to let everybody get on. It's usually about 7 Central. I'll run those. But I know Vloddercheck will not let me forget. And then Soulfly is sold to Charlie Marks. Primitive. Thank you on that. And then we had Aaron Civic on Megadeth. That's sold to Aaron Civic. Okay. And then Deckelman wants Overkill. And we have Nuclear Assault. And then Deckelman, which of the Overkills did you want? Ironbound or the Electric Age? Claymore next on Megadeth. And then what's the bid on Sammy? And then we have what's Sammy Hagar? And then what is the Aussie? What's the high bid on all the auctions? What are the auctions? What are the CDs? Overkill Ironbound is sold to Justin Deckelman. Okay, there's that. And so the only thing left in that stack was Overkill, the Electric Age, Iced Earth, the Glorious Burden, Iced Earth, the Blessed and the Damned, and Anthrax, Persistence of Time. Those are all available. So here we go, Sammy Hagar. The hammer was up for Sammy Hagar, and I was about to sell it. Since I've done a final call, there's been 1, 2, 3 people ask what it is and what the high bid is, James Vasquez. James Vasquez has it for $20. It's an 87 sealed copy. James Vasquez has it for $20. It's a sealed copy. Sealed copy. And then Lita Ford, the last bid on this with Ozzy Osbourne was Jeremy Rourke at $26. It's up to one person, Brandon Lack. It's up to one person, Brandon Lack, okay? Now, this crate is actually only going to start right here. That's the only thing I posted. And I have, first, Casey Musgrave's pageant material, 2015 pink marble vinyl, $29.99 for Casey Musgrave's pageant material. We have The Last Pale Light in the West by Ben Nichols. Ben Nichols. This is sold to Sean Lee Hooker. Big purchase. Thank you, Sean Lee Hooker. $149.99. That's sold to Sean Lee Hooker. Thank you on that. And then over here, we have Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix. Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix was sold to Amanda Davis, so she got all 3 of her comments. That is sold. And then Patton Oswalt, and somebody did actually claim this, and that was sold to Darren Johnson. Thank you, Darren Johnson. That's sold to you. And then over here in front of that was Jason Isbell in the 400 unit, Georgia Blue. A 2021 Record Store Day Blue vinyl. That is $24.99. Inside Llewyn Davis, original soundtrack recording, and this is $24.99. All right, Sammy Hagar's at $40, and I don't think there was any other bids on the Aussie Lita Ford, right? So I'm going to go back up at the top. It was at $26 with Jeremy Rourke 4 minutes ago, Lita Ford. Jeremy Ford, $26. I'm scrolling, I'm scrolling, I'm scrolling, I'm scrolling, I'm scrolling, I'm scrolling. And that's sold for $26, Jeremy Merck. I unfortunately lost Brandon Lack on that one. And now the Anthrax CD is sold. The Anthrax CD is sold to Paul Catridge. Okay. And I'm going to keep all these CDs handy because I think a little bit later, since there won't be many left, I'll run through them one more time. Over here, we have the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. That is sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny Thomason. That's sold to you. In front of Lauryn Hill was Khalid, Free Spirit. That is $24.99. That's on blue vinyl. Also, Jurassic 5, Power in Numbers. Jurassic 5 has the lenticular cover. That is sealed for $79.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And our next auction is going to be this. I Want My MTV. This is going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start. Dire Straits, Money for Nothing. What's the Lita Ford? It was the Lita Ford Ozzy Osbourne single, and it is gone. I may have another one later tonight. Jungle Brothers, VIP. Jungle Brothers is $19.99 UK. That is $19.99. Black Summer's Night, Maxwell. That's $24.99. Silk Sonic, Bruno Mars, Anderson .Paak, $39.99. And then over here, we have the following. This is Milo Green, EX, $129.99. Ben Howard, Every Kingdom, $22.99. And this Cars, Greatest Hits, did sell to Darren Johnson. Okay, so actually, I think everything from the video has been pulled. Laura's already got a crate up here. We got 4 crates of new vinyl, 4 crates from John. There is already a lot going on. I'm honestly getting dizzy. My palms are sweaty, and hopefully my mom brought me some spaghetti. She has it up front, I think, in the fridge. If not, I'm going to be very disappointed. Dire Straits has a bid for 7. That's going once, going twice. Over here is another stack of CDs, and we have CIA, Attitude, Iced Earth, The Dark Saga, Sepultura, Alex. We also have Sepultura, I don't know what it's called, Iced Earth, The Crucible of Man, Iced Earth, Framing Armageddon, Steve Harris, British Lion, Silver Joint, and then Judas Priest, Jugulator. Okay, those are all $9.99. Judas Priest, Super Joint, Steve Harris, Iced Earth, Sepultura, Iced Earth, CIA. All right, and then Sammy Hagar is sold to Stacy Brown for $45. All right, that's done. Most of these CDs, a lot of this stuff that people are grabbing, it's never been made on vinyl. It's very rare on vinyl, or it's never been made on vinyl. So it's pretty much the only physical format you can own of it. Some of these are never been available on vinyl. So the CDs I see grabbed up right away is stuff you cannot own a physical format on vinyl. That's why a lot of people go after these. Somebody asked me that in the group. They was like, did I miss something, Chad? Or since when did CDs get popular again? I'm like, well, most of the stuff people's buying, you can't get on vinyl. I mean, most of the stuff is not available on vinyl. So if you want a physical format of it, there's that. Steve Harris went to Nick Galetti. James Vasquez was second. This is Money for Nothing. I Want My MTV. That's at $9. And then over here, we got Paul Catrich on Super Joint. That's sold to Paul Catrich for $9.99. And then over here, we got Dire Straits at $9. Next thing, let's go ahead and put up another auction. And you may say, Chad, what possibly could you have else for auction tonight? And I'm like, just take it easy. Don't worry about it. I've got Peter Criss, Out of Control. This is the first vinyl pressing of this that was reissued in 40 years. Limited edition, sealed. And this one has not sold on Discogs since 2022. Peter Criss, Out of Control, sealed 2021, a $45 start on Peter Criss. It's now up for bid. Dire Straits is at $10, by the way. Let me swap out crates right quick, and let me go ahead and grab what's left from the discount flip video. Let me go ahead and show you a few CDs while I walk up front, though. We got Judas Priest, Rockarola, Bruce Dickinson, The Chemical Wedding, Bruce Dickinson, Skunk Works, Sepultura, Kairos, Sepultura Nation, and Bruce Dickinson, Tattooed Millionaire. Those are all $9.99. Think about those while I go up front and grab the discount crate. And what I just seen earlier, it almost all got obliterated. I think after one more read-through where I can really convince somebody they need to buy these, they might get sold. And this will be the last trip I have to walk up here for, until I come up here to get another monster out of the fridge. Another monster out of the fridge. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. We've got monsters in the fridge. And I'm not talking about the energy drinks. So just button up your bootstraps. And I need you to just get absolutely zoned in for what's about to happen, okay? I'm going to blow your socks off multiple times tonight. So I hope you have fresh pair, and I hope you have backup socks, okay? If you don't have backup socks, you need to go ahead and head to Walgreens right now. You walk in Walgreens, you make an immediate left turn, and you say, I need socks immediately. I just got word from Chad over on Collectco. My socks are going to get blown off. I need socks ASAP. Todd Fisher on Bruce Dickinson. All right, there's 2 in here, right? There's 3. Todd, you got to let me know which one you want. Tattoo Millionaire, The Chemical Wedding, or Skunk Works. Or you can have all 3. Chris Gardner was next. He wants both. There's actually 3. And then Michael Salazar, okay? And so that means Sepultura, and Judas Priest went unclaimed. I'm going to put all those right over here. Next thing is Dire Straits is at 13 with El Terrible Torrio. Michael Fairchild, just so you know, you've been outbid. And Todd Fisher wants all 3. I like that. Take all. All 3 Bruce Dickinson sold. Nobody has bid on Peter Criss. Todd Fisher, if you were bidding, you didn't put a numerical. Nobody's bid on Peter Criss. Final call for $45. And then Dire Straits is, I think, up to Michael Fairchild. El Terrible has it for $13, okay? There's 2 1999 records left. 2 1999 records left. 2 1999 records left. The first one is The Who Sellout. $19.99. That's the discounted price. It is an original 67. It does have cover damage. It's a Gloversville press. That's been marked down to $19.99. Captain Beyond, Sufficiently Breathless, also marked down to $19.99. It does have some sticker damage. It's a gatefold original, also $19.99, okay? And then Dire Straits, the last bid on Dire Straits was El Terrible Torrio at $13. Peter Criss, $48.50, now $54. Dire Straits is about to be sold. There's only one $14.99 record left, and that was Queen Hot Space. A VG Plus condition record, Under Pressure, is on that one, $14.99. And then the $9.99 records that were left. Jim Croce, still available for $9.99. I Got a Name. I'll have to say I love you in a song. Working at the Car Wash Blues. How did nobody buy that? And then 10 years after, A Space and Time. It's only $9.99. I'd Love to Change the World. And then I reduced the Carl Wilson's back-to-back, thinking somebody would buy both of them. The Carl Wilson solo albums, those are both available for $9.99. That's Self-Titled and Youngblood. And if y'all were wondering, where's Chad getting these records from? Where are these claims coming from? Where can I get in on this action? Well, this is actually from our group video this morning, and this crate was actually completely full. This is what didn't sell. Now Queen is no longer in the didn't sell category. It is sold to Michael McCarter. Make sure that goes in for $14.99. Let's go ahead and sell Dire Straits, and that is sold. Dire Straits is sold. Dire Straits is sold to El Terrible Torrio for $13. That is sold to him. As soon as I said that, Michael Fairchild bid $15. Dang it. Michael, I've been asking for your bid for like 7 minutes, and then it comes in late. I'm so sorry. I've been waiting for that to pop up for like 7 minutes. And then John McPatriot, that is 10 years after. That is sold to John McPatriot for $9.99. And there's only one other $9.99 record. This is Robbie Robinson, another solo album. That's with Robbie Robinson for the band. And then Elephant's Memory was sealed. And Paul had originally marked this $29.99, which I thought was pretty fair for a sealed copy of Elephant's Memory. On Apple, it does have a big punch hole, but now it's just $9.99. You're basically getting paid to buy it at this point. You're basically on the clock working right now buying records at these prices. This is absolutely unbelievable. Here's our next single. It is Fat Boys, The Twist. And this is going to go up for what? A $7 start. $7 start, Fat Boys, The Twist. That is a $7 start. I thought there was a claim on Queen. Well, we have some people with bad habits about deleting comments. And there might have been, and there's some people that I've noticed are not supposed to be buying stuff. And I have to check the comments, and I go through and I delete their comments. But the bad part is, by the time, here's what you should do on the videos. You should 100% comment what you want, whether you see somebody claim it or not. Because I have had some bad habits. I've noticed of people deleting comments like 3 hours later. Oops, I already have that, or oops, I've changed my mind. And they don't actually say that. They just delete their comment. And then people's like, wait a minute, I could have swore somebody bought that this morning. So it's causing some major confusion. So what I've done is just told everybody, comment whatever you want in the video, whether you see a claim for it or not, because you may end up getting it. Because Tanner pulls this just an hour before I go live. So you got up until like 4 o'clock, maybe p.m. Central, to make claims out of here. Okay, and now Fat Boys is at 7. Now it's at 8. Peter Chris is a final call for $58. Mark Steele, you're out, and Todd Fisher, you're out. We're about to sell it for $58. And now the only thing left is $6.99. $6.99. Okay. The way I would do it is comment whatever you want from the video, whether you see somebody claim it or not. Okay, now the $6.99 records left are Acoustic Alchemy, Natural Elements, $6.99. And then over here we have 10 Years After, Cricklewood Green. That is VG for $6.99. And the other 10 Years After, that was recorded live, a double LP, VG plus $6.99. And then Jethro Tull Stormwatch, VG plus $6.99. And then back-to-back Emmylou Harris's, which did not have any condition notes on them. So that's all that's left from the discount bin, and I'm going to make sure everybody has got what they want out of here before I offer these as a bundle, okay? As a bundle. Right now, the 45's at $12. Hammers up on Peter Chris at $58. And Acoustic Alchemy is sold to Kristen Barnett for $6.99. And then over here, we have Carol Puckett on the 10 years for $6.99. John McPatriot on Jethro Tull for $6.99. That's Emmylou Harris, Elite Hotel, and Luxury Liner. Here's another quick handful of CDs. Testament, Dark Roots of the Earth, Overkill, Coverkill, CIA and the Red, Iced Earth, Something Wicked, and Iced Earth, Days of Purgatory. Those are all $9.99. We're 2/3 through the CD recap. 2/3 through the CD recap, just FYI. Okay, Fat Boys is Michael Reed's at $12. Thank you, Michael Reed. That's so to you. And nobody else bid on Peter Chris, right? They didn't. I lost a couple people too. El Terrible, you get that for $58. Okay. Testament is sold to Michael Salazar for $9.99. Thank you on that. So here's what's left. First for $6.99, Emmylou, 10 Years After was VG. For $9.99 is Sealed Elephant's Memory, Robbie Robertson, the 2 Carl Wilson albums, Jim Croce, I Got a Name, and then the 2 1999 records, Captain Beyond and The Who Sellout, a 67 press. All right, now, Fat Boys price. We just sold it, and now, what time is it? 6:48. All right, let's get into some of the advertised auctions, and then I've got a boo-koodle of surprises. But first, here's Eric B. and Rakeem, Let the Rhythm Hit 'Em. This is a 1990 U.S. OG gold stamp. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here is some stuff we never, ever get in. Rap hip-hop albums, not 12-inch singles, actual full-length albums in high grade. This is, I can almost use the word rare. That is sometimes used, people use that word a lot. I really wouldn't call these rare, but you know what I mean. We just never get these albums in. Let the Rhythm Hit Ya. Hop Sticker, a 1990 OG gold stamp promo, and it is near mint. Gold stamp promo. We just never get this kind of stuff in. We could run ads saying we buy rap and hip-hop album collections. Two things. Not many people have them, and there's not really that much in existence to actually build a collection out of. You'd have to do some deep digging to get all that. Iced Earth, let's go ahead and sell those for $9.99 and $9.99. And those are sold to Paul Brothers. Thank you on those. El Terrible wants Jim Croce, and that's $9.99. $9.99 on Jim Croce. And then Michael Freiberger wants Elite Hotel. That is sold for $6.99. And Eric Bean Rakeem's a $35 start. That is now up for bid. Have fun bidding. And then I see Sealed. That looks really rad. Lord just brought a bunch of killer-looking VHS tapes up here. Somewhere Michael Rudolph just fell out of his recliner. Holy what? Okay, next single. Man, look at all these picture sleeves. Should I give y'all a tease of what I'm talking about? Here's box number 1 of 3. Okay, here's box number 1 of 3. They're just all picture sleeves and 80s hit songs and hair metal. There's one whole box John's already sorted of nothing but hair metal. So there's alternative in here. It's quite the collection. Where they're starting to finally peel back the layers of all this buying, okay? What you got to do, or what you got to realize, sometimes we go to somebody's house and they literally want to sell their collection. So they have a whole room full of stuff. They've got 45 CDs, toys, posters, records, We make an offer on everything. They're moving. They got to get rid of it. Something's happened. They got to sell their collection. We come in and buy the entire room. Sometimes we end up even with turntables and stereos and equipment. We buy everything. They got to get rid of it. That's how, and then when we're peeling back the layers and I'm like, oh, look what I found. Because really, we're looking for the vinyl every night to keep these shows going. But then all of a sudden we run across a tub of 45s we A, didn't know we had, or we forgot about. Here's the Jesus Lizard. It's going to go up for a $7 star. Fly on the wall and wide hole. I don't know if 851650 is a track or not. Honestly, don't know. But it's the Jesus Lizard. It's a $7 start, okay? Let's go back up the top. And then over here, Rakeem's 35. And then over here, Rakeem has another bid for 35, now 36, okay? And then we have, all right, let's bundle these. I'm thinking 5, 10, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll say 28, 38, and then I'll do these for 48, 58. $58 for the rest of those records. I just made $58. I just made the $20 stuff 10. I made the $10 7 and the 2 7s for 5. $58 for the rest of the crate. Bundle deal. Great titles. I need to get them sold. I need you to say, yes, Chad, I will take the bundle deal, okay? Jesus Lizards at 10 and Rakeem's at 41. Let's knock out another handful of CDs here right quick. We have Linda Gail Lewis, Hard Rockin' Woman, Overkill Ironbound, Overkill Reilly 14. We have Whitechapel, A New Era of Corruption, In Flames, AC/DC Live at River Plate, and then 24/7 Big Time Rush, Ghost if you have Ghost. Those are all $9.99. Ghost, Overkill, Whitechapel, In Flames, AC/DC, and Big Time Rush, okay? There's those, and we've already got quite the stack here of miscellaneous that I need to go ahead and carry here to the operations room. So let me swing this card out of the way. And let's go ahead and get a Pile on the Run, okay? Pile on the Run. That was the original lyrics by Paul McCartney. Somebody convinced him to say band. So, wow, look at all these. Whoa. Yeah, it keeps going. That's the first tower of sold miscellaneous stuff. The shipping department somewhere is like, come on, Chad. We're trying to get caught up, and you are absolutely bringing the house this week. And we have. We've already filled up a whole cart over here, it looks like, of miscellaneous from last night. Oh, my gosh. We are bringing the house this week. We are going to bring everything out. I'm going to throw it at you. Okay. Let's go over here. And the first thing we had was Tom Kelly on Ghost. Mark Steele on In Flames. And then we have, oh, they're Overkill sealed. No. Overkills are not sealed. No, they are not. Okay, there's that. Let's grab another. So Eric Bean Rakeem's at $55. The Jesus Lizard is Tim Voldness bid first at 10. So Craig, you tied him. He bid first at 10. And then over here, let's put up another auction. Let's see what I've got over here in this surprise crate. Ooh, surprises. Oh, my gosh. That is a surprise. Even I'm surprised. Here, I'll do this. Is this sealed? Man, we run across a lot of sealed stuff. Laura just brought me a whole crate of sealed records. We have Hagar, Sean, Arison, and Sheev. Through the Fire is sealed. Sammy Hagar, an 84 USOG, a $20 start, okay? Jesus Lives is now at 11. Anybody on the bundle? Unbelievable. Okay, I'll put these in another crate, and we'll just see them again in the future. Unbelievable. Okay, let's do this right here. Let me put these, I'll just add these right over here to this crate. Okay, and let's get started with new stuff for tonight. The rest of the night is going to be nothing but new stuff. I got 4 crates of new vinyl. I have 4 crates from John, and Laura's also working on stuff as well. So, nothing but 45 surprises and CDs. So, here we are, and let's get started. Yeah, Ed's been giving me daily updates pretty much from the shipping department, and it looks like we've got full staff here now. So any given day, there is Steve, G, Jack, Jill, Tony now, Ed, They all got tape guns in their hand, and they're getting almost 200 packages out a day. So, and they're going to be able to do that hopefully for the rest of the week. I took some pictures of the mail yesterday, and it all got picked up. And then I'm going to take more pictures of what they packed up today just to kind of give you an idea of what they've been able to get out in the last 48 hours. Pretty amazing, honestly. But I think they're still, I don't know how many hundreds of orders paid yesterday on invoice day, but it was a lot. So they're working on that. All right, here we go. So what happened on Eric B and Rakeem? Gregory bid 60. John Durden, you're out. So John Durden, you're out. HSS is 25. Jesus Lizards at 13. And that's with Tim Voldness on YouTube. So Craig, it goes back to you. Craig's back in at 15. Rakeem's at 61 and sealed HSAS. I've got 2 records in here that are pretty much already sold and will be sold out and will have waiting list. I can go ahead and predict that right now. Up front we go to grab my laptop. And Laura scared me to death. You know, she's up here. And let me grab my laptop. Let's do it. Oh, a chocolate chip cookie from Subway. Oh, look, more Iron Maiden CDs. Oh, look, more Iron Maiden posters. Oh, look, more Iron Maiden autographs. Oh, look, an Iron Maiden autographed hat. Oh, look, an Iron Maiden autographed hoodie. Oh, look, a Paranoid album signed by Ozzy Osbourne. What? What did he just say? A what signed by who? Oh, look, a No More Tears album signed by Ozzy Osbourne. What? What did he just say? Okay, first thing we're going to do is mute the volume on my laptop, and we're going to pull up Vinyl Pre-Order Master Sheet Waitlist spreadsheet. Here's where I spent an hour last night figuring out how many Aussies to order. Oh man, y'all should see this spreadsheet I had to build just to keep up with all the Aussie orders. And speaking of Aussie, that's the first record in this bin. It's a waiting list for Aussie Scream. And the waiting list is Alonzo Brinsno Breezy Jr. and Brian Frinfock. So here we go. We have 2 copies of Aussie Scream sold to Alonzo and Brian Frinfock. Those are $38.99. And what else do I have? I've got 3 more copies here of Aussie Scream if anybody wants one. Aussie Scream is $38.99. Aussie Scream is $38.99. I've got 3 copies left if anybody needs Scream. Those are available, okay? $38.99. Over here, Jesus Lizards at 20. Sammy Hagar's at 40. And then what about Eric B and Rakeem? John Durden bid $61. It's up to one person, and that is Gregory Roberts, right? Gregory Roberts. Yeah, Gregory. John Durden has Rakeem at $61, okay? $61. That, if anybody wants that, let me know. Or if anybody wants back in. Jesus Lizards at 20, and Sammy Hagar's at 40. Scream sold to Philip Holt. The other wait list we have for is Memoirs of a Madman. A 2 LP greatest hits, Aussie Memoirs of a Madman. Let me tell you who got this one as well. So Alonzo and Brian, I'm taking your name off the wait list. And then the Memoirs of a Madman, which was a waiting list again. Come on. Not Mr. Crowley, not Nameless Grave. Not, there it is. So the waiting list for this are the following people. Brandon Lack, Rami Lucy, Brandon Jones, Rydell Martin, Tim Vergari, Matt Marco, Paul Catrich, Jamie Butler, Autumn Betts, and Jim Sedal. Brandon Lack, Rami Lucy, Brandon Jones, Rydell Martin, Tim Vergari, Matt Marco, Paul Catrich, Jamie Butler, Autumn Betts, and Jim Sedal. That is 10 people. Okay, that's 10 people. If anybody else wants one, I should have 5 left. 2 Aussies sold, 4 Aussies sold. There's 4 Aussies sold. That is 6, 8 Aussies sold. And now we have 10 Aussies sold. And I should have 5 extra copies. I do. I have 5 extra copies if anybody wants one. Memoirs of a Madman. So Sammy Hagar's at $40. That's HSAS Through the Fire. Okay, and then the last 2 copies of Scream sold, and that's Jeff Brindley and Paul Brothers. Thank you, Jeff Brindley. Thank you, Paul Brothers. And that has pretty much filled up our first crate of the night. So let me take this right over here. That is sold. If anybody else wants a Scream, anybody that came in after Paul Brothers, it will be a waiting list. And trust me, I've already got more of everything on the way. All those I've already, we're ordering. I'm pretty much saying if you got Aussie in stock, we want them. Of course, some of them, I don't want all of them. I think they had like 700 copies of Blizzard in stock. I was like, yeah, I don't want that many. Okay, and then Eric B. Rakeem out. Todd Fisher on Aussie. I'm assuming that was for Memoirs. Scott Dwallow and Bob Reiger. They are $38.99. All right, time to end some singles. And the first thing I got sold is Jesus Lizard, and that's sold to Tim Voldness for $20. HSAS is sold to Stacy Brown for $40. And Eric B. and Rakeem is sold to John Durden, and that's sold for $61. John Durden, that's sold to you. Okay, let's put that away. That is sold. There it is. And then, so Voodoo Lounge was sold to Todd Fisher, Scott Dwallow. Did I already say Bob Reiger? I think I did. And then Michael McCarter gets one, and now there's one left unless Jeff Holsworth wants it. Okay, there's one left unless Jeff Holsworth. And those are going to be waiting list after that for those two. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is time. You've been very patient. Thank you. Here is the Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge. And then this is a 1994 USOG. Super clean, near mint original pressing. It's going to go up for a $65 start. And then Jeff Holsworth wants the last Aussie. And if anybody else wants a Scream or a Memoirs of a Madman, it will be a waiting list. And then I got to make sure our Robert Vlodarchik, if you're watching, I'll go ahead and put up TSOL if you're watching, okay? And then here is Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge. Reverly says, okay, Voodoo Lounge. And he says, boo, I missed it. Here's a 1994 USOG, near mint, super clean, a $65 start on Voodoo Lounge. And then TSOL was the second most requested auction. And also, I think Darren Johnson, hopefully everybody's watching. Here is TSOL. It's a 1981 USOG first press, first label. It's still in shrink, a $50 start. 0 copies for sale right now on Discogs. Some of them have sold for as much as $350. A $50 start. It sounds like this record should bring $300 or $400 to me. TSOL. Sounds like a $300 or $400 record. $50 start. That's now up for bid. And Voodoo Lounge already has a bid for $65. 0 copies for sale. Never seen it. Sounds pretty dang rare to me. That's now up for bid. Holy moly. So there that is. Good luck bidding, everybody. Sounds like it's a $5,000, $6,000 record. Next thing we have is, let's go ahead and do, that was pretty much a short and sweet crate. Let's go ahead and do one more crate over here of new vinyl and see what we got. See what we got over here. I thought there was 4 crates. What have I done with the other one? I don't even know. Here, let's do this right here. Yeah, let's knock this one out. Good Sport Charlie Brown. I could have swore we already got Jerry Stone one of these. I could have swore, but I'll double check. All right. His name's already on one of them, but I could have swore we already got him one of these. All right. So here we go. And then our third auction is going to be a another Aussie Lita Ford. So if you missed the first one, it was a promo copy. Here's a stock copy. So this one has Close My Eyes Forever, Lita Ford and Ozzy Osbourne. And the flip side is Under the Gun, another Lita Ford single. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Okay? There's that. And the first thing I have is more copies of that Black Sabbath Eternal Idol. Let me check the pre-order over here. Okay, Black Sabbath. And Black Sabbath Eternal Idol. Make sure I got everybody on the pre-order. I haven't yet. Okay, so we need, these are $33.99. We got one for Paul Brothers. We got one for Brian Thurman. One for Lily McCurry. Susie Breedlove. Solarplex Studios, and Scott Smith. Okay, that was still people left on the pre-order. Some of these already came in last week, so some people already got one. But that was Paul Brothers, Brian Thurman, Lily McCurry, Susie Breedlove, Solarplex, and Scott Smith. 2, 4, 6 copies there, okay? 6 copies sold there. And let me check my laptop, make sure there wasn't any, like, bonus people that went on a waiting list when they saw it last week. So let me see here. Black Sabbath, Paranoid Hi-Fi, those aren't going to come in for a while. That's it. I've only got a wait list for one Black Sabbath album, and that's for the Rhino High Fidelity of Paranoid, and the Barnetts are on that one. Okay, and then over here, we've got the 45s at 10. Next LP, 2 copies of Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. Iron Maiden is $36.99. New and sealed Iron Maiden, $36.99. And we have Queens of the Stone Age, rated R. There was a waiting list for this. Queens of the Stone Age, rated R. Somebody asked me why I keep shutting my laptop when I have to walk over here every time to it. Well, Chad, why are you shutting your laptop? I have no idea. Randy Klein, you was on a waiting list for this. I knew I had one person. Queens of the Stone Age is $36.99. Let's go over all the auctions, okay? We'll start first with the recent. We have Close My Eyes, Lita Ford and Ozzy Osbourne. This has one bid for $10, and that's with Amanda Darby, and we're about to sell it. TSOL is an 81 USOG, first label, first design, still in shrink, VG Plus condition. And the high bid on TSOL is at $110. And from what I'm seeing here, seems like a great price, $110. And then Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge, 0 for sale right now on TSOL. The Rolling Stones is a 94 USOG, near mint, super clean with the original inner sleeves. It's a nice copy. It's a US original press. Not a lot of those made on vinyl for that era. The new high bid is $90. The new high bid is $90. I have Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage back in stock. These are the numbered, colored vinyl of the live in Imogen Holland, 1981. I've got 4 more. Let me check my waiting list. But first, we got a Queens of the Stone Age sold to Jim Davis. There's now 1 left. And then over here, we have Iron Maiden. Let's pull that up. Iron Maiden. We have IREMADDEN. And I have a wait list for a puzzle. I have a wait list for Legacy, Mexico, another puzzle, and Cecil Grosskopf was on a waiting list for Maiden Voyage. All right, so Cecil Grosskopf, this is sold to you, and I have 1 extra. I have 1 extra if anybody else wants one, okay? And then over here, we have Lita Ford now at 20. TSOL's moving to a final call. Robert Vlodarchek at $110. I think the only person I'm waiting on is Nick Bargeron. And then the Rolling Stones, the high bid is $90 with Dekong. And I think it's up to Samuel Kopich and maybe somebody else too. And Jerry Stone, if you're watching, which I have a bet, and I'm betting you are, I could have swore you already got one of these. You're a good sport, Charlie Brown. Vince Guaraldi, it's a 45 RPM Zoetrope. Now, regardless, I have extras. That's really cool. It's a Zoetrope picture disc, Charlie Brown, and that one is first time I've seen a release of that. Let me check my waiting list, though. Charlie Brown, you're a good sport. Unless this was a replacement or something for Jerry. I could have swore I got you one of these last week already, Jerry. So there's that. And then we have Jerry Stone, You're a Good Sport, Charlie Brown. So that's available. There's 3 of those left if anybody wants one, okay? And then Jamie Butler wants a Maiden Voyage. That is sold to Jamie Butler. And then over here, Lita Ford, the last bid is X-Wing 81 at $20. I think everybody's done. TSOL is sold to Vlodarchek for $110. Thank you on that. And then here is Lita Ford and the Rolling Stones. He's out. We're about to sell this for $90, the Dekong 52. There's 3 copies here of Sam Cooke, and this is on clear vinyl, $33.99. Sam Cooke. It's just called Sam Cooke. Sam Cooke. That's what that one's called. And Lita Ford's moving to final call. The Charlie Brown Zoetrope picture disc is $38.99. The Charlie Brown Zoetrope picture disc is $38.99. It's a picture disc. It is a picture disc. 38. I may have not said the price on that. Okay. 1 second, please. All righty. Now, we have 3 copies of Tool, Absolute Ultra Rare. Tool is a 2LP unofficial on clear vinyl, $44.99. Tool, T-O-O-L. Tool, and this is Absolute Ultra Rare. And this is sold to John Labate, L-A-B-A-T-E. It's a clear vinyl 2LP, $44.99 for Tool, Absolute Ultra Rare. That is sold. The Stones is now at $98. Near mint copy too, beautiful. Head Nut 65, Charlie Marks on Sam Cooke. That is sold, and yeah, the Charlie Brown Zoetrope is $38.99. Essentially a picture disc. When you play it, it moves. Nobody else been on Lita 4. That's sold to X-Wing 81. Can you remind me who you are, X-Wing 81? And then we have Iron Maiden. Haven't seen this in a while. On vinyl, Death on the Road, new and sealed, a 2LP, $49.99. That is Brandon Lack. Okay, so Brandon Lack, you got the Lita Ford, okay? There's that. The Rolling Stones is at $100. Rolling Stones is at $100. Let's go ahead and grab another auction right quick, and that next auction is going to be Jukebox Hero. This is the Foreigner 7-inch single of Jukebox Hero. Very nice in the picture sleeve. That's going to go up for a $7 start. And we have a restock of that Tom Petty Country. So this is a country artist doing a tribute to Tom Petty. Very cool. $38.99. We sold a few last week, and we got a few here on a waiting list. So Tom Petty, and this is Wes Wilt, Ryan Eaton, and Jerry Stone. Wes Wilt, Ryan Eaton, and Jerry Stone. There's 3 more copies. All they're sold. This is $38.99. So 1, 2, 3. I've got 2 extra Tom Petty's if anybody wants one. D-Kong, it's up to you on the Rolling Stones. Foreigner's a $7 start. Nick Galetti wants an Iron Maiden on the road, Death on the Road. And then Testament, $36.99, and that is Dark Roots of Earth. Testament is clear with gold and green splatter, $36.99. Testament, and there was at least one person on the wait list. I think it was Sean Lee Hooker. It was sold to Sean Lee Hooker. Testament Dark Roots, $36.99. Okay. Now we have Stacy Brown on the Tom Petty. The Rolling Stones is at $105, and now the next auction I'm going to put up is right now. Hey, it's right here in front. Let's do it right here. Live Under the Lights of the Rising Sun, the White Stripes. The White Stripes is a 2014 USOG Third Man Vault Package number 21. 1 LP's black, 1 LP's red. It does have a 7-inch single. It's missing the 3 by 5-inch flag. It's going to go up for a $35 start. So it's on red and black vinyl. Third Man Vault Package, $35 start. The Rolling Stones is at $105 with D-Kong 52. Thank you on that. And Brent's out, so that means we are about to sell that one. All righty, there is that. Okay, now Foreigner's at $7. Okay, let's run through those one more time. So this is all brand new and sealed. Oh, no, there's one more in here. Oh, I forgot I restocked Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen. Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen, black ice colored vinyl, $36.99. This is Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen. That's on the Black Ice Indie exclusive, $36.99, okay? White Stripes 45, what White Stripes and which WS title? Live Under the Lights of the Rising Sun, Tokyo, Japan, live October 2000, okay? And then over here, we have 4 copies left of Black Sabbath, The Eternal Idol. Black Sabbath is remastered. This was long, got a print on vinyl. Always was a difficult Sabbath album to find. This, of course, is not Aussie. This is Tony Martin on vocals, $33.99 on Black Sabbath, The Eternal Idol. Foreigner has 1 bid, sold to Stacy Brown for $7. That is sold. And then we have 2 copies left of Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. That's new and sealed for $36.99. And then Queens of the Stone Age, rated R, $36.99 on that. The Rolling Stones then is sold for $105, the D-Kong 52. That is something that never comes through here. Pretty scarce record. And one, I can't remember the last time we had one. And that is sold for $105. Thank you on that. A U.S. original press too. All right, let's go ahead and put up Aphrodite's Child 666. This is a 1977 UK reissue, alternative cover art, super clean, original inner sleeve. That's going to go up for a $35 start. It is on the Vertigo label. That's going to go up for a $35 start, okay? White Stripes has two $50 bids right now. Iron Maiden Live in Holland, 1981. That's $38.99. Lagoon colored vinyl. And these do not come sealed. So actually, let me go ahead and show you what they look like. This is usually a big selling point. By the way, they're hand numbered on the back. We did have a waiting list. And let's see what these look like. They're usually pretty dang cool. Yeah, look at that. Very cool. Lagoon colored vinyl. I like these records that aren't technically sealed. I can show you what the vinyl looks like. There's that. Aphrodite's Child already has a bid. And then Death on the Road. That's coming up here in just 3 minutes. 3 seconds, I mean. So Iron Maiden are available. Randy Klein, you already got a Queens of the Stone Age. You missed it 5 seconds ago. Or 5 minutes ago. I'm getting my timestamps wrong. You already been pulled one. You was on a waiting list. I've got 2 of those Iron Maiden left. And I'm not going to give Jerry Stone a good sport Charlie Brown until I hear back from him. I'm pretty sure he was already billed for one of these. So I have 2 left. Technically 3 possibly, or up to 3. $38.99. I have Sam Cooke for $33.99. That's clear vinyl. David Tate wants an Iron Maiden. There's 1 Iron Maiden left now. Tool, Absolute Ultra Rare. Very cool, unofficial. It's got some tracks on here you won't get anywhere else, like No Quarter. Their cover of Led Zeppelin's No Quarter, which is amazing. And then over here, Iron Maiden, Death on the Road. And this one's still available, $49.99. $49.99. James Vasquez wants a Charlie Brown. That's so to James Vasquez. Thank you on that. White Stripes, the last bid was Autumn Betts at $60. Autumn Betts at $60 on that. Let's step over here and grab another 45 then up for auction. And that next 45 is going to be the New Kids on the Block. You got it. The Right Stuff. Folks, here we go. $7 start on that. Brandon, Iron Maiden, do you want Death on the Road or do you want Maiden Voyage? Okay, and then who asked for Death on the Road? Death on the Road was asked by Dave Connor. Dave Connor, $49. John Smetzer wants a Charlie Brown. And then over here, Tool is $44.99. 2 LP clear vinyl. Tom Petty, The Country Music Celebration, $38.99. Testament, Dark Roots of the Earth, clear with gold and green splatter, $36.99. Mammoth, their first album, Wolfgang Van Halen, that's Eddie Van Halen's son. That's on Black Ice, indie exclusive colored vinyl, $36.99. New Kids has a bid for $9, and White Stripes is at $75. Now Aphrodite's Child has a new bid for $38. Lots of new bids there, and we're going to figure out who wants what Iron Maidens, and we're going to go from there, okay? Dun, 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 dun. I've got Savatage, Hall of the Mountain King stuck in my head and my hair. And then Brandon Jones, let me know which of the 2 Iron Maidens you want, okay? All righty. McDonald's 7-inch plate bag. And that was a dark potato in my room. A dark portal. Oh, a dark portal. I thought you said a dark potato. Well, you are listening to a McDonald's record, so if you do have potatoes, that would make sense too. All right, and Maiden Voyage. All right, so Maiden Voyages are once again sold out. Let's make a note to order more of those, and I still got 2 Iron Maidens on the road. All right, if nothing else, I think there's at least 1 or 2 more crates of new vinyl. I could have swore he said 4, and then we went through 1. I must have, oh, there's 2. Yeah, there's 2 more crates of new vinyl. But let's go ahead and go through the first pre-owned vintage crate over here. That's always fun, probably check condition. And then here is Mammoth. Mammoth is right here, Wolfgang Van Halen, $36.99. By the way, the newest album, their 3rd album, is up for pre-order. It's called The End. I don't know if that means that they're done after that, but it's up for pre-order. Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen. Okay, New Kids on the Block is at $13. Aphrodite's Child is at $40. And White Stripes is moving to a final call. Autumn Betts has it for $75. Third Man Vault package. We got some great auctions tonight, and not only was the advertised stuff pretty dang good, but we have quite the surprise cachet over here. We have probably 280s hit singles and picture sleeves, and I don't even want to talk about VHS or cassettes yet because we got to get through all this other stuff first. Wow, there's not much in here, but it's a check condition crate, so let's go ahead and knock it out. These are New Arrival sticker price. New Arrival sticker price, and it's just a few. Sometimes it's hard for him to find check condition stuff when we buy these new collections. You know why? because a lot of stuff is really high grade. And so it's kind of hard for John to find check condition stuff. So that's why you see so much stuff being marked by Paul and Laura as sealed and near mint. And then John may only have like 20 records in the check condition bin because he's like, man, everything back here is nice and minty. And I'm like, well, that's nothing to be complaining about. Okay, so first thing we had was Tim Graham wants a mammoth and Autumn Betts wants a mammoth, okay? So there's 2 more mammoths sold. The question is, what did I do with that crate? Oh boy, okay, it's right here next to me. Mammoth and mammoth is sold. And that was these right here, Autumn Betts and Tim Graham. And then we have Darren Wortman wants Iron Maiden Death on the Road. There's 1 copy left if anybody wants it. Hadn't seen that in stock in a while. Thank you, Darren Wortman. That's so to you. Okay, now New Kids on the Block. Sold to Brandon Lack for $13. And then over here we have White Stripes. Sold for $75 to Autumn Betts. Okay. And then we have Aphrodite's Child at $43 with Michael Freiberger. And that's still getting bids. And then Nick put man. Did you mean mammoth? If so, I can put you on a waiting list. And we have a request for the DGs. The DGs is a unofficial. The DGs is an unofficial. Hail Satan. Hail Satin. DGs, this is not the Record Store Day edition. This is a bootleg unofficial. But it's the Foo Fighters doing Bee Gees songs. So this one will be actually a more affordable copy than the Record Store, depending on what it sells for here right now. $35 start. That's why some of us shop here. Thank you. And then over here is Nick Barger on a waiting list for Mammoth, okay? Nick Barger on a waiting list for Mammoth. There's that, and let's keep going right over here with some more singles. Thank you for our longtime customers. You shop with us, we're going to make sure we give you the best quality and entertainment, okay? You got the best quality and entertainment. This is it. Buying records live from your couch. I'm basically your personal AI chatbot. You tell me to do anything and I'll do it within reason. There's some stuff I cannot do based on Tennessee code, federal statutes, and other governing bodies. But within reason, I'll do anything you tell me to do. Stevie Nicks, I can't wait. Never had that picture sleeve before. Don't recall that one. $7 start on old Stevie there. $7 start on old Stevie there. If y'all want me to crush 2 monster cans in my forehand or my forehead and pour them on my face like Stone Cold, I'll do it. I'll take 2 monsters, I'll bust them together, and you know, remember Stone Cold? Give me another beer. Beer. Except it's like, give me another monster. Give me another monster. Eagles, their greatest hit, shrink wrap pop sticker, VG Plus, $24.99. Talk Show, The Go-Go's. This is Talk Show, The Go-Go's. VG, it was in there backwards. VG Condition, $14.99. Sticks, The Grand Illusion. Come Sail Away. Boy, it feels heavy. Poster? Poster? Hey, it has the poster. That's worth $9.99 by itself. Come Sail Away. Come Sail Away with me. It has the lyric. Oh, there's the inner sleeve. And it has a poster. There they are. The Grand Illusion. Come Sail Away with me. VG, $9.99. There it is. Now, if that's the original inner sleeve, what's it in? It's just in a new inner sleeve. Okay, there's that. And then let's grab one more record here. 38 Special, EX, $17.99. All right, so I left off. We have Aphrodite's Child, the DGs, and Stevie Nicks, okay? And the first thing we have is Aphrodite's Child got a bid for $43. Nick Bargeron, make sure he's on the waiting list for Mammoth. Aphrodite's Child, $45. Another $45, now $50. And then DG's $35. DG's $40. DG's $43, $45, $45. DG's $46. And then Mark Morris. Mark Morris also on that Mammoth wait list. Aphrodite's Child, $52. DG's $50. Stevie Nicks, $7. DG's $55. Jack White, I'll get it bumped up. Yep. DG's 55. Billie Eilish has not sold. Gabriel, I need to do that next. Now, Paul told me a long time ago, he said, Chad, he said, we really need to hype up this Billie Eilish record, okay? And he says it's gonna be $1,000. So I have a starting bid in mind, and I mean the cheapest one for sale, or some of them have sold for as much as $2,300. Yeah, he said the cheapest one for sale right now is $1,000, and some have sold for more than that. So it's on deck. I think some people are ready to buy it. I'm ready to sell it. DG's is at 70. DG's 85. Charles Siebert first on sticks. Tom Sullivan second. And then over here, and DG's is at 90. Charlie Marks next on sticks. Matthew Sherrick third on sticks. And then DG's is at 100. Aphrodite's Child is at 53. And then DG's is at 105. DG's 110. DG's is at 115. And DG's is at 125. Okay, so Stevie Nicks is a final call. One bid for $7. That's it. And it's Chris Gardner bid 8. And that means somebody's out. So Stevie Nicks is at $8. Aphrodite's Child, 666. So if you turn it upside down, it's 999. It's a 77 UK Vertigo. 77 UK Vertigo. And the last bid on Aphrodite's Child was John McPatriot at $53. Now Stevie Nicks is at 9. The B-side is The Nightmare. And then the DG's is at 140. All righty. So 38 special still available. The Go-Go still available. And Eagle still available. Also, Simple Minds, Sparkle in the Rain. VG Plus, $24.99. Howard Jones, Dream into Action. Things Can Only Get Better. Life in One Day. VG Plus, $17.99. And Supertramp, Brother, Where You Bound? Supertramp is VG Plus, $14.99. DG's has a new bid for $150. Chris Gardner, you're out on Stevie Nicks. And now Aphrodite's Child has a new bid, +1. So Aphrodite's Child has a new bid of $54 with Charlie Marks. Next is the Rolling Stones, High Tide and Green Grass. This could be the last time. This could be the last time. VG, $14.99. Howard Jones sold to William Meadows. And then over here, this is Eagles, One of These Nights with hype sticker. One of These Nights, VG Plus, $29.99. Don't see one too often with a sticker. And then what will the signed LP Metallica auction be known as if everything else is a slobber knocker? That's a slobber fest. A slobber fest. Okay? And then over here we have Traffic. John Barleycorn Must Die. VG Condition, $9.99. And Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, VG Plus, $26.99. Stevie Nicks is sold to Charles Siebert for $9. Thank you on that. McPatriot, you're out on Aphrodite's Child. And DG's is at $175. Go-Go's Beauty and the Beat. This is VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. And Alan Parsons Project, I, Robot. If I had a mind to, I wouldn't want to be like you. And now, Aphrodite's Child, 55. DG's, 200. What do we have next in the 45 crate? I wish I knew. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could tell you. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But I yeah. Here is Sticks, Come Sail Away. I was just singing it. Here is a really cool 7-inch single picture sleeve with a pirate ship being invaded by a unidentified flying saucer, or now the politically term correct is a UAB or a UAV or something like that. $7 start. There it is. John McPatriot says I didn't say out. No, I said you were outbid. I said you were out, meaning you were outbid. Sorry. And then over here, AP, Alan Parsons, sold to Tom Sullivan. Charlie Marks on the Go-Go's. He now has the beat. And then DG's, $225. This is New Arrival sticker price. New Arrival sticker price. Kansas, Song for America. EX, $17.99. And then Merle Haggard, My Love Affair with Trains. This guy loved trains. VG Plus, $9.99. Melanie's wants both Go-Go's. Well, one just got sold, but I will go ahead and sell you Talk Show, okay? Sticks is at $9. DG's is at $2.35. Cheap Trick. Cheap Trick is in VG condition, $9.99. John Durden on Merle Haggard. And we have Van Halen, Fair Warning. Van Halen, VG condition, fair warning, $19.99. Fair warning, Mean Street. Do y'all know how epic it is with Eddie Van Halen playing that guitar intro to Mean Street? It kind of sounds like this. I can't even do it. We have Michael Reed on Van Halen. That's so to Michael Reed. And then Aphrodite's Child. The last bid is a final call. I think it's up to Charlie Marks. John McPatriot has it for $55. Cheap Trick is sold to Richard Allen. Charles Siebert second on Van Halen. Come Sail Away is at $12. Rich Krulak, you're out. And the DGs is at $250. We got a slobber knocker going on between Autumn Betts and Stacy Brown. Autumn Betts and Stacy's back in at 300 Benjamins. She's just peeling them off, and she says, I'm winning this auction. And Autumn's like, not so fast, Stacy. I'm about to bid $350. And now Sticks is at 13. Here's what's left in this first check condition crate. First check condition. Aphrodite's Child still getting bids. And then we have Eagles, their greatest hits, 71 to 75 in Shrinking Hype. VG Plus, $24.99. Take It Easy. Ooh, Witch A Woman. Lion Eyes. Already Gone. Desperado. That's the Carl Farman guy. And then One of These Nights. Tequila Sunrise. Take It to the Limit. One More Time. Peaceful Easy Feeling. I like the way her earrings lay on her skin, so brown, something like that. Aphrodite's Child is at 60. The DGs is at 350. And it looks like Sticks is about to sell. Who has it? $13 of Rich Krulak, I think. Yeah. Michael Reed's out. Sell that to Rich for $13. 38 Special Forces EX $17.99. Simple Minds Sparkle in the Rain VG Plus $24.99. Supertramp Brother Where We Bound. That's the full album. There's a 12-inch single that looks almost just like that. That's the album, $14.99. And then we had a question. I hadn't forgot about you. The track listing on the Stones. 19th Nervous Breakdown, Heart of Stone, Get Off My Cloud, Not Fade Away, Good Times, Bad Times, Play With Fire, I Can't Get No, Satisfaction, The Last Time, As Tears Go By, Time Is On My Side, yes it is, It's All Over Now and Tell Me. One of my first Rolling Stones records I ever owned, that one right there, and I fell in love with the track, This Could Be the Last Time. That opening riff, This Could Be the Last Time. That's a good one. Okay, next single is going to go up right now. Who do we have here? Holy moly. Holy whoa. Peter Criss, You Matter to Me. Limited edition green vinyl with a Peter Criss mask. I think this is something modern. Yeah, 2012. How sweet this is. Peter Criss. I think it's a reissue of something that was released in Japan. I'm not for sure on that, but Peter Criss is a $10 start. How cool is that? You Matter to Me. Let the bidding begin. Last few records was Eagles, VG Plus $29.99. DG's is at $400. Traffic is VG $9.99. Aphrodite's Child is still getting bids. It's at $67. Peter Criss is already at $25. Bob Dylan is VG Plus $26.99. And Kansas, Song for America, is EX $17.99. Wow. I'm already dizzy, and we're just kind of getting started tonight. I mean, it's only 7:30. Wow. It's only 7:30. I'm kind of dizzy. I need another Cosmic Brownie. I could use several monsters right now. A Chick-fil-A sandwich doesn't sound too bad either. Let's go through some new vinyl over here. Let's get started, okay? Peter Criss is at 31. DG's is at 405. Peter Criss is at 32. And Aphrodite's Child, Charlie Marks, says he's in for $68. And now we have a bid for $77. Paul Jackson says he wants Kansas. Thank you, Paul Jackson. Nothing wrong with Kansas. Nothing wrong with Kansas. Let's go over here and grab another crate. What do we have here? Ooh, yes. 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 More. Yes. Okay. Here we go. We got enough stuff over here to keep us all fat and giggly. I could use about 10,000 more square feet, but, you know, I wasn't born on a Thursday, so. Here we go. Next thing we have, Aphrodite's Child, 77. DG's, $425. Peter Criss is at 33. 33 over here. And Peter Criss, 34. So that's all still getting bids. I have Borrowed Time by Diamond Head. Music on vinyl pressing. 4 copies in stock. A couple of them are about to get ate up. Diamond Head was a waiting list to Matt Marco and Gerald Whitworth. Thank you, Matt Marco. Thank you, Gerald Whitworth. Diamond Head, Borrowed Time, 39, 39. I've got 2 left. This has that original version as on Am I Evil? Yes, I am. My mother was a witch. She was burned alive. $39.99. And this, I was worried we wasn't going to get. People's been asking me, but they are in. And that is Youthquake, Dead or Alive. You spin me round, right round, like a record. And this is a new music on vinyl pressing that is limited numbered colored vinyl. Limited numbered colored vinyl, okay? Youthquake, limited numbered colored vinyl. Youthquake, limited numbered colored vinyl. And here is the pre-order, okay? Here is the pre-order. The pre-order on Youthquake is Scott Smith, Jeremy Bryant, Sandy Villa, Paul Brothers, Jerry Stone, and James Fairfax. Okay? This is a limited edition of 1,500. You spin me round, right round like a record. Scott Smith, Jeremy Bryant, Sandy Villa, Paul Brothers, Jerry Stones, and James Fairfax. Those are all sold. See you later. And then let's go back up to the top and see where we left out. Aphrodite's Child had a bid for $77. DG's got a bid for $425. Autumn is out. Final call on DG's for $425. Peter Criss got a bid for $34, and then $33, then $34. Okay, Jeff Hallsworth wants a Youthquake. Paul Jackson got a Diamond Head. Peter Criss got a new bid for $38. And Clay Moore wants a Diamond Head. Now there's 2 Dead or Alives left. Okay, we're about to sell the DGs for $425. Peter Criss is at $38. And I think we're done on Aphrodite's Child. Greg Herman on Youthquake. Now, do you usually buy from us, Greg? I've got you down for Youthquake. There's 1 left. And then this, I've got 2 left. And then I've got 3 copies of Fear Factory. This is obsolete. Fear Factory, $39.99. I don't even remember ordering this. This must be a waiting list, maybe. Let's look it up. Fear Factory. And there's no waiting list. So this must have been just something I ordered. I don't really remember. But I have 3 copies. Fear Factory, obsolete, is $39.99. Music on vinyl. All right, thank you, Stacy Brown, on the DGs. Big auction there. Sold to Stacy for $425. Deckelman, do you want one? Okay, I wanted to make sure. Yes was on Facebook. All right, Greg Herman over on Twitch. Thank you on that. Aphrodite's Child is sold. And Aphrodite's Child just sold for a winning bid to Scott Yoakum. Who was it over here? Nope, it was Christopher Yoakum for $77, okay? That sold to you for $77. And are we done on Peter Criss? It's moving to a final call. El Terrible 38. I think it's really just up to Todd Fisher. Todd, it's all up to you. All right, let's go ahead and knock out the Billie Eilish. I am willing to start this record. This is a pretty big decision for me to make. If I started at, I'm going to say $750. I'm going to say $750. So this cover was actually painted and stepped on by Billie Eilish. So the details on this, it's a 2019 US OG, the jacket painted by Billie Eilish herself, limited to 220 copies on black and blue split color vinyl. And these were only sold at Third Man Record Storefront December 6, 2019. And I think I remember seeing the video of her, like she had all the jackets out. She was splattering the paint all over them. And it looks like a footprint right there. It looks like she stepped on that cover. Hey, pretty cool. They're all unique. So they were all painted by Billie. The vinyl's VG++ EX. And based on comps, I have lots of information here. Some of these have sold for as much as $2,300. And the median on this thing is $1,000. So the current and cheapest one for sale right now is $1,000. So I'm going to start this one at $750. The cheapest one for sale right now is $1,000. $750 on Billie Eilish. That's now what for bid, okay? I'm going to lay that right there. I'm going to put this right here. That's now what for bid, $750. Pretty unique item. All right, Peter Criss is sold, and Peter Criss is sold to El Terrible for $38. Billie Eilish is now up for bid, $750 start. Did I pull a Fear Factory? So 2 Youthquakes left, 2 Fear Factories. The Ronettes featuring Veronica, Be My Baby. That is a music on vinyl pressing, $39.99. Gabriel Chavez, I had a feeling he was going to be it. He's in at $750. Thank you, Gabriel, on that. If anybody else wants in, now's the time. I'm going to go ahead and put up the other Eric B. and Rakim. Let's see what's going on with that. So Chris Bryant and Patrick Lear. Chris Bryant, are you watching? And Patrick Lear. Now, I think Chris already got one. Patrick Lear, do you still want a Ronettes? I remember a long time ago these came in. a long time ago, and we were really short on them. And I have a wait list for Chris Bryant if you still need one. These are from and Patrick Lear. I'm not going to tag them unless they say yes or no. So y'all let me know for sure. Let's see what's going on with Eric B. and Rakim. I still got Red Hot Chili Peppers, Miles Davis, The Exploited, Generation X, of course, with Billy Idol, Hawkwind, Van Halen, George Michael, Eric B. and Rakim, Living Color, XTC, ZZ Top, Buzzcocks, Echo and the Bunnymen, Brian Eno, Brad, Rancantors, REM, who is this? Pearl Jam, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Taylor Swift, Mentors, Brad, and then I've got Nirvana, I've got Pearl Jam, Tom Petty, Pearl Jam. Billie Eilish has bids for $750, $775, and $800. Next is Eric B. and Rakim, Follow the Leader, an 88 US OG VG+. Once again, something we just never get in. Eric B. and Rakim, Follow the Leader, a $20 start, okay? And then we got Hendry wants a Youthquake. You got it, 1 Youthquake. And by the way, these are the numbered editions on colored vinyl. And then Patrick Lear does want a Ronettes. There's 2 Ronettes left. Just so y'all know, that's a rare album. Like an OG of that album is quite scarce and pricey. I just named off all of tonight's featured LP auctions. There's hot pictures posted on Facebook, Instagram, and if you want to get a good look at them, otherwise they're about to be auctioned. They're about to be auctioned here pretty soon. Okay, Billie Eilish, Taylor, DOA, give me 1 second. I'm about to introduce another 45. First, my crate is full. We have managed to fill up another crate, and we're not even a third through this crate of new vinyl, which is a lot of great-looking restocks. So there's that. And let's go ahead and grab this. And let me show y'all I probably will sell it, but we was digging around yesterday morning. Look at this Led Zeppelin poster I found. The soundtrack album, Led Zeppelin, song remains the same, available here on Records and Tapes. That's pretty dang cool. I'm going to have to either frame it or sell it rolled, but that's an original record store poster advertising Song Remains the Same. So just found that in a tub last night. How cool is that? All right, so let's go over here. Jack White Live, I think, is that the one that looks like the Rancantors? No? Or is that a box set or something? Which one is that? Jack White at Mason. I'll have to find that. Is that a box? I will find it, okay? So here's what we're going to do. Let me figure out what just happened. Let me go back up to the top. So I had Billie Eilish at $750, Billie Eilish at $775, Billie Eilish $800. We got a request for George Michael. Rakim $20. We got a request for the Mentors. Billie Eilish $825. We got a request for Tom Petty. We had a question about Tom Petty. Eric B's at $30. We have a request for what is the Billie Eilish. We have a request for Tom Petty. How much are the DOAs? Those are $39.99. There's one left, John Durden. We have a request for Taylor Swift. Billie Eilish is at $850. Rakim has a bid for $35, and then somebody bid $20. And then somebody bid $40. Then somebody else bid $40. Then somebody else bid $45. And then somebody else bid $50. And now Billie Eilish, $860. Okay? And then Eric B is at $55. Eric B and Rakim's at $55. Billie Eilish is at $860 over on YouTube with Guy Shard. Only 220 were made. They're hand-painted by Billie Eilish. That paint splatter and that footprint, that's of Billie Eilish. $860. It's worth a lot more because she literally stepped on the jacket with paint on her shoes. Next thing is another Peter Criss. This one's different from the one I just had. Okay? This one's different from the one I just had. Peter Criss, Hooked on Rock and Roll. And Don't You Let Me Down is the featured song. Don't You Let Me Down. There's another Peter Criss, $10 start, okay? And did you get my Death Angel request? Did my Death Angel request come in yet? No. 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 Okay, next I've got 3 copies of Negative Approach. This is called Tied Down, and I think there was a waiting list for this. That's why I've got 3 more of them, because we had them last week. So Negative Approach, the waiting list, not typo negative, was Chris Bryant. And I don't think Chris is watching because he didn't answer my question about the Ronettes. Negative Approach is $29.99. That's sold to Chris Bryant. I got 2 extra copies. Peter Criss is at $10 and $13. Eric B is at $55 with John Darden, if anybody else wants one. Billie Eilish is at $880 with Guy Shard. Looks like it's down to 2 people, Gabriel and Guy Shard. Next over here is the Nashville. It's Record Store Day, green and white vinyl. It's Nashville. This band is called Nashville. So let's figure out who was on a waiting list for Nashville. Nashville was Scott Markheim. Thank you, Scott Markheim. There's 2 copies left of Nashville. Nashville. I better just get that word into my vocabulary, right? And then Robert Warner also wants one, okay? And then Billie Eilish is now at $900. Guy Shard, it goes back to you. And then over here, we have Peter Criss is now at $15. And I think we're done on Eric B and Rakim. First thing is Exodus. Next thing is Exodus, Shovel-Headed Kill Machine. Exodus is $36.99. Exodus is $36.99. Michael Salazar and Anthony Riddle was on a waiting list. Michael Salazar and Anthony Riddle. The Shovel-Headed Kill Machine is on red vinyl. We got 2 people on a waiting list, and those are sold and sold, okay? And then over here, we have Eric B and Rakim, and I think if I get to the bottom, I'm going to sell it, but let me sort through these comments. Billie Eyelash, 9, now 910. And then over here, Scott Smith on the last Nashville Pussycat. And that was sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then over here, we have Billie Eilish at $960. Eric B and Rakim is sold. Eric B and Rakim is officially sold to John Durden for $55. That is gone. And then Peter Criss is now at $20. There's 2 Exodus. What else came back in? Megadeth Euthanasia. So here is the Euthanasia. If anybody wants a Nashville waiting list, Nashville here. First time on green and white vinyl. Nashville is just $29.99 if anybody else wants one, okay? Charles Siebert, anybody else. Now, Laura ordered another record. She ordered another artist of the night with that word in the title. She bombed my crate. Laura, you wasn't even here. That was on Friday, I think, or Saturday, one of the two. All right, we go Megadeth Euthanasia. The Megadeth Euthanasia waiting list is actually several people. Jamie Butler, Danny Thomason, and Brad Waits. Jamie Butler, Danny Thomason, and Brad Waits. And these are $39.99. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Those are all sold. If anybody else wants a Euthanasia picture disc, I've got 3 more, okay? Billie Eilish is at $990. $990. We're about to hit $1,000 on the Billie Eilish. I don't think anybody else bid on Peter. Yeah, they did. Peter Criss is at $27 now. And let's go ahead and put up a third auction over here. And the third auction I have is the Red Hot Chili Peppers, the Uplift Mofo Party Plan. An 87 US with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $30 start. A $30 start, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Scott Dwallow wants a waiting list for the Nashville Pussycats. That is sold to Scott Dwallow. And Megadeth is sold to King Fluffy. Noah Caldwell on Megadeth as well. Billie Eilish has hit $1,000. Peter Criss has hit 30, and Red Hot Chili Peppers at 35, now 30, now 30, now 40. And El Terrible, you're out on Peter Criss. Billie Eilish is at 1010, $1,010. Next thing over here is Coheed and Cambria. This is the 20th anniversary edition on transparent black vinyl, $38.99 on Coheed and Cambria. And the waiting list on Coheed was Vloddercheck and our one and only Laura Bryant. Laura Bryant. Vloddercheck and Laura Bryant. So, Laura, I'm going to set yours right over here in the auction bin for the next time you come up here. You can go ahead and grab it. One sold to the Vlodderchecks, and I've got 2 extra copies left. What is Nashville Pussy? It is rock country. Oh, my bad. Pussycats. See, I knew I was going to slip up eventually. What is NP rock country? It is like nasty rock. Listen to their name. It is the most nastiest rock you can listen to. And then we have Red Hot Chili Peppers, and that's at $46. And Peter Criss over here is at, who had Peter Criss? El Terrible 33. There we go. I got it out. It's out of my system. Oh, I feel so bad. I got to end the show now. My foul mouth has, I've went down a path I'll never recover from now. It's over. This show has officially just, this is pretty much the day, we'll remember this day for a long time. This day will live in infamy. This is when the show, this is it for this show, okay? We're going to have to start putting a little lower third down here that says PG-13, okay? It's going to have, like, I'm going to get Jake to put a graphic down here that says PG-13, okay? All right, so let's go back up the top. There's 3 auctions going, and we're totally overlooking the fact that there's a Billie Eilish up for bid right now that is completely we're at war right now, okay? Gabriel and Guy, the battle of the G's, they're throwing punches, okay? It's like Tyson and somebody else, okay? Now, we have, I don't even know. I have been, there's so much going on. Okay, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Joseph Ellis at $50. Peter Criss at $35. Peter Criss at $39. So there was a bid for 39. Billie Eilish 1,080. Billie Eilish 1,090. Okay. So Billie Eilish 1,090. Hand painted cover. Over here in the middle is Peter Criss. Peter Criss is at 39 with El Terrible Torrio. And Red Hot Chili Peppers, I might need Joseph Ellis to bid again, so that way it's at the bottom. Joseph Ellis, if you don't mind to go ahead and bid $50 again, because between your last bid and the bottom of my chat, there's about 70 comments, okay? And there's the most recent Billie Eilish. And then we've got 2 Peter Criss bidders, and I think one of them's out. El Terrible's at 39. It's up to Clay Moore. And before I get up to the top, there's 20 more chats. There we go. Now it's at 40, 50. Now everything's at the bottom. Okay, good. I've got 3 Coheed and Cabrias left if anybody wants them. That is the second stage turbine blade, black vinyl, transparent, $38.99. There's 3 more. Natasha, I'm not for sure if you got one or not. If so, it would have been on last week's invoice. We got Zach Sabbath, Vertigo. The classic first album from Black Sabbath, commemorated by the legendary Zakk Wylde, purple vinyl, $33.99. $33.99, Zach Sabbath, $33.99. Yes, I put Laura's back. Okay, and then Peter Criss is at 44. Billie Eilish is at 1,110. And then Red Hot Chili Peppers is a final call for $50. Next, I've got Extreme. And this is Extreme 2, Porno Graffiti. And that is a music on vinyl. Now we have Porno Graffiti, $38.99. This show is really, these titles, these bands did about everything they could to sell albums, didn't they? Okay, Extreme. And Extreme was Tim Graham for Porno Graffiti. Thank you, Tim Graham. I've got 2 extra copies if anybody else wants one. Porno Graffiti, $39.99. I have 2 extra copies. Peter Criss at 48. Billie Eilish, 1,120. Keep in mind, some of these have sold for over $2,000 before. Okay? And yes, this is limited edition. So they only made 220 on that color. They were only sold at Third Man Records in Nashville, and she painted these covers. So this is, I mean, you're talking about, man, imagine if Taylor Swift did something like that. It would be probably this much and more. A hand-painted cover, oh my gosh. So, pretty unique item there. There's that. Also over here, we have Madball, Set It Off. I don't really remember ordering this. Madball, $39.99, music on vinyl. Saigon Kick, there was definitely a waiting list. Saigon Kick is $38.99. Saigon Kick, let me go ahead and pull this up, and when I come back, I'm selling Saigon Kick. The waiting list for Saigon Kick was absolutely nobody. We already pulled one for Mark Steele. Mark, you've already been tagged for one. This is $38.99. Peter Criss is at 50. Joseph Ellis, you get Red Hot Chili Peppers for 50. Sorry that took so long. All right, now let's jump over here, and I got to find, oh my gosh, look at all this stuff. Okay, Laura, where's the Jack White at Masonic Temple? That's the only thing I had. Okay, it's a box set. Okay, I found it. Here we go. This is Jack White at the Masonic Temple, 2023 USOG Third Man Vault Package, 4 LP set, white, blue, black, and blue marbled. It's missing the 7-inch. Everything's EX or better. Jack White's a $35 start. $35 start on that. Next is Madball is a music on vinyl pressing. Yes, music on vinyl, Deckelman. If you want it, it's yours. If not, Darren Johnsman. Over here, Saigon Kick, Water. No, this is the only album in print by Saigon Kick. That is the only album in print by Saigon Kick. Okay, and then we have question. What was the Alice Cooper album with a green face on it? We have not had an Alice Cooper album with a green face on it. Jack White already has bids for $75. Billie Eilish is at $1,150. Next, I've got 2 copies of Neil Young Hitchhiker. Neil Young is $33.99. $33.99. And I'm pretty sure this came up in a pre-owned crate, and we sold it, and then some people wanted one. And I think only one person went on a waiting list, though, Guy Shard. Yeah, Neil Young Hitchhiker is sold to Guy Shard. There's one sold to Guy Shard, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. Okay? And then Peter Criss. No, you haven't. I was just wondering. Oh, the one with him on a green cover. Yeah, that's Alice Cooper Goes to Hell. Alice Cooper Goes to Hell, yes. Okay, and then we have, hold on a second. So, Deckelman, it's up to you on Madball. If not, Darren Johnson. So, this is going to be sold to somebody. Saigon Kicks out of print. Jack White, 75. Peter Criss, 55. Coheed and Cabria, Good Apollo Burning. Yes. Yes, that has always been a great seller. I've been meaning, what time is Hawkwind? In the next 30 minutes. In the next 30 minutes. Billie Eilish, 1,160. Peter Criss, 58. Tom Kelly wants a copy of Extreme. And we also have 1 copy of Alter Bridge, Blackbird. Alter Bridge is $54.99. And Exodus, Tempo of the Damned, $36.99. So Jack White. All right, Jack White is a final call. I got to make sure that Brian Colsar doesn't want in. That was a fast jump from German. He literally opened it at 75. Brian, I'm going to make sure you don't want to bid again. They're still battling over Peter Criss, and Billie Eilish is still getting bids too. Never to hear back from Deckelman on Madball, so let's go ahead and sell this to Darren Johnson, okay? That is so to Darren Johnson. At least I didn't think I heard back from Deckelman. I didn't. Okay. What a crazy crate. A lot going on. And we have final call on Jack White since Brian's out. Yes, it's almost time for a monster. Otherwise, I'm going to lose complete concentration. We got another another new arrivals band to go through best offer. Deckelman on Madball waiting list. Okay, so put down Justin Deckelman for Madball waiting list. Okay, there's that. And then Peter Criss. Lots of stuff going on right now. Okay, first I've got Fear Factory. Obsolete. Music on vinyl, $39.99. Music on vinyl, $39.99. Ronettes featuring Veronica. Be My Baby. I got to find out if Chris Bryant wants one, or he maybe already got one. One is sold to Patrick Lear, $39.99. The Jack White box is sold for $75 to Jeremy Bryant. Thank you for being patient for that. A lot of bidding activity going on. We've got about 300 more 45s, maybe 3,000. Totally in the inventory, we've got what? 100 billion? 100 trillion? Next thing I'm going to put up for auction right now is Hawkwind. We'll go ahead and do that one right now. Warrior on the Edge of Time. And this does have Lemmy on it. Lemmy from Motorhead. It's a 1975 US OG second label. So it is the OG matrices, the OG mixing. It is the second label. It's in shrink. It's a top copy. Hawkwind, near mint and shrink, a $45 start. Okay? Billie Eilish is at $1,200. Next is Peter Criss. Clay Moore has it for $60. El Terrible's out. This is sold to Clay Moore for $60. Okay? That's sold for $60. Youthquake, Dead or Alive, You Spin Me Round. Last copy, a new pressing on limited numbered colored vinyl, $39.99. Negative Approach, Tied Down, $29.99. Exodus, Shovel-Headed Kill Machine, red vinyl, 2LP, $36.99. Our next single is going to go up for bid right now. I Was Made for Loving You, Kiss. There is some writing right there on the label. The B-side is Hard Times in the original Casablanca sleeve. And as you can see, it's really nice. Kiss is a $7 start. Also, we have Megadeth, Euthanasia. Megadeth is a picture disc. It's got a little bit of a dot. These plastic sleeves are really... You need to put them in a cardboard backer so that will flatten out. But that's my last copy of Euthanasia. And then Coheed and Cabria, the second stage turbine blade, transparent black vinyl, $38.99. $38.99 for Coheed and Cabria. There's 3 left. Billie Eilish is at $1,220. Nobody has been on Hawkwind. It's a final call. Probably the guy I told in a half hour. He probably left the chat because I told him in a half hour. And now it's up for bid right now. $45 start. Final call on Hawkwind. Coheed is so did Tom Sullivan. Or maybe he didn't want to bid. And now Kiss is at 7. Kiss is at 8. And now we have Zach Sabbath, Vertigo. That's on purple vinyl, $33.99. Extreme 2, Porno Graffiti. And yes, there is a Taylor Swift as well. Guy Shard said, Taylor Swift? What? Whoa. And then Saigon Kick. I got 3 copies left. First time this has ever been really wide released for vinyl, okay? It came out in 1992, I think maybe just as a European copy. So that's $38.99. Also, Neil Young Hitchhiker. This was unreleased. It came out at his 39th album, but it actually was recorded in 1976. So, unreleased album from Neil Young. And then we have Alter Bridge, Blackbird, a 2 LP music on vinyl, $54.99. And Exodus Tempo is $36, okay? The Hawkwind album is Warrior on the Edge of Time. It is an original 75 OG second label. We're about to sell it for a buy it now if let somebody place a bid. Kiss is I Was Made for Loving You. That's obviously the A-side. And Hard Times. That's a good one too. That is now up for bid. The high bid is $8. Charles Siebert, it goes back to you. Okay? Tom Sullivan wants one of those Neil Youngs. And there was another question. Maybe, maybe not. Okay? Hawkwind does have a bid for $45. Billie Eilish is at $1,360. Let me check on something over here. Okay. Charles Siebert, it's up to you on Kiss. Anybody else? If not, we're about to go through a best offer crate of new arrivals. All right, and I hear Laura's price gun. I think she's working on some stuff in the back. Chad's about to be working on a monster, I'll tell you that. Billie Eilish is at $1,400. I'm not surprised. When Paul told me about this, he's like, it's going to bring 1,000. He says it could bring 2,000. He said just depends on who's watching. I didn't even know we had just got it in. So I was like, let's run it. And we got it ready, and now it's currently up for bid. So we got two serious buyers going after it. All right. Everything you just seen in the crate is all brand new sealed vinyl. That was all brand new stuff we just ordered from distribution. It showed up today in the mail. Those literally just got unboxed today. When I say we got new vinyl, that means they were delivered today by UPS. Everything in this crate is all vintage pre-owned vinyl. It may be something in here from 2007, but everything in here is pre-owned. There might even be a sealed record in here, but these are all typically vintage OG or vintage reissues or pre-owned vinyl. That's what we're about to go through right now. Okay? Next thing we had was Billie Eilish at $1,400. Hawkwind got a new bid for $50. There's Ryan. Ryan's watching. He's watching. Hawkwind's at $50. I was worried I lost you there, Ryan. I thought maybe I told you a half hour and then I put it right up for auction, hoping you were still watching. Kiss is at $10. Josh M.F.er Jones. That's what he goes by. He wants Blackbird by Alter Bridge. So did Josh Jones. Billie Eilish, $1,410. Billie Eilish, $1,420. And then Billie Eilish, $1,430. Hey, at least they're making big jumps on the bids. I'll give them a round of applause for that. Okay, now, here we go. And this is buy it now or best offer. We have Reach the Beach, the fix. One thing leads to another. $24.99. An OG Save by Zero, $24.99. Fix, Reach the Beach. We have Belinda, as in Belinda Carlisle, that's $24.99. And then we have Hawkwind, that is at $50 to Ryan Mustaine. Jeff's Birdsong's out. And then Billie Eilish is at $1440. Kiss is sold to Charles Siebert for $10. Mr. Kennedy, I went ahead and sold the Kiss. Make sure if you're done bidding on an auction, you say out, okay? Because I had to go ahead and sell it to the other person. I didn't see you bid again. The Dream Academy with Life in a Northern Town. Gold stamp promo, does have some sticker residue. $19.99. $19.99. That is the Dream Academy. Also, Marshall Bassett wants the Fix. Billie Eilish is at $1,460. Michael Wood second on the Fix. And Terrence Trent D'Arby introducing the Hardline, $34.99. $34.99. And then also we have Alan Parsons Project, Ammonia Avenue. And this is $19.99. Hawkwind was a PRC Richmond OG second label. Yes. Shrink top copy. You're about to get it for $50. I'm going to go over the Billie Eilish in 1 second. First, I'm going to grab the Best of Sade from a previous crate. Let me just figure out what I've done with that. Previous crate. I know which record you're talking about. Trying to find it may be the challenge, but I bet I can get to it pretty fast. It wasn't in there, right? What is that? No. I bet it's down there. Yeah, I bet it's in this crate. All right, give me 1 second. If I don't find this right now, it could be gone forever. Well, it could be gone for 30 days in this store. You just never know. Okay, if you take one album and you hide it in about 50,000 and tell somebody, go find this album, it's in 50,000 albums, it'll take them a while. That's what happens sometimes. Okay, so this is sold to Tom Sullivan. Second on the Fix was Michael Wood. Dream Academy is sold for $15 to Kristen Barnett. And then Amanda D'Arby on Terrence Trent. So D'Arby went to Amanda D'Arby. Billie Eilish, $14.70, $14.80. Hawkwind has a new bid for $55. And now Billie Eilish, $1,490. Billie Eilish, $1,500. Okay, so they know what Hawkwind is. One more look at Billie Eilish if you're just getting on. I'm going to go ahead and put it back in its sleeve here. Billie Eilish is a Third Man Records pressing. Third Man Records pressing. It is a 2019 OG. On this color variant, they only made 220. And it was only sold at Third Man Record Store in Nashville. And that paint you see on the cover was applied by Billie Eilish. And I think I've even seen a video before how she did that. She had them kind of just spread out on the floor, kind of splattering paint on them. And that looks like a footprint. And if I was a betting person, I would say that's her footprint. Because I think she was in a room with just like a big bucket of paint and just, you know, painting them. So there's that. And that particular pressing, they only made 220 like that she painted. Big artist. Huge. Hawkwind, $63. Billie Eilish, $1,520 right now. All right, so we only have Belinda and Alan Parsons. This is a best offer crate. Another 45 coming up as soon as I show you Samantha Fox, Touch Me. Samantha Fox is $19.99. Chicago 17 is $14.99. And all these records are EX Plus or better. These are all very clean. They've been cleaned. They're all EX Plus or better. This is $19.99. Also over here we have Thompson Twins, Into the Gap. Thompson Twins is $19.99. Into the Gap, and ZZ Top Afterburner. ZZ Top Afterburner is $24.99. ZZ Top, super clean copy of Afterburner, okay? Hawkwind is at $53. So I need to hear back from Christopher Yoakum on that one. We got an offer on Samantha Fox, a claim on Samantha Fox, and now an offer on Samantha Fox. Billie Eilish is at $1,530. And then we have Tom Sullivan on I'll come back to those in 1 second. First, let me grab another single over here. And that next single, what happened to all my picture sleeves? Here they are. All right. Next is Journey. And Journey's going to go up for bid right now. Open Arms in the original picture sleeve. And the B-side is Little Girl. Journey's going to go up for a $7 start. Okay, first we got Tom Sullivan on Alan Parsons' project. And then let's figure out who gets Samantha Fox, okay? So Samantha Fox, $19.99. Amanda Darby. John says he'll do stickers, so it's up to you. You've got dibs at $19.99, okay? If you pass, then it's so to John Durden for $19.99. Marshall Bassett first on Chicago. And then Alicia first on ZZ Top. Billie Eilish, $1,540. And then we have AS for $19.99. I think that's already sold. Or yeah, ZZ Top, that's already sold. William, you were third. He's out on Hawkwind. And we have Billie Eilish at $1,560. We have Journey at 7. We have Journey at 10. Billie Eilish, $1,570. Journey's at 8. And then Hawkwind is officially sold. And Hawkwind is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $63, okay? And then Amanda Darby is going to let us know on Samantha Fox if you want it for $19.99, okay? Now, we have Trash Cubes. This is $24.99. Cubes Rarities and Smash Hits, $24.99, okay? And then we also have Big Country, Peace and Our Time, $24.99. Amanda Darby does want Samantha Fox at sticker price. This is going to be a heated crate. Let's go ahead and put up Tom Petty. Tom Petty is called the best of everything. This is a ridiculously cool box set. I remember when I used to could order these, we sold dozens and dozens of them because it has everything. It has everything from the Heartbreakers, technically his solo career, and Mudcrutch. It is a 4-disc box set compilation. Everything's nice, EX or better. Tom Petty's an $85 start, okay? Journey is a final call to Calvin for $14, and Billie Eilish has hit $1,600 with Gabriel Chavez. $1,600 with Gabriel Chavez. Okay? And then over here, we sold that. This is a best offer crate. Yes. Erasure. Wow. Now, this is $14.99, Crackers International. I will say there's a lot of stuff in here that two things. I may say it is sticker price. These are new arrivals, and there's some pretty dang good stuff in here so far. So don't be offended when I say that I'm going to have to keep it at sticker price. One, these are new arrivals. They've never been shown. And two, they're all from these newest collections. So there's some pretty dang good stuff in here. There should be. Let's go back up to the top. Billie Eilish, $1,650. Tom Petty, $95. John Durden first on Erasure. And then Tom Petty, another $95 bid. Sandy second on Erasure. Jeff third on Erasure. Travis fourth on Erasure. Billie Eilish is at $1,660. Journey's at $15. Michael Salazar sixth on Erasure. There's a new bid on Journey for $15. We have a tie on Tom Petty, $95, and the first person to bid was Solarplex, okay? The Human League Dare, nice, clean copy, $19.99. Erasure was a steal at $14.99. That should have been put up for a $15 start. Thompson Twins sold for $16 to Melanie Jennings. Eddie Money, Live for the Taking. These look very nice too. Eddie Money's $14.99. Live for the Taking. Billie Eilish is at $1,690. Heart Magazine, another clean copy, $24.99. Stevie Nicks, Rock a Little. Stevie Nicks is $19.99. Very clean copy. Also, Lindsey Buckingham, Law and Order. Lindsey Buckingham, $19.99. Who was the other bidder on Journey? I think that had it for $14, right? That was Calvin. Just so you know, you've been outbid on Journey. It's at $15. And Billie Eilish is at $1,690. I haven't heard back from the other bidder on Tom Petty. The other bidder was David Lane. David, you can bid again or you can say out. Totally up to you. Next in here is, oh my gosh, Arcadia. Yes, almost said arcade. Arcadia, $19.99. Billie Eilish, $1,700. Paul Carrick, Suburban Voodoo. This is $14.99. $14.99. And then the Fix Walkabout. Fix is $24.99. Journey has a new bid for $16. Journey has a new bid for $16. Billie Eilish has a new bid for $1,710. Thomas Clark on AR. That was for Arcadia. Journey has a new bid for $18. Michael Wood on Human League Dare. And then we have Tom Petty. And then we have Tom Petty 97. And then over here we have Eddie Grant, Killer on a Rampage, $19.99. Eddie Grant, Electric Avenue. The Pretenders Extended Play. The Pretenders is $19.99. Billie Eilish, $1,750. I also just looked over here on the view counter. We have 352 people watching. That's like Thursday night metal night numbers. Wow. Everybody's tuned in to see what happens on a couple of these auctions. Next thing we have William David Meadows on Eddie Grant, Electric Avenue. Stacy Brown was second. Tom Petty's at $105. Journey is sold to Paul Brothers for $18. Billie Eilish, this is at $1,760 right now with Gabriel Chavez. I'm about to put a third LP in the middle, okay? And that third LP in the middle is The Exploited, Let's Start a War. The Exploited is a 1985 UK reissue, 85 UK, with the alternate cover art, and it's near mint. Wow, that's something we don't get too often. This is $35 start on The Exploited. Tom Petty's at $111. Next over here is Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee. John Mellencamp is $19.99. Bad Company, Desolation Angels. There is a saw cut on the jacket. Rock and Roll Fantasy, $19.99. And we have Christopher Cross, another page. Christopher Cross, $9.99. Also, Flashdance, original soundtrack from the motion picture. Flashdance is $19.99. Casablanca, an original pressing, $19.99. Now, we have, right now, Tom Petty at $113. The Exploited's at $45. Billie Eilish is at $1,790 with Gabriel Chavez. It's between Gabriel and Guy Shard. The Exploited's at $50. Let's Start a War. It is on this label right here. It's on, it doesn't even really have a label. Dojo, I guess. Dojo, maybe. I guess. Looks like, or that's part of the catalog number. Over here, Exploited's at $60. Billie Eilish is at $1,800. Greetings from Tim Buck 3, $19.99. And now Tom Petty looks like it's moving to a final call with Brent Robley at $113. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Hot Number. And this is $19.99. $19.99. Kevin wanted to know, do these have barcodes on the back? Yes, but that doesn't mean that they're not an original record. Because anything, like Laura just said, early 80s and forwards, if they have barcodes, that doesn't mean that they're a new record. That's not an indicator that they're not an original. Joe Jackson's Jumpin' Jive, $19.99. Joe Jackson's Jumpin' Jive, and Go West, that has their hit song on it, Call Me, and Go West is $19.99. Billie Eilish is at $1,810. I think we're done on The Exploited. David Smith has it for $60. I think it's up to John Oliver, and John Oliver, The Exploited is at $60. And this is an 85 UK reissue with alternate cover art. So, still something I'd rarely see from them. And then over here, Tom Petty's a final call. Next to the bin is Human League. Keep Feeling the Fascination. $19.99 on the Human League Fascination. And Rick Springfield, Beautiful Feelings. Rick Springfield, $14.99. And Heart, Private Audition. Heart is $19.99. Let's go ahead and sell Brent Robley the Tom Petty box. Brent, that is sold to you for $113. Thank you, Brent. That is sold to you, $113. And then David Lane, I've already sold it. And the second thing is after you say out, Unfortunately, you can't bid again. So make sure if you say out that you're 100% done bidding. Here's our next auction. I'm going to try to keep 2 or 3 going while we're still bidding on Billie Eilish. Guy Shard says, I'm in at $2,000. We got 2 serious bidders right now on the Billie Eilish. Gabriel, if he's watching, he's only usually buying a rare high-end record. That's the only thing I've really ever sold Gabriel Chavez. He's only usually buying the rare high-end records. And here lately, about the only thing I've ever sold Guy Shard is something rare or high-end. They're both serious buyers, and they are battling it out right now. He went ahead and said 2,000. Gabriel's right back in at 2010. Next auction, Pearl Jam, live at Third Man Records, June 9th, 2016. This is a Third Man Vault Package number 29, a limited edition gold and black split-colored vinyl with a live Eddie Vedder single. It is missing the photo book, the patch, and a pen, so really just the vinyl set with this one. We're talking about Pearl Jam live at Third Man Records 2016, and this is going to go up for a $60 start. $60 start. That's Pearl Jam live at Third Man Records. David Smith's out on the Exploited. John Oliver has this at $70. I said this the other night when we start putting all the punk stuff up. We never ever get punk kind of hardcore stuff like this. So we're going to be selling it every night, and then poof, a lot of it's going to be gone, and we're going to wish we had a lot of it back. Over here, where we have Exploited at $70 with John Oliver. And Billie Eilish is at $20.50, now $20.60. And then over here, Stacey Brown on Cross. And that was, what was Cross? That Christopher Cross. That's sold to Stacey Brown. Thank you on that. Over here, we have Eurythmics. We Two Are One. The Eurythmics is $24.99. We Two Are One. And Thompson Twins, Close to the Bone. Thompson Twins is $19.99. Man, this is an 80. No wonder we're selling so much out of here. Somebody just said it. This is like an 80s galore crate. This is like 80s galore. Culture Club, From Luxury to Heartache. Culture Club is $24.99. And Billy Squier, Emotions in Motion, and Shrink and Hop. And then over here, this is $22.99. Pearl Jam does have a bid for $60. That means the Exploited record is sold, and that's sold to John Oliver for $70. And then over here, Culture Club, that is sold to Travis Wade. Thank you. Also, we have Survivor, and this is Caught in the Game. Survivor is $24.99. Over here, we're going to add another auction, and this is Generation X, Valley of the Dolls with Billy Idol. Generation X is a 79 OG Santa Maria. This is an OG Santa Maria. Okay? OG Santa Maria, 79 US, company inner sleeve, EX edition, a $25 start. $25 start. Solarplex Studios on BS for Billy Squier. Thank you. That's sold to you. Thompson Twins, sell that to Jim Davis for $15. Thank you. And then over here, we have Katrina and the Waves, $19.99. Generation X already has a bid for $25. And then Billie Eilish. The last bid on Billie Eilish that came up, let me make sure we're keeping up with this. Guy Shard at $2,100. Guy Shard at $2,100. It's up to Gabriel Chavez right now. Guy has it at $2,100. Pearl Jam has one bid for $6. Did we sell BS to Solarplex? CC, yeah, Billy Squier. Okay, and then over here, we have Gen X at 25, 25, 25, 30, 35, 45, 60. And then over here, we have the Honey Drippers Volume 1. Honey Drippers is $24.99. Also over here is Howard Jones, Humans Live. Howard Jones, $24.99. Gabriel's back in at $2,120. Also, we have Jay Giles Freeze Frame. Jay Giles is $19.99. These are all new arrivals, non-condition notes. This is best offer. Air Supply is $9.99. And nice, the Pleasure Principle, Gary Newman. Here in my car. Original inner sleeve, $34.99. A great time with all these people watching. To let me remind you to make sure you have followed us on Facebook. We're very close to hitting a big milestone on YouTube. We're very close to having 20,000 subscribers over on YouTube. So please make sure you're over there. That would make me very happy when we hit that number. And then over here we have, we're now streaming on Twitch, X, sometimes TikTok and Instagram, but I'm only looking at comments from 4 platforms. That's the only thing I can see. YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and X. So welcome everybody. It's only Tuesday night. Paul just got back last week on a 8-9 day buying trip where we've purchased over 15,000 albums, all filler, or excuse me, all killer, no filler, as y'all can see. So right now, every night, there's no telling what Laura and him are going to be sending me pictures of. Usually the last thing, Laura sends me pictures of the auctions for the next day, and I pull them up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, look at all this stuff. And they've also been putting great stuff out in the crates. So if you're new here, we do this every night. I'll be here tonight till around 1 a.m. at least. We still got 3 crates of new arrivals to go through like this, another crate of new vinyl, and I have so much other stuff I can auction, it's crazy. So thanks for tuning in. And as you can see, we offer some very rare stuff. We offer some very rare and desirable stuff that sometimes you may have to look for a long time. And if you're going to spend big money on a record, you can trust us, okay? You can trust us. If you're here spending big money on a record, thousands of verified transactions a week. So you can buy with confidence. You don't have to worry about getting something messed up, getting scammed, anything like that. So a great online place to buy vinyl from and high-end collectibles. I take the high-end stuff very seriously. William Meadows on Jay Giles, Marshall Bassett on Gary Newman, Billie Eilish at 2,160, Pearl Jam is at 75, Billie Eilish 2,220, Billie Eilish 2,210, Pearl Jam's at $85, and we have Billie Eilish 2,250. We will have some autographed Ozzy Osbourne stuff on Thursday night. I don't know which ones, but I'm going to sell some, okay? Air Supply is sold to C. Scherzer. C. Scherzer, are you a first-time buyer? If so, just say yes, first-time buyer, and I'll go ahead and give you some information, okay? And you can watch from your house in your undies. That's right. You don't have to scroll endless web pages. You don't have to drive all over America. You know, you don't have to do this. You can buy from your house. And if you watch just a few times a week, you're going to get exposed to a lot of stuff. If you watch every night, you're going to see a lot of vinyl, okay? You're going to see a lot of vinyl, So let's go over here first. Generation X is at $45. I just wanted to go over that welcome message because I see so many new people watching. And then Generation X just got a new bid for $45. Billie Eilish just got a new bid for $2,300. And then Pearl Jam. Okay, the last bid on Pearl Jam that came in was Autumn at $85. We're about to sell it, okay? We're about to sell it. Now, let's run through these one more time. Buy it now, best offer, and let's see what we got in here, okay? First, we have Belinda Carlisle, $24.99. We have the Tubes, outside, inside the Tubes, $19.99. Trash, Tubes, Rarities, and Smash Hits, $24.99. Big Country, Place in Our Time, Big Country's $24.99. Eddie Money, Life for the Taking, $14.99. Billie Eilish, $2,310. Generation X is now at $50. Trent Peasley, You're Out. Also, Heart Magazine, $24.99. These are new arrivals, best offer. Wow, I can't believe no one grabbed Stevie Nicks. A clean copy for just $19.99. And then there's Buckingham right in front of her. That is Law and Order is $19.99 as well. Paul Carrick is $14.99. Also, The Fix Walkabout for $24.99. We got another crate of new arrivals to do after this. The Pretenders is $19.99. Mellencamp, $19.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. Bad Company, $19.99. James Fairfax gets a Belinda for $20. While I'm on a roll, let's go ahead and sell Pearl Jam. And this is sold to Autumn for $85. Thank you. Trent, it's up to you on that. Billie Eilish is at $2,360. Next is Alicia on Heart Magazine. Thank you. And then Chris Smith on Stevie Nicks. Belinda Carlisle's already sold. Flash Dance is $19.99. Laura's marking a crate right now. She's gotten quiet. I don't hear the price gun. I guarantee she's working on the sticker. When I hear a pricing gun, I know she's marking a record. If the pricing gun stops, that means she's probably working on the sticker. And then the Fabulous Thunderbirds is $19.99. Generation X is at $51, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And over here, man, we still got some serious stuff to sell. I'm going to do the Taylor Swift after the Billie Eilish because it's a pretty big one too. Let's go ahead and put up the Mentors. The Mentors is a 1986 USOG sealed. Wow. A sealed copy of Up the Dose with Hop sticker. The Mentors is going to go up for a $55 start. Also, we have Joe Jackson Jump and Jive, $19.99. Go West is $19.99. The Human League, Keep Feeling the Fascination, $19.99. Billie Eilish, $2,400. We have Rick Springfield for $14.99. We have FD for $15. Who is BS Johnson? I got you down for Flash Dance, $15. The Mentors is at $55. Ramniak on Go West with Call Me. That's a big one there. Also, Heart Private Audition is $19.99. That is Tim Buck. Greetings from Tim Buck 3. $19.99 for Tim Buck 3. Also, the Eurythmics, We Two Are One, $24.99. We got a Joe Jackson claim and a Joe Jackson offer. So, Joe Salamo, it's yours for sticker. If not, Tom Sullivan. BS Johnson on HL for $15. And then there's another one. Who is BS Johnson? Brandon. Okay. So, Brandon, I am going to sell you Human League if you want it for sticker, okay? If you want it for sticker. If not, no, wait a minute. No, y'all both offered $15. Okay, so that is sold to Brandon for $15. Never mind. Y'all both offered $15. Okay, and then what about Generation X? Trent went out. Let's go ahead and sell that to David Smith for $55. And then Mentors has a bid immediately with John Mincemoyer for $55. A sealed copy. A sealed copy. Survivor is $24.99. Katrina the Waves is $19.99. So Joe Jackson is sold to Tom Sullivan at sticker. Okay. And then Honey Drippers is $24.99. And Howard Jones, Humans Live. Not much left in there. Why? There was a bunch of clean, nice, near mint 80s copies. I mean, there's a bunch. Okay. We have Mentors at $56. Billie Eilish is at $2,600. And The Pretenders is sold for $15 to Ken Roning. Okay. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be, let's do one of these Brads. They must be pretty desirable because 2 are in the high-end tab. I don't know a lot about Brad, but here is Welcome to Discovery Park. It's a 2012 US, limited to 250, first and only time ever on vinyl. First and only ever time on vinyl, a $45 start. The Mentors are still getting bids. Billie Eilish is at $2,650. And then the price on both tubes prices, tubes, there's only one, I think. This one's $19.99. And yeah, there's only one for $19.99. Okay. All right. So right now, Scully Mack asked about that. Guy Shard has Billie Eilish for $2,650. We have a request for Juan Cantores. Chili Peppers is already sold. The Mentor, $66. Chris Smith on Howard Jones, $15. I will say that one, Chris, for $18. Mentors, $85. Brad has a bid for $45. That was the starting bid. And Gabriel Chavez says he's out on Billie Eilish. He is out on Billie Eilish. So right now, that leaves Guy Shard at $2,650. That also means if anybody was waiting for one of them to get out before you started bidding, right now is the time because this has been up for over an hour. It was well worth it, though. It has a high bid of $2,650, and we are about to sell it. Okay? Oh, the other tubes. Yeah, that was the Rarities album. Yeah, that was... what happened to it? This. Trash. It was $24.99. Okay? Chris Smith got this Howard Jones for $18. Mentors $85. Brad $45. Brad $50. Brad has Stone Gossard from Pearl Jam. Ah. Yes. Aha. No wonder. Hammers up on Billie Eilish. And then we're going to have an epic air horn, okay? Wow. Anybody else want to make any offers? Tubes. Honey Drippers was $24. Robert Plant, Jimmy Page. Katrina Wave Survivor, Eurythmics, $10 Heart, Rick Springfield, Fabulous Thunderbirds. Bad Company, Mellencamp, Fix, Paul Carrick, Lindsey Buckingham, Eddie Money, and Big Country. 80s galore there. And John's marked 2 more crates, I think very similar. We still got a crate of new vinyl to go through as well. Okay? And they're still bidding on the Mentors, which is at David Baber's out. It's a sealed copy of Up the Dose. So we're about to sell that for $85. And we're about to sell Billie Eilish. Let me swap out crates. And when I come back, we're going to sell them, okay? And both tubes. I will do these for $15 each to Scully Mac. Sold. Hey, we're making deals. If anybody else wants anything, let me know. Sorry, I just smacked the camera. Let's go get that crate of new vinyl. And let's see what else we have over here. And then we're going to have nothing but pre-owned vintage for the rest of the night, which is going to be pretty sweet if they're records like that. I honestly don't know. For those that don't know, I really don't know what I'm about to show. And I like keeping it that way. I really don't know what comes in. I really don't know what they're pricing. I just basically show up. I basically just show up and TCB, okay? I'm just here. And Lord just delivered a crate. Okay. Let's go ahead and sell this. Amazing item. So one more good look at it. Billie Eilish is a 2019, just so everybody knows, if you just got on, because this has been up for an hour. And since this has been up for bidding, there's been, what, 50, 60 people ask what the heck is going on, okay? This is a limited edition Billie Eilish. It's 220 were made where she painted these covers, okay? She painted these covers. 220. It is split on blue and black vinyl, a Third Man Records pressing. They were only sold in Nashville at that store. And boy, if you walked in that day and was able to grab one, you did very well. A very rare record. One of the biggest modern artists out right now, Billie Eilish. $2,650, okay? $2,650. That was the winning bid to Guy Shard. The bidding has been closed. I got to put on my ear protection because we got new air horns in from Mike Massey, and they are loud. It is, it looks like she literally stepped on the album jacket, which I think is pretty cool. You can tell she got, she was probably covered in paint at one point. And this is sold, okay? There it is. It's gone. Wow, that's a loud one. That's loud through my ear protection. We'll get Laura's opinion on how loud it is all the way in the back. All right, I'm going to go lay this in here on the table. I'm not going to put this in the crate. We're going to be very careful with this. There's only one thing. There's 220 of them, and they're not making any more. Especially something that unique. I'm going to go ahead and put this in here in the operations room. Let me lay it over here, actually. Yeah, I'm going to lay it very safely away from any edges and corners. And Guy Shard's probably like, yes, Chad, thank you. Thank you. All right, big thank you to Gabriel and Guy. Now, it takes two to make an auction. So if I got to say thank you to both of them because it takes two people to make an auction. If one of them hadn't have been watching, there wouldn't have been as much activity. It takes two to make an auction. Okay, now, I've got to get my wits back because I love selling high-end stuff because it attracts a wide variety of people, okay? It attracts a wide variety of people. And anytime I'm selling a high-end record, anytime anything starts getting near 4 digits, it almost causes mass hysteria in the chat, okay? Anything starts getting close to $1,000, mass hysteria starts breaking out. Everybody's like, what the heck is selling for 1,000? And then it gets to 15, then it gets to 2,000. And then I have to almost like keep everybody under control. Everybody's like, what the heck is going on? Okay? It's like, everybody's just like, what is going on? So I kind of just have to keep calling out the bids and keep everybody under control for about an hour till we get it sold. Otherwise, it's mass confusion. Okay. Let's go over here. And that one's going to go in the Coletco Hall of Fame. That goes in the top 25 of all time right there. So remember that. 2,650. July 29th, that's in the top 25 all-time Coletco sales. A night of history has been made. That's top 25 Coletco sales. All right, let's go back over here to this. And I still got some loose ends to tie up. The Mentors is sold. The Mentors is sold to John Mincemoyer, a sealed copy, $85. All right, there's that. Now, so Brad, it looks like Brad is at 70 with Charlie DeFrank. So it's a 2012 U.S. reissue, limited to 250 copies worldwide. The first and only time it was ever on vinyl. So it is a reissue, but it's the first time and only time it was ever pressed on vinyl. So this is technically the OG. It's an OG reissue. Condescending words there. We got Charlie DeFrank at $70, okay? And now it's at $72. Now, we had an offer on the Honey Drippers as well. Let me go back on that. It's a long time ago. Honey Drippers is sold to Jeff Halsworth for $15. And then C. Scherzer, you were right behind them. So let's go ahead and sell that for $15. Let me figure out what I've done with it, honestly. I don't know what I've done with those records, to be honest, that I just had up here. Okay? Who did I say? Jeff Halsworth, 15. What the heck did I do with those? This is a weird phenomenon that happens sometimes. I literally lose records. Like a crate that was just in front of me. Honestly, don't know. Jeff, when I find it, I'll sell it to you. That crate is currently MIA. Oh, I just found it. Okay. Sold to Jeff Halsworth for $15. All right, then what happened? I'm still scrolling. 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 $72. Brad 75, and now Brad 95. Okay, back to normal pace. Next thing is going to go up for auction right now. It's the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and this is a 2021 Record Store Day numbered edition, all analog on red vinyl. How cool is this? It's numbered at the top corner, number 1614, a 2LP, red vinyl, $1,125. What? No, just $125. $125 on the Red Hot Chili Peppers. 2021 Record Store Day exclusive. $125 on that. That's now up for bid. Now up for bid, okay? And let's go ahead and slip in another 45, and then Taylor Swift's on deck for those that wanted a bid on that. Okay, and I'll put up one of those 45s. Let me go ahead and do one right now. Let's do... man, we got some cool stuff here. Let's mix it up a little bit with a... here we go. This one's going to do good. How about Purple Rain on purple vinyl? Purple Rain on purple vinyl. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Very cool. Purple Rain on purple vinyl. $7 start on that. Okay, I'm going to need my laptop for this crate. What it came in here. This is Pink Floyd Live at the Fillmore, Volume 1 and Volume 2. All right, Pink Floyd Live at the Fillmore. Where are we at on Brad? Brand has it for $95. Charlie to Frank, you're out. Okay? Red Hot Chili Peppers is $125 start. Red Hot Chili Peppers is $125 start. All right, there's that. And let's open up my laptop computer, and figure out who got these Pink Floyds. The Pink Floyds are a waiting list. Volume 1, I don't have enough for everybody yet. Let me pull out Volume 1s first. That's a Volume 1, Volume 1, Volume 1, Volume 1. Okay. I bet there's more in a split shipment. So these are Volume 1s. Right? 1, 2, 3. This is Pink Floyd Live at the Fillmore West, Volume 1. The waiting list was Autumn Betts, Chris Meisner, Jan Gunther, and Guy Shard. So there's 4 sold, $44.99 each. Volume 1, right? And I've got 1 extra. We'll call that Volume 1. Those 4 are sold. We'll call it Volume 1 because it is called Volume 1. And then over here, I've got 1 Volume 2. So I need some Volume 2s. The waiting list for Volume 2 are the same people. So this first Volume 2 is going to go to Autumn Betts, okay? And then there's still a waiting list. There's still a waiting list for the others, okay? So that's going to go to Autumn, that only Volume 2. Make sure she gets 1 and 2. And then the same people are on a waiting list for the others, okay? And that is Chris Meisner, Jan Gunther, and Guy Shard. All right, now we have definitely filled up another crate. So let me swap out these right quick. And now we're about to start working on our 4th full crate over here. Amazing, our 4th full crate over here. Fantastical, so logical, magical, wonderful. Brad, here's what happened. It was a final call to Brent for, and I've got 3 other Brad albums to sell, 3 more to sell. Brent's at $95. Prince 7, Prince 7, Prince 8, Prince 7, Prince 10, Prince 8, Prince 12, Prince 15, Prince 10, Prince 11, Prince 20, Prince 15, Prince 15. Pink Floyd is an unofficial, yes. And right now, I just have 1 Volume 1. If anybody wants to buy Volume 1, you can go ahead and then go on a waiting list for Volume 2. Red Hot Chili Peppers has a bid for $125. It is a 2011 Record Store Day, numbered to 5,000, all analog, $125. Brad is sold to Brent Robley for $95. Brent, that is sold to you. Next is Queens of the Stone Age, Songs of the Deaf, a 2LP, $46.99, gatefold, Songs of the Deaf. I've got 2 in stock. One of them has a slight seam split. George Scherer gets Pink Floyd. George, I'm going to go ahead and put you on a waiting list for Volume 2 unless you don't want on a waiting list for Volume 2. Our next auction is Taylor Swift, Folklore, the Long Pond Studio Sessions. Taylor Swift is a 2023 USOG Record Store Day exclusive. Limited edition, 115,000 copies, gray vinyl, the first and only official pressing to vinyl. It's in shrink, a top copy, $195 start. Red Hot Chili Peppers just got a bid for $175. Prince is at $21. I've got 3 copies here of Charlie XCX. This is How I'm Feeling Now. It's on clear vinyl, $33.99. Now, Laura had ordered these sometime last week. We sold out and we had a waiting list. So Charlie, the waiting list for Charlie, if I can find them, is Natasha Pickett and Autumn Betts. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you, Autumn. I've got 2 extra copies if anybody else wants one, okay? 1, 2. There's 2 extras, okay? And then over here, we've got the Red Hot Chili Peppers 175, Prince 21. Patrick Lear wants on a waiting list for volume 1 and 2 of Pink Floyd. You got it. Prince is at 23. Travis White on a Charlie XCX. Paul Brothers also wants a Pink Floyd 1 and 2. Tom Sullivan also wants a Charlie XCX. And Guy says he already has Taylor. So he won't be bidding. Everybody's probably like, whew, thank goodness. Natasha has a bid of Taylor Swift at $195. $195. And then Red Hot Chili Peppers, the last bid is $175 with Gregory Roberts. Everybody else is out. Next, I've got 2 of them. I went ahead and said we need these in stock. Green vinyl, a Charlie Brown Christmas. Folks, it's Christmas in July. Get it while you can. Around December 1st, everybody's going to be like, Chad, can you get Charlie Brown Christmas? I'm going to be like, they are out of stock, back ordered. Green vinyl. Hopefully not. I remember back during like 2020, 2021, it was a lot harder for vinyl to come in. And, man, around Christmas time, you couldn't get Christmas records. I think they've got it a lot better now. We have Taylor Swift at $200. Prince is about to sell for $23 with James Lavender. And this is always a popular unofficial. This is Anthrax and Public Enemy, Too Much Posse. Live at Irvine Meadows, 1991. And usually what sells this one's the track listing. But let me go ahead and tell you who's on a waiting list. Buddy Cordova and Shane Devers. Buddy Cordova, Shane Devers. These are $29.99. It looks like I'm going to have 3 extra copies. Red Hot Chili Peppers condition was near mint minus. Yeah. No mention of all of condition. So, yeah. Near mint minus vinyl and jacket with the inner sleeves. It is a spanking copy. It is a spanking copy. Charlie Brown is $29.99. One sold to Mike. Did somebody want Queens of the Stone Age? I think I missed a comment. No, somebody asked the price. Henson asked the price. $46 on that. $46.99. That's got that great song. It's like, I can't do it. I'm not even going to try. What is it's the drum intro? It's not Song for the Deaf, is it? It's got that great drum intro. What's it called? Yeah, it's called Song for the Deaf. Yeah, that's a great song. One of them has a light seam crackle. Henson, that's yours if you want it. If anybody else wants a Charlie XCX, let me know. And then Tom Sullivan wants an Anthrax, okay? Chad, was there a wait list for SOD? I thought there was a couple weeks ago. Which album? Tommy Call says, I'll take one. Tommy, which one are you referring to? And then here is the track listing on this one. NFL, Indians, Keep It in the Air, Antisocial, Parasite, Called in a Mosh, Too Much Posse, and Bring the Noise. All right, there's 2 of those left. Taylor Swift's at $230. We sold an Anthrax to Tom Sullivan. And I've got Janis Joplin live at Woodstock. And there should be a waiting list for this as well. Janis is $29.99. And Janis at Woodstock is Jen Cast. There's 2 extra copies. There's Janis Joplin, legendary, live at Woodstock, $29.99, okay? There's that. And then we have Red Hot Chili Peppers is at $200. That means Chris Smith, you're out. And then he also bid, or is he bidding on Taylor? Hold on a minute. It's Jason Forner out. Jason, you're out on Red Hot Chili Peppers, okay? And then we have a question. Chad, you need to get Taylor Swift Reputation orange vinyl. John Robb says, Chad, you have Reputation orange vinyl. No, that's like, what, a $5,000 record? That's very expensive. We've had one We've had one come through here. I think we sold one for a few thousand, I think. We had one come through here one time. Stephen A. Young on Janis Joplin. And then Michael Snared on Princess. Let me figure out what Tommy Call wants. But first, we have over here Janis or Queens of Stone Age sold to Michael Snared. And then Prince over here is sold to James Lavender for $23. Okay. Next auction. Let's put up another Brad. This one is going to go up for bid right now. Brad Interiors. And Brad is a 2013 US limited edition with 7-inch single. That's going to go up for a $50 start. Also, we have the Cure, the Black Sessions. Paris, Massillon de la Radio. And I think Mike Massey was on a waiting list. Mr. Massey, you were. It's a 2 LP. I've got one left if anybody else wants it. So here's what I got to do. First, I've got to do a final call on Red Hot Chili Peppers. I've got to make sure I can get a hold of Jason Fornerat. All right, because Gregory has this for $200. It's a 2011 Record Store Day, numbered, all analog, and we are about to sell it. Okay, we are about to sell it. Just FYI, it's at $200. Now, Taylor Swift is still getting bids, but 2 people have asked what it is. And I have a lot of killer stuff on deck, including the Rancantors. Taylor Swift is a 2023 Record Store Day. This is on gray vinyl, with insert, and in shrink. And the last bid that came in on this was Natasha at $245. Brad's at $75. Charlie and Brent are already at war again. Next over here was The Cure is $44.99, Melinda. It's a 2 LP, unofficial. And then I need to make sure, Tommy Call, I never did figure out what you wanted. You said, I'll take one. And I didn't know if that was for Queens of Stone Age, Charlie Brown, or Anthrax. Oh, he was probably talking about Charlie Brown because he asked the price. Okay, so sell this to Tommy Call. Okay, his comment just came in too. Thank you. I was curious on what you wanted there, but I forgot you asked the price. I've only got one copy. Haven't had it in a while. Iron Maiden, A Matter of Life and Death. 2 LP, $49.99. That one usually doesn't come through. The Cure is sold to Melinda. Unfortunately, I lost Jason Fornerat. So, Gregory, that's sold to you for $200. Taylor Swift is moving to a final call. Who else was bidding? Natasha. Chris Smith is out. Final call for $245. Okay? And then Brad, it just kind of took off. James Young on Iron Maiden. That's sold to James Young. And then over here, we have Queens of the Stone Age. Here's another one. And this is Like Clockwork, $44.99. And then here is another Iron Maiden, live in New York. We have sold dozens of these. Palladium, 1982, yellow vinyl, $29.99. Wow, that was a great crate of new vinyl. We almost sold everything in there. Maybe after one more read-through, we'll sell the rest, okay? And we've got more stuff over here. Vintage. Actually, you know what? I'm going to make a determination to do the Laura crate next or to go ahead and do the John next best offer crate. Looks like Laura's got some pretty interesting stuff over here. So there's that. Oh, and Laura, I meant to reply to you about your last message. Let me, I'll send you a reply right now. All right, Taylor Swift is still getting bids, and Chris Smith wants this Iron Maiden, the unofficial, live in New York. All right, one more quick read-through. This last copy that has a seam split, I'll knock a couple dollars off if anybody wants it for $44. It does have a seam crackle right there. $44.99, last copy if anybody wants that one. We've got Anthrax, Public Enemy. Anthrax, Too Much Posse. Live at Irvine Meadows, 1991. Colored vinyl, $29.99 for Anthrax. There's 2 left. That's an unofficial pressing. It's a live show with Anthrax and Public Enemy. Natasha, you're out on Taylor Swift. It was up to Oso. He has bid. So it's between Natasha and Oso right now. Let's go ahead and put up the Rancantors. Listen to these auctions I still have left. Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Pearl Jam, Pearl Jam, Miles Davis, The Exploited, Generation X, Van Halen, George Michael, Living Color, XTC, ZZ Top, Buzzcocks, Echo and the Bunnymen, Brian Eno, The Rancantors, REM, Pearl Jam, and another Brad. Wow. So let's go ahead and do this. Rancantors live at the Ryman, right down the road from us in Nashville. September 15th, 2011. It's a Third Man Vault package, number 18. One LP is on Rawhide and Tobacco, and the other LP is on Gold and Oil. So kind of gold and black, and then Rawhide and Tobacco. It is missing the DVD and the 7-inch. Some of these have sold for as much as $150. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Okay? We have Brad at 110. Brad's at 112. Brian Campbell wants an Anthrax. Okay? Brad's at 115. Tom Sullivan, Queen's second record. He wants this one right here. Unbought, that sold. I don't have any more Cures left unless you want to go on a waiting list. Rancantors is already at 40, 55, 35, 55. And then I have Janis Joplin live at Woodstock for 29. There's the other Queens of the Stone Age, 44. And Iron Maiden is live 1982 in New York, $29.99. All righty. Amazing. So Taylor Swift is still getting bids. Oso, you're out. Brad is down to one person, two people, I mean. Charlie has it for 115. It's up to Brent for the next bump. Oso just bid again on Taylor Swift. And Steven, let me know if you want Like Clockwork or you want the Seam Crackled Songs for the Deaf. Okay? And then it's up to you. Okay? It's up to you. I'm going to put all these right here so I can have an empty crate. And here we go. And Unbought does want on a waiting list for the Cure. That is the Paris Sessions. Okay? So let's go ahead and sell him both Queens of Stone Age. Make sure this one with the crackle goes in for $2 less. And the other one. Yeah, I knew we should have... I knew I should have ordered a lot of more Queens of Stone Age. Not just more copies, but they do have a lot of other albums in stock because we've pretty much sold out of everything we've shown of theirs tonight. Wow, here's another great. I'm gonna take a peek at some of the John stuff coming up. Wow. Oh, this is gonna be a tough decision. How about we do? Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and do the Laura crate, and let me take a peek at it too. Because we're going to do something a little bit different, okay? We're going to do something a little bit different. Here we go. All right. Keep feeling fascination. Okay. A lot of activity. Every time I pause and I'm kind of quiet, you know what I'm doing? I'm over here on my phone trying to decipher the chat. Make sure any comment that left is actually something I should be reading and acknowledging and trying to figure out who has the high bid. So if I ever get kind of quiet, I'm kind of like, what's going on? All right, so Taylor Swift. Can we get some balloons? What about a thumbs up? There we go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I know Taylor Swift was down to 2 people. Oh So Adventure, $260. He's had it for 4 minutes. Let me see if Natasha bid again. Natasha, just so you know, you're out. Oso's had it for $260 for about 4 minutes. I've got to sell it to him pretty soon. In the middle was Brad, and it was really between Charlie and Brent. And the last bid, Charlie went out, and Brent had it for $125. So that sold to Brent for $125. Okay? Now the Rancantors. The Rancantors is with Tom Sullivan at 142. Autumn, it goes back to you. Now, I have mentioned a word that usually ruffles some feathers, and that is the cure, okay? And let me go ahead and show you the cure again. It's called the Black Sessions, Maison de la Radio, Paris. If anybody else wants a copy of the cure, it's going to be a waiting list. No guaranteed when they come in. No guarantee when they come in, okay? Hold on a minute on Brad. Charlie DeFrank says, hey, I bid 2. Okay, let me make sure that was on my screen. He did. Brad was on, it was up here. $135. Brad's got to go back up. Kristen Driscoll has this at $135. He's right. $135. That is still getting bids. Brent, you're out. The Rancantors is still getting bid. It's at $150. And now Taylor Swift is sold to Oh So Adventure for $260. Okay? Now, they're still bidding on Brad. It's up to Brent. I got to make sure he was still watching when I let him know. Otherwise, we got to make sure he's watching, okay? He's watching. Good. Sorry. So they're still bidding on that. Chad needs a monster big time. It's only 9:12. I'm going to answer a question while I'm walking. I'm going to go get an energy drink. A couple of these auctions have exhausted me. Okay, so I got mental brain fatigue. I will be doing CDs later again tonight, yes. Maybe. I don't have a lot ready. I don't know where the next big batch is, honestly. The next question is, the next thing I'm going to tell you is how we're going to do this Laura crate. Let me make sure everybody can hear me first. So let me grab my Monster and my Cosmic Brownie. I'm about to get all sugared up for this crate. We still got a lot more ground. Folks, it's only like 9:12. I mean, it's barely even 8 o'clock. It's barely, I mean, it's still daylight outside here in Tennessee, so I don't know what y'all are thinking, but y'all aren't going anywhere, okay? Y'all are here with me whether you like it or not. You're not going anywhere. Man, this is ice cold. This is ice cold. Okay. Okay. All right. No, there's no mom's spaghetti, and I've already ate off mom's burritos, so. I got food from Publix. I got little oven meals like salmon and broccoli. Come on, brain. Let me slap myself in the forehead. All right, I can do this. Focus, Chad. Okay. First thing is the Rancantors. The last bid on the Rancantors that came in was Tom Sullivan at 166. 166 on the Rancantors. Autumn bets. I just want to make sure you know that you were outbid. Autumn probably doesn't know that she's been outbid. It's at 166 with Tom Sullivan. Brent Robley, you've also been outbid on Brad. Kristen Driscoll has this at $175. $175. He's out. Sold to Kristen Driscoll for $175. Our next auction is Brad. Brad is going up for auction. This is a 2012 USOG, out of print ever since. And this is going to go up for a $55 start. The third and final Brad. Rancantors just got a bid for $170. Tom Sullivan, you're out. There's the next Brad auction. And now we got Van Halen, 5150. Van Halen's a 1986 U.S. Specialty OG VG Plus with the original on her sleeve. Let's go ahead and say a $25 start. Here's what we're going to do different. The Laura Crate sticker, I have personally hit it on a record. The only way you're going to get a Laura Crate sticker now with this crate is you've got to make sure you're paying close attention. I've got it hid on the back of an album jacket. I'll give you a clue. It's on the back of an album jacket. Okay? We're going to mix it up a little bit. And somewhere Stephen Parton just went dead gummit. Dead gummit. Dead gummit, Stephen Parton just said. Dag nabbit. We put a stovepipe on it. They still stovepipe stuff? Here we go. Madness, One Step Beyond. VG Plus, $19.99. These are new arrivals, check condition, priced as marked. VG Plus, $19.99. VG Plus, $19.99. Madness. There they are. Next is Aha Scoundrel Days. EX, $22.99. No, it does not have the track Take On Me. Third is the Style Council. My Ever-Changing Moods, EX, $17.99. Melinda said, yeah, she said give her cure to Jason Fornerat. So Melinda Gerhardt's cure, Paris Sessions, give that to Jason Fornerat, okay? Do you want on a waiting list for one? The Rancantors. Autumn bid 170. Brad 55. Brad is at 80. Van Halen 35. Van Halen 25. Van Halen 25. Van Halen 28. Tom Sullivan, do you want back in on the Rancantors? Autumn does have it. Autumn does have it for $170 right now. The first claim on Madness was Michael Reed. That's something we don't see too often. Madness. Also, we have Melinda second on Madness. Travis Wade on Style Council. That's so to Travis Wade. Over here, we have Van Halen at 30. Van Halen at 30. And then Van Halen out. There's already a bid for higher than that. Rancantors, 177. So what's the deal on Brad? It's between two people. Kristen Driscoll already bid $80. So Brand, it goes back to you. Next in the Laura Crate is Listen to the Message, Club Nouveau. EX, $12.99. Be sure you are paying close attention. The Laura Crate is hidden. The Laura Crate sticker is hidden. And I hid it because the last time we hit it, Laura hit it so well, I didn't even see it. So now I know what record to look for myself. So this should be very interesting. Donna on Club Nouveau. It's also fun to change stuff up every now and then, right? Make sure y'all are on your toes and your tiptoes, but don't lose balance. Thompson Twins, In the Name of Love. EX, $17.99 for the Thompson Twins. Bow Wow Wow, the last of the Mohicans. I Want Candy, VG Plus, $12.99. Brad has a new bid for $95. Christian, you're out. She's out on the Rancantors. Nice battle on that one, too. Sold to Tom Sullivan. Sold to Tom Sullivan. Sold to Tom Sullivan. And this is sold to Tom Sullivan for a winning bid of, I don't even know. Sold to Tom Sullivan for a winning bid of, I see Autumn's 170. What did Tom bid? I know he bid again. 177. Sold. 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 Brad. Van Halen. That monster's already kicking in. My brain gears are starting to churn a lot faster. I'm working out equations in my head for no reason. Donna on CN. That was for, never mind, I'm too far down. Here we go. We got Thomas Clark on Thompson Twins. Sold. We have, we got Ken Roning on Wow Wow. I think he meant Bow Wow. Right, Ken? If not, it goes to Charlie Marks. And then we got Christian Driscoll at 110 on Brad. And now we got William. I got you down for, you were second on Thompson Twins, okay? Now we have Van Halen is a final call. This was an early bid. Somebody bid 35 early and then scared everybody away. Ryan Mustaine. So he bid $35. After that, there was 7 other bids for less. So he still has it for $35, and we're about to sell it. And now Brad is a final call to Kristen Driscoll. All right, I'm ready to put up one of these Pearl Jam boxes because they look very interesting. And actually, the first one we're going to put up is this right here. Now, yeah, these are through, oh my gosh, these are expensive. These are through the 10 Club. Holy moly. Golly, these are expensive. So this is Pearl Jam, Constitution Hall, September 19th, 1998. Okay? And Pearl Jam is from 2013. This was only available to members of the Pearl Jam 10 Club, the official Pearl Jam fan club. The only time this has ever been made to vinyl, and all the discs are EX or better. I want y'all to look. Some of these have sold for as much as $1,000 on Discogs. The median on this thing is $600. Wow. Constitution Hall, 1998. Pearl Jam. And I think it comes, yeah, it comes in like a binder style. Multiple disc. Wow. We're going to say a $395 start. $395 start on Pearl Jam. Okay, some of these have sold for as much as $1,000. Only available through the Pearl Jam 10 Club. Let's go ahead and sell Van Halen for $35 to Ryan Mustaine. And Brad is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $110. Pearl Jam's a $395 start. Wow, I knew those were expensive. I didn't know some of them demanded that much money. It doesn't surprise me, though. Come on, it's Pearl Jam. Next is REM Murmur. Whoa, a top copy. An 83 U.S. Carrollton OG Club and Shrink, a top copy. Radio Free Europe. This is going to go up for a $50 start. It's an 83 U.S. Carrollton OG Club in Shrink with the original inner sleeve. A $50 start. $50 start on that, okay? Next, Huey Lewis and the News, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker. VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. Genesis, Invisible Touch, a classic album. Throwing It All Away, Domino is fantastic. Land of Confusion, Into Deep, EX, $22.99. And Lisa and Cult Jam with Full Force, Shrink and Hop, VG Plus, $14.99. Pearl Jam's a $395 start. 632. It's now up for bid. Start bidding away. REM's a $50 start, okay? Hate to do it. Can I put back Thompson Twins? It's only a $10,000 restocking fee. We actually won't put it back. We'll give it to William David Meadows. He was second. Change this to William David Meadows, okay? Next is Ryan Mustaine for Genesis. Great pickup there. And then we have Stacy Brown on Lisa Lisa. So does Stacy Brown. Donna needs to put back Club Nouveau. That's only a $10 million restocking fee. A $10 million restocking fee. Club Nouveau, EX $12.99. Back-to-back putbacks. Oh, man, my legs are starting to hurt. Oh, no, that's not a good sign. Now my palms are sweaty. Now my toes are hurting. And we have Kristen on Club Nouveau. No bids on any of these auctions. Final call. Our next 45 auction is going to go up right now. And you may say, Chad, what possibly could you have else to put up for auction night? This has been a Hall of Fame night. And I'm like, just take it easy. Take it easy. Don't You Want Me Baby, the Human League, a classic. $7 start on that. The Human League. Okay? Next. Fine Young Cannibals. EX $17.99. EX $17.99. Welcome to the Pleasure Dome. Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Frankie Says Relax. VG Plus $14.99. There is some cover staining up the edge. $14.99. First thing we have is REM at $50. It does have a bid. Then he got another bid for $50. And then Human League has bids for $7 and $7. Now Chad's going to take a refreshing drink of Monster Rehabs, tea and lemonade. Jason, the starting bid on Pearl Jam, $3.95. You bid $3.95, I'll take it, and we're probably about to wrap this thing up. That's an excellent brew. You know, for something that's made by Coca-Cola, quick little side note. You open up a can of Coke and what, 99 times out of 100, it tastes the same every time, right? Diet Coke. These right here, these can taste different, every one of them. I think it's because of the tea, maybe the way they brew it, they mess it up. But whatever that part is, this has a variety sometimes. You can get good ones and bad ones. I'm back on I'm on a rotation. Okay, sometimes I'm on V8s. Sometimes I'm on purple juice. Sometimes I'm on blue juice. Right now, I'm in my monster era. Okay? Right now, I'm in my monster era. I have eras. Okay? Next in rotation is blue juice. You'll be hearing me ask Laura to go run to Elevate and get blue juices before long. But I literally become immune to some of this stuff. Like the last time I had some V8s, no energy. No energy. I drink a Monster now. Whew, I am wired right now. I feel like Kramer on those cafe lattes. Now, the next thing is before long, I'll start drinking these, and they won't do anything for me. They won't do anything. You give me another couple weeks, and these Monsters won't do anything for me. I could drink 5, 7, 12 of them, and so I have to change. Sorry, that was a long side note, I know. All right, Human League 7, Human League 7, Human League 9, Mike Brangle on Fine Young Cannibals. The suspense is killing people because there's a Lore Crate sticker still coming up. Mike Brangle on Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Huey Lewis or Human League. So I keep thinking somebody's claiming Huey Lewis. Human League's at 10, now 11, REM 52. All right, and then Pearl Jam, $395. And we're going to look at that one more time before I call it sold. And then REM has a bid for 55. And then we have next, we have Greetings from Tim Buck 3. This is VG Plus, $14.99. We have Huey Lewis sold to Sean Thompson. And we have Squeeze Argy Bargy, VG $9.99. Monsters are the fastest to take. It's the B12 in them. I mean, I feel like I've had a shot all of a sudden. And then over here, we got Pearl Jam. Jason Fornerad has this for $3.95. It's a big auction. So let me make sure everybody's done. The meeting on this thing is $600. Wow. It's Pearl Jam live at Constitution Hall, a fan club only release through the Pearl Jam 10 Club. Came out over 12 years ago, never been pressed again. He has it for $395, and we are about to sell it. Now, Human League. The last bid on Human League was a final call on this beautiful 7-inch single, Don't You Want Me Baby. Rich has it for $11. Okay? Bananarama, True Confessions. And that does have the really cool cover of Venus on it. An original song by the Shocking Blue. $17.99. Wall of Voodoo, 7 Days in Sammy's Town. VG Plus, $14.99. And we have Reflex, The Politics of Dancing. Reflex, VG Plus, $9.99. Amanda on Bananarama, sold to Amanda Darby. Howard Jones, The Prisoner, EX, $9.99. And first, we got Stephen Parton on Reflex, and then Thomas Clark, then Travis Wade. Jason Fortnerat, I'm not going to give it any longer. Congratulations. Pearl Jam sold you at what appears to be a wickedly good price, $395. Thank you, sir. Okay? Now, we have Brent on HI. I bet he meant HJ for Howard Jones. So that is sold. Let's go ahead and sell the Human League. And that is sold to Krulak for $11. And now REM's at $60. And let's introduce another auction. Everybody's saying, where is that Laura sticker? Uh-oh. All right, next auction. Let's mix it up with a little classic rock. ZZ Top de Guelo. And it has that original, dang it, I just smacked the cover with it. Or the camera with it. ZZ Top. And this is the original cover with the special promotional jacket with alternate artwork. So this comes with a oversized jacket sleeve. Here's the cover that you normally see, right? That's what you normally see with ZZ Top. Here is the alternate kind of overslip. It is got quite a bit of wear. It's got fraying and edge wear. I would actually, unfortunately, have to grade it VG minus. However, the disc is near mint. It's a 79 OG, a $35 start. $35 start. Right here is Wall of Voodoo sold to Autumn Betts. I'm going to mix it up a little bit. The third auction is going to come from the unadvertised bonus crate. And what do I have over here? A sealed OG Sammy Hagar. And this is VOA with hype sticker featuring the hit single Two Sides of Love. A sealed original, sealed 84, a $20 start on sealed Sammy Hagar. All right, what's next? Thomas Dolby, Hyperactive. This is VG Plus, $9.99. Boy, I don't know if I've seen that one too often. And then the Cocktail soundtrack, EX, $17.99. One of the only ways to get Kokomo on vinyl. That is true. For such a big song by the Beach Boys, not many ways Kokomo's on vinyl. EX, $17.99. And Kim Wilde, self-titled. And Shrink, there's a note from Laura on the back here. Kids in America, a banger of a track. EX, $17.99. So where did we leave off on REM? It was between two people. James Allen has it for $60. Mike Brangle, you were out, just FYI, okay? And then we sold Wall. We're waiting for Mike Brangle. Sammy Hagar, $20. ZZ Top, $35, $35, $38. Tim Graham on Cocktail. Sold. And then over here, Ryan Eaton next. Beverly Hills Cop. This is the original motion picture soundtrack. Oh, wow. What do we have here? EX, $17.99. The Beverly Hills Cop soundtrack, $17.99. And Steven still got it. He still got it. Y'all just got to work out your finger exercises. He still was first on it. Over here, we have ZZ Top at 38, Sammy Hagar 25, Phil Freeman first on Kim Wilde, then Tom Sullivan, and then look at here, Beverly Hills Cop, Stephen Parton, Eric Van Leuven right behind him. Great soundtrack. The Heat Is On. Sold to Stephen Parton. Wow. Unbelievable. Eric Van Leuven second. Jeremy Rourke third. REM 61. Mark Stanley fourth. Ninja Pony fifth. ZZ Top 40. Kristen sixth. William seventh. Tim Graham eighth. Rich Krulak second on that. Patty 8th, Tim Graham 9th, Chris Smith 10th, Autumn 11th. And then over here we have which ZZ Top? Which REM? Which VOA? Actually, nobody asked which REM. I got to make sure he was done on REM. This has been sitting back here for a while. Mike Brangle bid during all that. Okay, during all the craziness, he did bid $61 on that. So this is still going. $61 on REM. We're not done. Beverly Hills comments are still coming in. Chad Sauls just popped up. So they're still popping up. Okay. Sammy Hagar's a sealed OG. Stephen Tuttle has it for $40. And then ZZ Top is the Guelo with that original jacket, the original promo slipcase jacket. The actual other jacket that you commonly see, a lot of people probably discarded this because it's pretty obtrusive. It is like an inch taller than and an inch wider than all the other jackets. So if you have pretty snug record shelves or crates, you know, they don't really fit in there too well. I bet a lot of people threw this thing in the trash. It's an obtrusive kind of cover. So what happens 50 years later, it's a collectible. ZZ Top, Wayne Davis has it for $40. Now, whoever else had REM, you're out. Mike Brangle bid $61, okay? Just so you know. Let's keep going in here. We've got 2 more Pearl Jam boxes to sell. Breakfast Club. Breakfast Club is VG Plus, $9.99. General Public, All the Rage. EX, $12.99. General Public, All the Rage. REM has a new bid. It was James Allen. He's back in. Mike Brangle, you're out. I'm glad your connection's back on. He just outbid you for $62. The Pretenders, Get Close. VG Plus, $14.99. Still some great stuff here in this lower crate. We still got 2 more John crates. The next one is mostly 80s stuff, and we're going to do best offer on those. Well, as usual, please don't go anywhere. And then sooner tonight than later, I'm going to do a big vinyl recap of all of our new stuff. Travis Woods on BC, Breakfast Club. And then Thomas Clark on General Public. Nick Bargeron on the Pretenders. REM still getting bids. It's also time to sell ZZ Top, and let's get some other auctions going. We still got some great stuff. Wayne, thank you. That's sold to you for $40. $40, that's sold to you. Nice. REM still getting bids, and I think Sammy Hagar was $40, and that is sold. Okay? And that was sold to Stephen Tuttle. I got some other stuff like that over here as well. Also, let's put up, let's do another Pearl Jam. Let's do another one here from 1998. All right. Here we go. This is Pearl Jam, Great Western Forum, July 13th, 1998. A 2016 USOG. This was only available to members of the 10 Club, Pearl Jam's official fan club. The only time it's ever been pressed on vinyl. That's Pearl Jam live. Very cool. A triple LP live concert. July 13th, 1998. And that was at the Great Western Forum. $175 start. $175 start. The Thomas Dolby 12-inch single was VG Plus, $9.99. Okay, they're still bidding on REM. Next in this crate, Chess, EX, $17.99. Soundtrack, 2LP, $17.99. And the tubes, there is some writing on the cover. Tubes have been popular tonight. VG, $9.99. Okay, and that was the last check condition record. The rest of the crate is going to be EX Plus, Near Mint Minus. Jim Davis does want the Thomas Dolby single. Are we done on REM? Mike Brangle, 65. It's up to James Allen over on YouTube. The third auction is going to go up right now. It's Generation X with Billy Idol. And this is actually a UK original Near Mint Minus. UK original Near Mint Minus. Billy Idol. Generation X. $35 start. Don't forget about the Pearl Jam Fan Club set. Next, the rest of these are EX Plus Near Mint Minus. Tina Marie, Wild and Peaceful. Rick James is all over this. That's the note on the back from Laura. $14.99. Tina Marie. Katrina and the Waves, Break of Hearts. A sealed original pressing from 1989. It does have a punch hole. Sealed Katrina. $19.99. Gen X has a bid for $35. How about Cameo, She's Strange? That's a full album. No condition notes, $14.99. Tina Marie sold to Stacy Brown. Thank you on that. Next auction is going to be a 45. I'm going to put it right here in the middle. I like this one. Y'all know how I'm a James Bond fan. I know we got a lot of Duran Duran fans too. Duran Duran did the theme song to the last Roger Moore film, A View to a Kill. Very cool. There's the original 7-inch single. Duran Duran, a $7 start. Katrina does not have Walking on Sunshine, no. Unfortunately, I lost James Allen over on YouTube. We got to go ahead and sell REM. It's been up for a long time. That's sold to Mike Brangle for $65. Cameo is $14.99. Generation X just has one bid for $35. I'm about to sell it. Modern English, Gold Stamp promo, Ricochet Days with hot sticker. Modern English, $14.99. View to a Kill. Great Duran Duran song. Great Bond theme song. One of the best ones. Shout them out. Okay. I'm glad you are because I just sold it. And then Thomas Clark wants Modern English. Travis was second. Pearl Jam's a buy it now. So one of our few no bids tonight. Somebody's probably going to buy it for the $175 buy it now. Pearl Jam, fan club only release, Great Western Forum, 1998. You can pick that up for $175. The last one sold for $395. Gen X did get a new bid. Generation X is at $36. Duran Duran's at $15. Donna does want Cameo. All right, my crate's almost full. First thing I'm going to do is show Gloria Estefan, Let It Loose. Gloria with the Miami Sound Machine, $14.99. And Divinyls, Desperate. Divinyls is $19.99. And Kalita, Too Hot to Handle, $9.99. Wow, that $1 bump might have won the Gen X. Final call to Nick Bargeron, $36 on that. Okay, let's put up another auction. So Pearl Jam's available. When's the next Japanese shipment? I honestly don't know when they show up until I get here. The Exploited live at the White House. Surprised more people hadn't asked for this. OG 1985 first label. OG with first label. The Exploited is a $35 start. Melissa Bailey put D for Divinyls. Is that right, Melissa? Can I pass Modern English to Travis? I have it already. I bet Travis is perfectly okay with that. Right, Travis? Travis, I'm going to tag you for Modern English instead, okay? That is Travis's. Thank you on that. We have Chris Smith picking up the Pearl Jam for $175 buy it now. Excellent. Sold to Chris Smith for $175. Excellent. Sold for $175. I'm going to make that the last thing in this crate. And now I'm going to take this crate over here. And now we're going to bring over a new empty crate. Fantastic. A lot of new vinyl going to homes tonight. These orphaned records are now going to new parents. I hope y'all treat all these with care. Somebody did before us. We're just making sure, we're kind of like just the adoption service. We're just making sure they all go to the right places. If I find out you're mistreating these records, I will come confiscate them, okay? That is a disclosure at the bottom of the invoice. CollectCo reserves the right to come reconfiscate these records if you mistreat them. Stacy Brown gets Duran Duran for $15. That is sold to you. Generation X is sold for $36 to Nick Bargeron. And now the exploited 35, 36, 42, 35, 45, 50, 52, 55. That's now 55. Let's put up this Nirvana box or set. Nirvana, a 2011 20th Anniversary Deluxe 4LP. All disc or EX or better. Nirvana is a 20th Anniversary Deluxe Edition. This is going to go up for $85. It has B-sides and the Smart Studio Sessions, more Smart Studio Sessions. It has the Boombox Rehearsals, more Boombox Rehearsals, and BBC Sessions. Wow, that's all vinyl. That's a great looking set. All vinyl, all B-sides and unreleased music. Wow, there they are. That's a grail of mine to get this signed, to get a signed, never mind, but golly, I don't know if a fully signed Nirvana vinyl exists. If so, there's only a couple or something. It'd be something insane. Not even fully, just one signed by Kurt. Oh my gosh. That's like unbelievable. Okay, so Exploited's at 55, and then here we have Sterling City Kids. This is $9.99. Sterling City Kids, Kim Boyce, a pop gospel album, and she signed the back of it, $9.99. And World Party Private Revolution, $14.99. World Party Private Revolution. Deborah Allen, Telepathy. Deborah Allen is $9.99. Shrinking Hype. Wow, The Outfield Bangin'. Don't get that one too often. $29.99 for The Outfield Bangin'. That's their second album. Okay, so The Exploited, David Smith had it for $55. We're about to sell it. Nirvana already has a bid for $90. Okay, and then we have Eric Van Leuven on WP, World Party. Okay, and then we have Mike Conway on Outfield, and then Travis Woods. Let me go back and read this message from Ninja. Okay, what you're basically asking is, can you put back records? Here is the best way, and I'll answer this for anybody. If you make a purchase, if you claim something, 1,000% make sure you want it. If you just realize 30 seconds later you already have it, or you thought it was something else, it's okay to go ahead and say, I need to put that back. But doing it a day or two later after they've already watched the sale, tagged it, and possibly already put it on your invoice, that's when it becomes a problem. So I've always told everybody, before you pull the trigger and say, make sure before you want something, you 100% want it. And really, definitely don't wait till it gets to the invoicing period. And I always say, if you got to put something back, do it immediately, because there could be somebody right after you we could have went ahead and give it to. If not, it's going to go to invoicing department. It's going to end up in a hatchet crate, and then 3 months later, we're trying to sell it again. So I guess the best policy is do not make a purchase, a bid, or a claim unless you 1,000% know you want it 100 million%. We have Information Society, Repetition, and this is $14.99, Something in the Air. So it's Repetition and Something in the Air, $14.99. Exploited is sold. I guess I could have sold that a long time ago to David Smith for $55. Nirvana, $90. Nirvana is at $111. Nirvana is at $111. And we have Travis Wade on Information Society. Also, we have Donnie Iris, Fortune 410. Donnie Iris is $9.99. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. An amazing album, Nirvana Nevermind with bonus tracks. An important album in rock history. Oh my gosh. Significant. Next thing we have is REM, Fables of the REM. This is a 1985 US Picnickville OG. Gold stamp promo. There's no white label promo, so this is the only promo copy. It's super clean, near mint with the original inner sleeve. Fables of the Reconstruction. The Nirvana is a 4 LP box set, okay? This is a 4 LP box set. It's a 20th anniversary with B-sides, studio sessions, etc. Okay? That's why it has a high bid right now at $111. And it's all vinyl. You know, a lot of this stuff gets released and they put all this stuff on CD. This is actually all on vinyl. $111. $111. Donnie Iris does not have Aaliyah on it, if that's what you're looking for. REM's now up for bid, a $45 start. Yeah, definitely no putbacks on auctions. And the only reason we make a deal about putbacks, especially after it's been a couple days or after an invoice gets sent, you may not realize it, but that technically is costing money some way or another because we're going to have to resell it. Otherwise, it's not that big of a deal. Hey, I need to put that back. You let Ed know. You let me know right now. But if you wait a week, you know, the whole recycle period we have to go through again, tagging it, watching it, reselling it, invoicing it, it's costing something to, resell these again. So we're just like, make sure you want it. It saves time and money for everybody. Howard Jones Dream into Action, $24.99 for Howard Jones. Also, ABC, How to Be a Zillionaire. ABC's $12.99. REM has a bid for $45. And we have the Cars Panorama, $29.99, the Cars Panorama. Also, we have, oh no, it's Me New Dough, Reaching Out, $14.99. Oh my gosh. And then the Escape Club, White Fields, that is a sealed copy for $14.99, okay? Back over here is Nirvana, and that is about to be sold to Solarplex. I don't think I've lost Nick Bargeron. I say that quite often. I don't think he left the chat, and he's about to lose the Nirvana. REM's got one bid for $45. We're about to sell it. Ramniak on Howard Jones. William Meadows is second. And then over here, REM's at $47. And that's a new bid. Karen Robbins on Renee. Is that something that's still in here? Karen Robbins put Renee. And then over here, we have, I think we're done. Okay, let's read through that crate again. And here's something I say often. I've lost Nick Bargeron. He bids. I lose him. He'll be back in about 10 minutes and say, did I get the Nirvana? This is sold for $111 to Solarplex Studios. That is sold. Let's move over REM. All of a sudden, it's getting new bids. $47. Kristen Barnett, you've been outbid, okay? Next auction, let's do the third and final Pearl Jam Fan Club box. This one's the cheapest of the three. This is the cheapest of the three. A 2014 USOG. This was only available to members of the 10 Club, Pearl Jam's official fan club. The only time ever pressed a vinyl. Side C and E are VG Plus EX, but all the other sides are EX or better. And this is an $85 start, okay? What REM is up for bid? Here we go. Renee, she was just making sure I'm here. Okay, hello, Renee. Hello, all Collect Co patrons. Thanks for tuning in. Chad's going to drink some more Monster. All righty. Here we go. Aha, EX $22.99. Greetings from Timbuk3, VG Plus $14.99. Squeeze Argy Bargy, VG $9.99. Chess, EX $17.99. The Tubes, VG $9.99. That was the only check condition. Katrina and the Waves, Break of Hearts, sealed, $19.99. This is REM, Fables of the Reconstruction. An 85 USOG gold stamp promo, near mint, all the way around, $51. Final call. Nobody's bet on Pearl Jam. This is $85. Very cool Pearl Jam live sets here. Final call on that. Gloria Estefan, $14.99. These are near rival sticker price. Kalita was $9.99. Also Sterling, City Kids, $9.99. Pearl Jam has a bid for $85. Kim Boyce, a pop gospel album, $9.99. Deborah Allen is $9.99. Donnie Iris is $9.99. I can't believe no one got ABC, How to Be a Zillionaire. That's $12.99. Now REM's at $55. Kristen's out. Ryan Mustaine, You've Been Outbid. The Cars Panorama, $29.99. Menu Ondo O, that is $14.99 for Menu Owo, Menu Indu. And then over here, the Escape Club, Whitefield, sealed for $14.99. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. We're going to move right into some more activity. And that's going to be a buy it now best offer crate of new arrivals. Are all these records sealed? What did Laura see here? Sealed, all auctions. Wow, look at all this stuff. Amazing. There's, oh, wow. Man, it's amazing. Some collections we get, how much sealed OG stuff we come across. I mean, that last couple collections we bought, that one guy had like 1,000 sealed OG records. I mean, y'all have probably seen us slip them in just here and there throughout the time we're on, you know, just different nights. And some I was selling 3 and 4 at a time in auction. I was like, we're never going to get through all these if I don't start selling them 2 and 3 at a time. Some of them are pretty significant, like Zeppelin and Beatles and Metallica. And then some of them's like, you know, just if they were open, they wouldn't be worth $5, but they're sealed. So we've got a bunch over here. There we go. Let's go back up the top and figure out what happened. REM 52, 55, 56. And how much was the Menuendo? The Menu Odo? The Menu Odo. Menu Odo is $14.99. Okay? And then REM 56. And then REM 60. Okay, so first of all, Laura said if someone buys everything that's left in the crate, she'll make them a custom Laura crate sticker. Wow, somebody might think about that. Also, I need to tighten up my box thing here is wanting to fall over. There we go. Okay. Now, that is pronounced Menudo. Well, they misspelt it. So, I don't know if we can reach out to their manager, but if it's pronounced Menudo, then somebody messed up. Okay? I don't know if we can still send them an email, but somebody messed up. Okay, they left out they got something out of order there. Pearl Jam is sold, and this is sold. Pearl Jam is sold. It is gone. It has got one bid. I should have sold it 30,000 hours ago. And wow, it's way up here. I don't even remember. I think it's Stephen Parton, right? I can't even find it. Oh my gosh. There it is. $85, Stephen Parton. Okay, $85. Stephen Parton. Isaiah, let me know if you want Menudo. Okay. If you don't, Melissa wants it. The last bid on REM was $64 with Ryan Mustaine. Michael Thrower, You've Been Outbid, and Mike Brangle, You've Been Outbid. Isaiah says he'll take it. Thank you. And we might want to reach out to them and let them know that they have misspelt their name, okay? It's not that I can't say Menudo. It's just that that's not what that word says. They messed up. Okay, they misspelt it. Over here is our next auction, and it is going to be George Michael Faith. This is an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG. It has the original inner sleeve with the insert. George Michael's going to go up for a $35 start. You got to have faith, as covered by Limp Bizkit. Okay? Toto's also, if they want it spelt with a D, they misspelt it. If it's supposed to be Toto, they accidentally put a T instead of a D. Okay? All right, here we go. Buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Yes, big generator. $19.99. Yes, big generator. Looks like we're back to the 80s. Missing persons, color in your life. $19.99 for missing persons. Blackfoot Tomcatting. $19.99. Blackfoot Tomcatting. Johnny Winter, still alive and well. Johnny Winter, $19.99. The Four Seasons New Gold Hits. The Four Seasons, $12.99. Also, the Beatles Movie Medley, a 1982 promo with book, $49. Here we go, John Mark and Beatles records again. $49.99 for the Beatles Movie Medley. Somebody better grab that immediately before it accidentally disappears over here. CCR Chronicle. This is a 2LP, $34.99. And St. Elmo's Fire, a 2015 pressing, $29.99. Fables of the REM, Ryan Mustaine, Fables of the Reconstruction. Ryan, we have had a war over here for REM. It's up to one person, Mike Brangle. Ryan Mustaine has it for $67. George Michael is in stone mint condition. It couldn't get any nicer. It's at $35, and then there was a bid for $36. Then there was another bid for $37. The generator is plugged up and good to go. Ken Roning on the Beatles. There goes another Beatles record that I didn't want to sell. I'm going to have a meeting with John. We have Ken Roning getting the Beatles. George Michael, 38. The Beatles, Clifford, it's already sold. Oh So Adventure on St. Elmo's Fire. George Michael's at 40. And the Moray Eels Eat the Holy Modal Rounders. This is a 68 Allentown press, $34.99. John Isley Glass, $9.99. And the Grateful Dead Wake of the Flood. An OG 73 Monarch, $49.99. Beautiful copy. George Michael's at $41. Mike Brangle, if you're out there, let me know on the REM. Ryan's had it for 4 minutes now at $67. It's all up to you. If not, I got to go ahead and sell it. Next auction, let's pull a surprise out. And the next one I have over here is Madonna. Madonna is True Blue on blue vinyl. Madonna True Blue on blue vinyl. Take a look at that. $7 start on Madonna. Next is Merle Haggard, The Way It Was in 51. Merle Haggard and The Strangers, $14.99. So far, really cool looking stuff in here. This is Tina Turner, Break Every Rule. Tina is $24.99. Van Halen, Diver Down. There is some writing on the cover, $39.99. It does have the original inner sleeve. The vinyl's nice. First thing we have is I lost Mike Brangle. No, I didn't. He bid $69 on REM. He is still bidding on REM. It's now at $69. Ryan Mustaine, you've been outbid. George Michael, the last bid was Stephen Parton at $46. Now Madonna has a bid for $7. Jeff Halsworth said TB 15. TB for 15. Is that that's a bid on Madonna, True Blue, 15. Merle Haggard is sold to Gary Wellman for $12. Jeremy Rourke is going to get Van Halen for $35. You're lucky. And now Madonna's at $18. They're still bidding on REM. The Beatles is already sold. Renee, it is gone. It was in the crate. It's already sold. REM's at $72. George Michael, $48. Next is ZZ Top Tejas. $34.99 for ZZ Top Tejas. Wow, what a nice copy. $34.99. Derek Clark says the Holy Motor Rounders, fans of the Youngbloods and the Byrds will like this album. It is psych country. Don't forget the joint. Don't bogart that joint, the saying from the Easy Rider. I didn't get that last part there. Is there a song on here from Easy Rider maybe? And maybe what he's trying to say. I didn't quite catch that last part, Derek. And then, what's the bid on the Beatles movie? It was a buy it now. So if there's something in the crate, Renee, these are buy it nows. There's no auction going on these records. For example, if you want to buy the Jay Giles Band, I'm going to tell you the price. The price is $14.99. If you want to buy this, it's the first person who comments JG or Jay Giles. That means you're buying it. These back here are auctions. There's all the time in the world to bid on these. These back here, you have all the time in the world to bid on these. But make sure you bid and stay active. If you say out, that means you're done and you can't bid again. That helps me move up the auction. The crate, the rule is simple. If you ain't first, you're last. For example, you were the fourth person who asked about the Beatles. 2 people claimed it, somebody made an offer, and then you asked what it was after all that had already happened. So the crates, you've got to be paying very close attention. The last bid on REM that came in was $72. Now I'm going to go back to start begging Mike Brangle to let me know if he wants to bid again. Mike Brangle, here comes the point where I'm going to start begging you to let me know as fast as possible if you want to bid again on the REM, okay? And then over here, George Michael's at $51 with Travis Woods. The last bid that came in on Madonna was True Blue. It's a limited edition blue vinyl. And Jeff Halsworth has this for $18. D. Kong got ZZ Top. George Michael does not have a poster. I don't know if it has an insert with it. Maybe that's what you're thinking about. It has this insert with it. This here. I don't think it actually came with a poster. It has the lyric insert with it. Well, I guess it would be nice if I could touch your body. I know not everybody has got a body like you. You got to have faith. Next, Neil Young, After the Gold Rush. Old Man, Take a Look at My Life. Wrong's album. This has Southern Man, $34.99. Mike Brangle's out on REM. Thank you for letting me know. I was exaggerating that a lot. I was just making sure you were done bidding. He's done. Thank you, Mike Brangle. Now we're moving that to a $72, okay? We have George Michael at $55. Thank you. And we have an offer on the Grateful Dead for $30. I will say the Grateful Dead for $42. It's a 73 Monarch. I would grade it EX+. All right? It's marked for $49.99. Rolling Stones, $34.99. This is called Undercover, $34.99. Julie's Golden Greats, Julie London, $19.99. Jeff Halsworth gets Madonna for $18. Travis, you've been outbid on George Michael. That's always been a pricey record. George Michael Faith, it's been a $50, $60, $70 record for years since I've been selling vinyl here on Facebook. I've never seen the price of that record fluctuate much. And then REM is officially sold to Ryan Mustaine for $72, okay? Next, Stephen Tuttle on Neil Young for $29. That was a nice copy of After the Gold Rush. Nice. Okay, so to Stephen, Roy Orbison. I'm going to go right into another new arrival crate after this. Roy Orbison's Greatest Hits. That's on the Monument label. $19.99. $19.99. George Michael's between three people right now. Let's put up another auction. And our next auction is, you guessed it, REM Green. Another OG copy. REM Green. An 88 U.S. Specialty OG EX with the original inner sleeve. A $40 start. $40 start. Orange Crush, yeah. Orange Crush is on this one. Nice. REM, that's a $40 start. Follow you, follow me. Sorry, that's my best impression of REM. And then Julie London is sold to Jim Davis for $15. And Tina Turner, Private Dancer, $24.99. George Michael's at $60. Does this have lyrics with it? Is there lyrics on here? Maybe we'll have a Chad poetry section. Oh, man, there's no lyrics on here because I really don't know what he's saying. Dang it. Steve Lilly. No. Did I see his name on here? Lilly, the producer? Scott Litt and REM. No, that's not what I'm thinking then. Mastered by Bob Ludwig. There's somebody named Steve. Who is Steve Lillywhite? Steve Lillywhite. I think that's who produced, but he also worked with like YouTube. Is that right? Oh, my head. Can I think of this? There's a producer, and their sound kind of changed when they started working with them. I don't know my REM history too great, but I tell you who does. That's John that works here. Oh my gosh, he's very opinionated about REM because he says they went through a transition and then they never was the same. Steve Lillywhite, yeah, U2. When Lillywhite started working with U2, same time he started working with REM, their sound changed. They kind of changed directions. Okay, we have John Anderson. All the people are talking. $29.99. John Anderson and Merle Haggard. It's all in the movies. $14.99. Merle Haggard. Also, Woodstock 2 soundtrack. Nice. Woodstock 2, $34. This one has Hendrix, Jefferson Airplane, Baez, Butterfield Blues, Crosby, Stills, Nash Young, Melanie's on here, Mountain, Canned Heat, $34.99. Okay, and then so George Michael is at 65. So there was a bid for 60, 65, 65. Stephen bid 65 first, and then over here we have George Michael 66. And then Gary Wellman on another Merle Haggard at 12. Agree, yeah. When Lillywhite started working with REM, they changed. And when Lillywhite started working with U2, they definitely changed too. Okay, our third auction. Let's pull something from this crate over here. Or a 45. If I find a nice picture sleeve, we'll throw up. Or just a great single. We got some great looking singles over here too. Let's see here. Here we go. It is in the Smoking in the Boys Room, Motley Crue. Motley Crue, Smoking in the Boys Room. It's about VG Plus. Use it or lose it. It's in the Asylum Electra sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. Okay, and then George Michael is at 70. We sold Merle Haggard. Woodstock was $34.99. And then Little Feat, Feats Don't Fail Me Now. Little Feat is $24.99. Howard Jones, Humans Live. Howard Jones is $24.99. This has a big hit song, What Is Love, on it. Howard Jones. Wow, batch of 80s here. Thompson Twins Sidekicks. Thompson Twins is $19.99. Thompson Twins is $19.99. And then the Eurythmics, Revenge. The Eurythmics is $19.99. Very clean copy of that. Also, Heart, self-titled, $19.99. So, George Michael, I see Travis went out. It's up to Scott Williams. Stephen Parton has it for $70. Okay, REM Green, has it got a bid? I don't think it's got a bid yet. During all that, I don't think it actually got a bid. Even me singing Orange Crush. And somebody shared the lyrics for me. There it is. I've got my spine. I've got my Orange Crush. Collar me, don't collar me. I always thought he was saying follow me. Follow me, he's saying collar me, don't collar me. Wow, see, I had no idea. I always thought he was saying follow me. Yeah, so this is OG, and it's an 88 US specialty. EX, I'm looking for a $40 start. Next was Thomas Clark put TY, but he meant TT for Thompson twins. Mike Brangle got Little Feet. John Anderson is $29.99. All the people are talking. And then Sweet Dreams is not on the Eurythmics. No, that's not on this album. And then George Michael, 73. Okay, and then REM has bids for 40 and 40. Motley Crue is sold to Isaiah's for $7. $7. That's the one I was looking for. Okay, good. All right, that was a fast auction, but I'm not going to spend much more time on it. That was from that bin. Let me see what I've got over here in this crate. Oh, my gosh. I better not start reading these titles. This is Thursday Night Metal Night. Thursday Night Metal Night bonus stuff. Here we go. Here is a beautiful copy of Genesis Abacab in shrink with the Home of the Hits hop sticker. An 81 OG cover variation D with the, this is kind of like the Police Synchronicity. There's different colors. It has the inner sleeve with the lyrics and shrink wrap. VG Plus, a $15 start. All right? If you throw up more glam. I've got more. John Anderson, Danny asked first. Sell that to Danny for $20. Okay? REM is still getting bids. What about George Michael? It's been a heck of an auction. He's out. Scott has it for $73. Okay? Next is Rick Springfield, Living in Oz. It does have some writing. $12.99. Human League Hysteria, $19.99. No condition notes on these. Joe Jackson, Body and Soul is $19.99. And The Pretenders is $17.99. Our next auction is Warrant Heaven. You heard me correct. Warrant Heaven. Columbia in the Columbia sleeve. An OG. The B-side is In the Sticks. Of course, that's from their debut, Dirty Rotten, Filthy Stinking Rich. $7 start on Warrant. Genesis has 3 $15 bids. REM has 3 $40 bids. And then Michael Thrower bid $45. Michael Thrower bid $45. So should be some more activity on Genesis. Here is The Babies anthology. The Babies is $19.99. Back on My Feet Again. Journey Evolution. Journey is $19.99. Journey Evolution and Animotion. Animotion is $29.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Spandau Ballet Diamond. Wow, I don't know if I've seen that one too often. $19.99 for that. And we have The Go-Go's Talk Show. The Go-Go's is $19.99. Beautiful copy. Fantastic copy. All right, so George Michael is sold to Scott Williams for $73. Well, wouldn't it be nice if I could? I've always knew that was a George Michael, but when I seen Limp Bizkit open for Metallica those couple times, and I saw Limp Bizkit perform that song, I actually gained more of a appreciation for that song. Both versions, George Michael's and Limp Bizkit's. One of the first times I ever thought I'd see a mosh pit instigated by George Michael's song. But in Denver, when Limp Bizkit was opening, he went into that Faith, and he started screaming Faith. Man, I started getting shoved and pushed. I was like, what is happening? And then a mosh pit opened. Next thing over here was Genesis 15.15. Warrant 7, Genesis 18. Warrants at $10, Genesis 20. James Hicks on Spandex Ballet. And then he said Spandex Ballet Playlist. And then REM 46 and REM 50. You want the track listing on Spandau Ballet. Chant number 1, Instinction, Paint Me Down, Coffee Club, She Loved, Like Diamond, Pharaoh, Innocence and Science, Missionary. There you have it. All right. Let's go back over here. And let's get one quick more read-through on those, okay? I've got another crate very similar to that to do next. First thing I'm going to do is sell the Go-Go's for $15 to Jim Davis. Animotion's $29. What happened over here on REM? It's now at $50. What happened over here on Warrant? Chris Smith has it for 10. What happened over here on Genesis? The last bid on Genesis that came in was Ninja Pony at $20. Everybody else is out, okay? $20 on that final call. REM's at 50 with Michael Thrower. And Warrant has a bid of $10 with Chris Smith, okay? We got an Animotion price request, and now we have an offer for 20. Stephen asked first, and he also bid 20. Let's go ahead and sell that to Stephen Parton for $20, okay? One second, please. All right. I think we got some final calls. Sorry, I had to send a text message right quick. All right, wow, y'all are missing out here. Yes, Big Generator, original under sleeve, $19.99 for Yes, Big Generator. Still got Missing Persons for $19.99. Also, Blackfoot Tomcatton, Johnny Winter, The Four Seasons, CCR Chronicle, a fantastic compilation. John Isley, Tina Turner, The Moray Ales Eat the Holy Moly Rounders, Jay Giles, Grateful Dead still available, Rolling Stones, Roy Orbison, Tina Turner, Woodstock 2, and Howard Jones, and these are all best offer. All of a sudden, the chat has went dead silent. And over here, I have Warrant, and this is, unless there's a glitch or something, I hadn't seen anything in like a while. So, Warrant is sold for $10 to Chris Smith. REM is sold. Very bizarre. Michael Thrower, $50. And Genesis is sold a Ninja Pony for $20. Now, what's weird is my monitor is showing Patrick Lear, I will sell you Yes for 15. And then I will go ahead and sell Roy Orbison for 13 to Amanda Darby. Okay. Genesis, she said she was out on 18, correct. Ninja Pony got Genesis for $20. It's already sold. And Chris Smith got Howard Jones for 20. Okay. Chad, remember during COVID, we used to flip correct way, front of the bin back. Oh, gosh. That was a disaster. Heart, $19.99. Eurythmics is $19.99. Rick Springfield was $12.99. Human League Hysteria, $19.99. Patrick Lear got Yes for $15. We have Joe Jackson for $19.99. The Pretenders, I've got Glass. How about Brass? I got Grass and Pocket, $17.99. The Babies, Journey, and Spandau. Wow, there's some stuff there that's not supposed to be left behind. Let me show you what's not supposed to be left behind. Spandau Ballet, Journey, The Babies, The Pretenders, for sure. Human League, never, these kind of records. Woodstock, Tina Turner, probably the Grateful Dead, you could throw in that. The Four Seasons, and probably Missing Persons. Not stuff that's normally put out. All right, next auction is Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam, is the chat, like, can everybody, how about this? Everybody do me a quick favor. Everybody say, Chad, I am watching from wherever, okay? I want to make sure, like, everybody's still awake and with me. It says we got 299 people watching. Either everybody's being very quiet or everybody's asleep and the screen's still on. So let me refresh my restring chat over here. Let me get an accurate viewer count before I go any further and decide what expensive record I'm going to put up from auction. I want to make sure everybody's here and with me. Yeah, 259 viewers. 259 viewers, okay? That's great for 1024. Just got to make sure everybody's with me. Maybe I should pick up the pace. Maybe I should start talking a lot faster. Maybe I should go full Chris Farley mode, okay? So I hope everybody's ready for what's about to happen. More auctions, more 45 auctions, more crates, more best offer. I like it a lot better when things are going boom, boom, bow, bing. Okay? We got Pearl Jam live on 10 legs. A 2011 USOG. This has been out of print ever since this was pressed. Live on 10 legs. A $95 start. Pearl Jam is a $95 starting bid. $95 starting bid. Pearl Jam is now up for auction, okay? That's now up for bid. So, way up at the top, Jeff Hallsworth wanted to know the Babies price. The Babies anthology was $19.99. Back on my feet again. We got Laura watching, Travis watching, Scott's in Pennsylvania. We got viewers in Denver, Connecticut. We have viewers in Washington State. Jerry Rock said he would do 13 on Missing Persons. Sold. David Smith's watching. We have an offer on the Babies, but somebody else has already asked about it. That was Jeff Hallsworth. We got viewers in Tennessee, Detroit, Pennsylvania, Illinois. Mike Conway's watching. We have a viewer from Kentucky, Texas, the West Coast, Illinois, St. Augustine, Tony Murphy. Welcome, Tony. He was just here earlier today packing some orders. Now he's watching from the Lebanon suburbs. We have the Never Void of the Shadow Walkers. Los Angeles, Houston, Texas, Florida, South Bend, Indiana, Looking for the Cure, Florida, Brentwood, right down the road in Nashville, west of us, somewhere out in Texas, Indiana, Washington State, North Texas, Kansas City, California, South Park, Colorado, Virginia, Minnesota, the Moon, Maine, Massachusetts, Illinois, Michigan, Mexico, Tennessee, Maryland, Crossville, Florida, Lebanon. That's here. That's here. I will do $15 on the Babies for whoever offered 10. Okay? Puerto Rico, Crossville, Florida, another Lebanon, another Michigan, another Puerto Rico, the United Kingdom, Oklahoma, Lake Conroe, wherever that is. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is XTC. That stands for Extreme Taco Club. This is an 89 U.S. Specialty OG, original under sleeve, EX condition, a $30 start. We got viewers in Florida, Milwaukee, all over, Florida, Milwaukee. Taco Bell, that's right down the road. They're open till 2 a.m. Steak quesadilla, Diet Pepsi, Cinnamon Twist. They've got all that stuff. Diet Pepsi, Cinnamon Twist. Jess Birdsong says he'll take the Babies for 15. Extreme Taco Club, XTC. Let's do another one. I know my geology well. I know where all the states are. I'm very good at geology. Okay, let's go through another crate of best offer. James Hicks, you're second on the Babies. Nobody's been on Pearl Jam. Final call, looking for a $95 start. Here we are. The next thing I have is this right here. You may say, what do you have here, Chad? I've got Billy Idol, Moni Moni live. Billy Idol, Moni Moni live. This is going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start. Geography, the study of rocks. Geology is the study of maps. We have Superstar Collection, K-Tel, a 2LP. This is 36 tracks, $19.99. Whoa, K-Tel alert. K-Tel alert. A double LP gatefold. A double LP gatefold. 36 original hits, $19.99. Also, we have Superstars, original super hits, Ronco, $9.99. And Pure Prairie League, 2-lane highway, $14.99 for PPL And the Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord, $14.99. $14.99. The Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord. Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free. I think this has a poster with it. Holy moly. And you get a Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free French fry book. Holy moly. Look at all this here. That is available. I'm going to go ahead and slide this right in here. Footloose and Fancy Free. Next thing I have is what? Pearl Jam. One bid, $95. We're about to sell it. XTC is at $30. And now we have Billy Idol at $7. Christina Curtis is first on K-Tel, yours. Pearl Jam, near mint condition. And then over here, we have Susie next on K-Tel. And then we have Billy Idol at $7. K-Tel's already sold. Next is REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity. REO Speedwagon, $19.99. Roy Orbison's Mini Moods. This is a yellow promo label, $24.99. $24. I took a geology class as an elective in college, and I thought, this would be interesting. It's one of the worst decisions I ever made. I did not like that class. I thought I'd be like out, like we'd be like mining gold and stuff. Not even close. We was in there scratching rocks, and I was like, look, I'm here to learn about gold and silver. Next thing we have is Sinatra Rarities, the Columbia years. This is $14.99. I've never seen that before. Over here, I have Love Letters, Julie London. Love Letters, $19.99. And Average White Band, Pick Up the Pieces, $12.99. XTC sold, one bid, $30. That is gone, Jim Davis. Over here, we have a 2011 USOG out of print on vinyl worldwide ever since. Original on sleeve, super clean. And this is Autumn Betts at $95. So it is a Pearl Jam live on 10 legs, out of print on vinyl ever since. It's an original press from 2011. The last bid was the only bid at $95 of Autumn, okay? Billy Idol's the 7-inch single to Moni Moni, near mint. Danny has it for $9. Chris Frazier, you're out. Next is Michael Freiberger on Sinatra, sold. Gary Wellman gets Average White Band for $10, also sold. And right behind that, Donna was going to pay sticker. I just sold it to Gary. Yeah, that geology class started out as a lecture. And we was in one of those big auditoriums. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. First of all, I thought we was immediately going to be out in the field. I thought we was day one going to be out in the field. And we was in the half of the semester, we was in a lecture hall. And I was going to be like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Of course, I was taking all that stuff from mechanical engineering, I think. And I was like, okay, what is going on here? Heaven up here, Echo and the Bunnymen, an 81 US Allied OG gold stamp promo, original on her sleeve, VG Plus, $20 start. It has an original on her sleeve with it, and Echo and the Bunnymen is OG gold stamp promo, 81 Allied, VG Plus, a $20 start. Next is Michael Wood on REO Speedwagon. That is sold. And Billy Idol's out. We're about to sell that. Neil Young Zuma. Cortez the Killer. Nice. Crazy Horse. Neil Young and Crazy Horse Zuma. $34.99. And Toto. Oh, wow. There they are. Toto. Their debut. $19.99. Billy Idol is sold for $9 to Danny Thomason. Pearl Jam is sold to Autumn Betts. One bid, $95. And then over here, Echo just went up. Echo just went up, and it has a bid for $20. John McPatriot on Toto. Also over here, we have Ry Cooter, self-titled, $19.99. Ry Cooter, self-titled, $19.99. There it is, Echo 24. Caught my last, well, pretty much my entire high school career, my entire college career, was me trying to figure out when could I get out of class to go go look at some collectibles or go sell something. That's usually what I was doing. I was like, when can I go back to, doing something not in this classroom?
My Life in the Bush of Ghosts, Brian Eno and David Byrne. 81 US Los Angeles OG Gold Stamp promo, $25 star, Brian Eno. I would let a lot of people know. I would tell professors, hey, I got to go to Monterey and go look at a record collection. I won't be in class today. A lot of them knew what I did. And I would be like, listen, this guy, he's got about 1,000 OG records, and I got to get up there immediately. Okay, so sorry, I'll get somebody to send me the notes. Next auction is Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love. Robert Palmer, original, 7-inch single with the picture sleeve, $7 start on that one. This is a new Arrivals Crate best offer. The 5 Americans Progressions, and this is $26.99. Progressions, $26.99. It's a promo copy too, not for sale, $26.99. And Jay Giles, Monkey Island, Jay Giles, $14.99. And then Joe Cocker, $34.99. Hello, Old Friend, Delta Lady. She came in through the bathroom window. Joe Cocker, $34.99. Let's go back to the top. Echoes at $28 with Melanie Jennings. Jim Davis is at $30. Jim Davis is at $30. Brian Eno, the last bid on Brian Eno that came in was absolutely nothing. And I'm looking for an 81 US Los Angeles OG. This is an 81 US Los Angeles OG Gold Stamp promo, near mint. Echo and the Bunny Men, Heaven Up Here. That was an 81 US Allied OG Gold Stamp promo. It is in VG Plus condition with the original inner sleeve. Robert Palmer is now up for bid. Addicted to Love, and Rycooter. I don't think I have a year on it. It does have some seam damage at the top. That is on the Single Tone Reprise label, but I honestly don't have a year mark that I can tell you confidently. I think that's a second label. It should be a 2-tone reprise on that one for 1970. Maybe even a tricolor, but I think it's a 2-tone for 70. So that's probably a second label. George Scherer on Joe Cocker. Nice pickup there. I think there was another question. Chad, can you get Anthrax Sound of White Noise? That's a little pricey, but would it be in this week? If it's in stock, I can have it this week. I don't know if it's in stock, though, but I'll make a note to check, okay? Eno has a bid for 25. Echo 32. Eno 25. Robert Palmer 10. Eagles on the Border. $34.99. OG textured cover. I can tell you just by the way this one looks. And yes, very nice. The Solemn Records, Echoes at 33. Also over here, Benny Mardones, Never Run, Never Hide. Benny is $19.99. Also, Bob Seger working on those night moves, $24.99. An RCA club copy with the original inner sleeve, a classic album, $24.99 for Bob Seger. Rock and Roll Never Forgets. Down on Main Street. Wow. Main Street. I forget about that one. And then Rosin and Collins Band, Anytime, Anyplace, Anywhere. $19.99. So many clean. These are very nice. Looks like they probably all came from the same place. Most likely they usually do. Gary Wright, another classic album, The Dreamweaver. Love is Alive is a great song. Let It Out's a great song. Dreamweaver is a great song. $19.99. Echo still getting bids. We're about to sell Eno, and Danny has Robert Palmer for 10. If everybody else is out, we're about to sell that. Just saying. Next thing over here, and we have ZZ Top Tres Hombres, $34.99. Now, that is a second, maybe even third label, but it is near mint and a very nice jacket. Bob Seger is sold to Tyler McDaniel for $20. Robert Palmer is sold for $10 to Dan Thomason. And Eno, almost grabbed the wrong record, Eno is sold to Thomas Clark for $25. Our next auction is going to be Living Color Vivid with the hit song Cult of Personality on it. An 88 US, that is a Carrollton OG in shrink with the original inner sleeve, a $35 start on that. Echo has a new bid for $37 or $370, one of the two. James Hicks on Dreamweaver, that's sold to James Hicks. Now, John Fogerty, Centerfield. This is John Fogerty solo album. John Fogerty from CCR, $24.99. And Vanity, Skin on Skin. Vanity, $19.99. These are all BINBO. Our next auction is Miles Davis, Sorcerer. Miles Davis is a 67 US Terre Haute OG. An OG Columbia 2-eye label, Miles Davis, a $25 start. Mike Brangle's in on Echo at 37. I think we're done. Living Color just got put up, and so did Miles Davis. Our next single is Warrant, and this is Uncle Tom's Cabin, and the B-side is Sure Feels Good to Me. And those are singles from their 1990 album, Cherry Pie. Warrant's going to go up for a $7 start. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I'll send my info. I was about to say, Tyler, did it say that you were in Lebanon? Are you local? So if you're local, couple options. Please go ahead and send us your info. We still got to have it. We still got to have your name, address, and email address. But also, if you plan on picking up, that's available every Wednesday. And make sure you let them know. But if you want shipping, that's fine. There's some people that live about 3 minutes from this building, and we ship to them for 2 reasons. They never can come by here. Even if they had time, they said they'd prefer to have it shipped. It's hard to catch us open sometimes. So we're open Wednesday through Saturday, 10 to 4. But there is about 10 regulars probably within 10 miles of here that we ship to. They just say, we prefer to have it shipped. So that happens all the time. We don't mind at all. Shipping is not a problem for us. Some people's like, I want to come by. I don't want y'all to have to ship it. And usually our answer is, we prefer to ship it. We want to get paid and get it out of here ASAP. It frees up the space. We want to get it out of here. So shipping is not a problem. We ship hundreds of packages a week, sometimes 1,000 or more. So not a problem whatsoever. Miles Davis is at 25. Warren has a bid for 7. Vanity is sold to Pam Murray for $14. Echo is sold for $37 to Mike Brangle. And Living Color was, I think, EX or better, and the cover's in shrink wrap. Let's look at Living Color one more time. Living Color is an 88 OG in shrink. Yeah, EX, nice copy. And then Miles Davis does have a bid for $25 and Warrant's at $10. Okay? Now, Van Halen, Women and Children First, $39.99. It's a Columbia Club copy, and the Cradle Will Rock. Rock On. $39.99 for Van Halen. Toto, Isolation. Toto is $19.99. And Best of the Blues Project. Never seen that. Best of the Blues Project on Verve Forecast. Wow. I've had a lot of Blues Project, but not a best of. And it's on the original label. $19.99. And Neil Young, Comes a Time. Neil Young, $34.99. Van Halen has an offer. Living Color has a bid. Miles Davis is Sorcerer. It is a 67 Terre Haute OG VG Plus, a $25 start. Okay, and now our next auction. Let's pull something from right over here. How about Sammy Hagar, Standing Hampton? Sammy Hagar is an 81 USOG. Nice copy. It has the original lyric insert, EX or better. Has the inner sleeve. It is going to go up for a $15 start, okay? First is, let's go ahead and sell Van Halen for $35 to Jeremy Rourke. And then Jared Inc., I'm going to go ahead and sell you Blues for $15. All right, and then over here, I have John McLaughlin with the One Truth Band, Electric Dreams, $19.99. From Lulu with Love, there's Lulu, that's in shrink, $29.99. From Lulu with Love, very nice copy. Sammy Hagar has a bid for $15. The last bid on Warrant was Aaron Civic at $11. King Fluffy's out. Miles Davis got a new bid for $30. Jared Inc., you're out. And then Living Color just had that one bid with Travis. We're going to go ahead and sell that for $35, okay? So that's done. Also, we got Quicksilver, and that's $19.99. Dang it, John Kaiser just bid $40 on Living Color. Believe me, I would have loved to have taken that. I've already sold it to him, though. And then over here, I think it's up to Jared Inc. Yeah, Jared on that. He's out. Okay, that just came in. And we're about to sell Warren. So now I know where we're at on all those. Excellent. Excellent. Next is Jethro Tull. This is their debut. I was about to say, it doesn't look OG. It's a 73. Still nice. Their debut was 69. So this is a 73 press, $24.99. Autograph, loud and clear. Wow. A 12-inch single from Autograph. A promo, $14.99. And Jackie Wilson, so much. Wow, 1959. Nice. $44.99. That's something you won't see too often. Just that album in general, but that kind of grade for a 59 press, $44.99 on Jackie. And by myself, Julie London. Looks like there's a little bit of writing right there. The vinyl is clean, superb. It's in a very bad plastic baggie. There we go. All right, time to clear the board. Warrant sold to Aaron Civic for $11. Wow, just one bid on Sammy, sold to Scully Mack for $15. And Miles Davis is sold to Michael Freiberger for $30. Next auction is the Buzzcocks. And the Buzzcocks is called Singles Going Steady. And the Buzzcocks is an 81 UK reissue compilation. It is super clean, near mint minus. The Buzzcocks, $35 start on that. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's Van Halen, Pretty Woman, Walking Down the Street, and Happy Trails. It's in the original sleeve. Van Halen, a $7 start. Ted Nugent's in Shrink Wrap. Ted Nugent, the Ambroy Dukes, Marriage on the Rocks, Rock Bottom, $26.99. Even has the original insert there with it. $26.99. The Buzzcocks already has a bid for $45. Also, we have the Move split ends. The Move is $19.99. And NRBQ all hopped up. NRBQ is $34.99. The 5-man electrical band, Sweet Paradise, $19.99 for the 5-man electrical band. And what do we have over here? It's a delivery from Laura. A Laura crate just got delivered. Holy moly. Wow. I bet nobody was expecting that. Oh my goodness. Or in the words of Vern Lundquist, in your life, have you ever seen anything like that? In your life. ZZ sold to Josh Brown for $28. The Buzzcocks is at $50. Van Halen's at $9. Wow, the Clash, $24.99. The Magnificent Dance, the Magnificent 7, the Call Up, and the Cool Out, 4-track, $24.99. Nina, 99 red balloons. Actually, 99 Luft balloons, and then 99 red balloons. So German and English. German and English. And then we have together the Watts 103rd Street Rhythm Band. Wow. A 1968 white label promo. Another record in here you just really will not see. That's pretty amazing. $34.99. What a cool cover. And then Hank Lachlan, Please Help Me, I'm Falling. In Shrink. You want to see an old price tag? That's an old price tag right there. Rukufus Central Exchange, $2.30. That is a early 60s price tag there. Okay, let me pause right there. Time out. I'm throwing a challenge flag. This is best offer, yes. And I'm not throwing a challenge. I'm throwing a timeout flag. First thing I want to do is say that the Buzzcocks jumped up quickly with Gregory. Van Halen still got a bid for $9. We're about to sell it. Then Buzzcocks got a bid for $50. Okay? And then there was 2 offers from Jackie Wilson. So that must be the magic price. Because we got 2 buyers who offered the same thing. 35 and 35. Now, Adam and Steve, Adam was in first. I would not be doing my job if I didn't counter. I think this is worthy of a $38 counter offer. It's such a nice record. I don't see that one too often. So, Adam, it's yours if you want it for $38, okay? Josh Brown got Tres Hombres for $28. And then Samuel Kopich got the Julie London from earlier. This one back here. Then the Buzzcocks got a new bid for $55. And then Amanda Darby asked how much Nina was. $19.99. Amanda asked the price, and then mortgage guy Rob. I must have not said the price. I'm sorry. And then is the signed song. Unless this is a compilation, I don't think so. I know, no, this isn't a comp. This is not on there. No, it's not. Okay, and then Samuel Copage said he wants red balloons. But Amanda has first dibs, and then mortgage guy Rob. The Buzzcocks got a new bid for $58 and then $60. Michael Freiberger offered $6 on Hank. I will counter that at $8, okay? I was at 10, 6, how about 8? That's called meeting in the middle. The Buzzcocks is already at $70. Samuel Copage does get the Nina. Jackie Wilson is sold for $38 to Adam Bernardi. Van Halen is sold to Lisa Torrio for $9. And Hank Lachlan is sold to Michael Freiberger for $8. Next was Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, $34.99. Elvis back in Memphis, $34.99, 1975. Duncan Du, Canciones from 1989. Duncan Du. Well, I don't think I've heard of them, but I hadn't seen one before. And whoa, another share. We just had one of these the other night. Jackson Highway, $59.99. So the Buzzcocks is at 70 with Gregory Roberts going once, going twice. Nice. There's a lot of great stuff in there. And Laura just delivered a new crate, which I'm obviously going to go right into next. But not before I check this other bonus crate over here and see what I got. Oh my God, look at all these Kiss albums. Ooh, Stevie Nicks. Also, I've squatted down and I don't know if I can get back up. Oh no. Oh, something just popped in my chest. I don't know what it was. Oh, there went my knees. There's my back. Okay, I'm back. Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart, an 83 USOG specialty press with the inner sleeve and insert, VG Plus. And let me look at track 2 on... It's got a vinyl impurity pressed into it. Not a big deal. That's why it's VG Plus. All right, so 83 OG Stevie Nicks, a $15 start. There's that. All right. Now, Vanity 13. I don't think there was another Vanity in here. To my knowledge, there wasn't. Craig offered $15 on the Clash. Sold to Craig Thomas for $15. Price on Crazy Horse. You must be talking about Zuma. Neil Young is $34.99. Show Elvis again. Back in Memphis, baby. A 1975 RCA tan label. $34.99. Next is Adam Bernardi Together, $25. Adam Bernardi Together, $25. I bumped you on the last one. I won on this one. Sell that to Adam for $25. What is the share? Probably one of her rarest albums. 316. Boy, you ever witnessed dyslexia live? 3614 Jackson Highway. That's Muscle Shoals Sound Studio. That's in front of the Muscle Shoals Sound Studio building. It's a 1969 OG, $59.99. This is actually quite scarce. It's a Unipack design. It's a pretty scarce, pretty dang rare share album. It's got a really cool Unipack sleeve, Atco, crisp inner sleeve, beautiful vinyl. Yeah, that's a pretty tough one to get. Okay? Pretty tough one to get there. Adam, did you email me back on the Paul McCartney? If you have, I'll look at it right quick. The Buzzcocks is sold, and the Buzzcocks was sold to Gregory for $70. And Stevie Nicks, Sig put Stevie Nicks, and then Tyler put 13. This is actually a $15 minimum starting bid. So if you want to bid on Stevie, just put SN 15, okay? I had to pass. Okay, no problem. I would have loved to make you a deal on it. If you ever change your mind, let me know. Okay, John Kaiser says he won't share. I'll make sure Pam Murray. Hey, listen, the first time I ever got this record, I bought it at a record store off of their wall. I think I was, where was I? Was it in Nashville somewhere? But I it's not something really I'm into, but I just knew it was rare. And I walked in, I was like, wow, that's the first time I've ever seen that record in person. And I immediately went ahead and said, can you get that down? I don't know. I was definitely at a record store. It was probably 10 years ago. And it doesn't come through very often, okay? So this is sold to John Kaiser. And then Regina said she'd do 30 on Elvis, sold. And now Stevie Nicks has two $15 bids. Let's put up another auction. Let's see what's going on over here in my 45s. Y'all ever heard of a band called... let's see here. Here, let's do Mr. Big. Ooh, Mr. Big. Mr. Big, green tinted 60s Mind from 1991. That's from their album Lean Into It. And To Be With You. Mr. Big is a $7 start. I'm just going to read these titles so we can get right into the Laura Crate. We only read through these once. This compilation is still available for $9.99. It's called Superstars. It has Kiss on it, Casey and the Sunshine Band, ABBA, Donna Summer, Little River Band, $9.99 on Ronco Superstars, Pure Prairie League, Moody Blues, my favorite Moody Blues album. I mean, Days of Future Past is hard to beat, but I love some of the music on here. That is a non-check condition, gatefold, original label. Check out Voices in the Sky. Check out The Actor, The Curtain Rise Upon the Scene. So many great songs on that. $14.99, Moody Blues. Chad recommends. Rod Stewart is in Shrink with the Book. Footloose and Fancy Free. Near Mint in Shrink with the Book, just $14.99. I have it. We have Roy Orbison's Many Moods, a yellow label promo, $24.99. Another Julie London, this time Love Letters. It was $19. The Five Americans also on a promo label. Jay Giles, Monkey Islands, Ry Cooder, Eagles, Benny Mardones, Rosalind Collins, John Fogerty, Toto, and Neil Young. Let me pause there and say that Stevie Nicks is now at $20. Mr. Big has bid for $9. We have an offer on Ronco for $8 and then a claim. Scully Mac, this is yours, but it will be for $9.99. If you pass, then it goes to Christina. And then over here, nobody has a favorite Moody Blues. What's that supposed to mean? What are you trying to say? And then what? Do you know what pressing Zuma was? I bet I can find out. Maybe, maybe not. No. It has that. Laura, what's the little? Is it? It's like a little triangle symbol. That little symbol right there. Can y'all see that? I forgot what pressing plant that is. It's right. I don't know if y'all can see it or not. Right there. That's a pressing plant. Okay. So Scully Mac does get Ronco. Rod Stew is sold for $10. Okay. Winchester. That's it. Winchester. It's a Winchester. Winchester. You can count on them in the back. They know their pressing plant symbols. What songs? Green Tinted 60s Mind and To Be With You. And that's a final call for $9. John McLaughlin, $19.99. From Lulu with Love, $29.99. Quicksilver, Jethro Tull, Autograph, a 12-inch single promo, $14.99. Ted Nugent, The Move, and that's with Jeff Lynne. That has the original version of Do Ya. You know the ELO song, Do You Want My Love? Of course, that's Jeff Lynne. He had it in a band called The Move before that. $19.99. NRBQ, All Hopped Up, 5-man electrical band, Bob Dylan. Here's actually one I don't see. It has a barcode on the back. It's not a modern pressing, probably an 80s press or 90s of Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. I'm not for sure, but that's not like an original, but it's also not like a brand new one either. And then Duncan Do was the last record. All right, Stevie Nicks is sold. And Stevie Nicks is sold to Sig for $20. Mr. Big just got a new bid for $10. And now we're heading into the lower crate. Let's get to it right now. Let me do a little crate condensing. I have got quite the mess over here next to me. So let me do a little crate condensing. Let me put these right here. What time is it, 11? Oh, we got plenty of time. Boy, I kind of need to stop early tonight, but every time I say that, we're on here till 2 a.m. So there's that. And then we have an offer on Nug, which usually means Nugent. And Brian, let's do 18. It's a nice copy and shrink. You do 18, I'll sit to. Who was the other bidder on Mr. Big? Lisa Torrio, just so you know you're outbid. And let me go ahead and put up another auction. Whoa. Let me fix this mess. A crate of 45s. Almost just all spilt out. I caught them, though. Okay, good. That was almost disastrous. Almost disastrous. Oh, my gosh. I don't want to say it, but I'm going to. We have got quite the striper collection. But I am going to go ahead and put up Keel, the Right to Rock, an 85 US OG, EMW pressing, VG Plus, a $15 start. All right, I got that condensed. Move some stuff around. There are crates stacked up next to me, 12 feet tall. What is the Four Seasons? New gold hits, $12.99. Nugent is sold to Brian for $18. The Four Seasons new gold hits, $12.99. All right, let me take this one over here. And now let's grab that lower crate. Let's see what she wrote on this sticker first. Here we go. Okay. Aha. All right, I will do that. All right, here we go. Nice. Okay. I meant to show y'all. We didn't even really have time to enjoy the artwork on the last one. I meant to show it and read her note on the back. It looked like a bunch of Snoopies. I kind of forgot what it looked like already. Very cool. And we'll leave those in there with it too. Oh boy, there's some good stuff in here. Oh man. All right. Here we go. Up. All right. I lost Torrio on Mr. Big, so I'll sell that Jeremy Wart for 10. $85 USOG. Keel, $15 start. Yeah, the Iron Maiden CDs, yeah, they'll either be, yeah, we'll say Thursday night. Yeah, we'll say Thursday night. And far as CDs or miscellaneous tonight, I honestly don't know. We'll just wait till we get there. We got a lot more vinyl to do. We're only on our 5th crate of sold vinyl. So we still got to do this, a recap. We got to do some half off so we can get some stuff sold. And I don't know what time that's going to put us at. So I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to start showing records. Once again, the lower crate sticker has been hid in this randomly somewhere. And our next auction is David Bowie, Changes, and Rebel Rebel. Now, that was originally not on the same single. This was made for jukeboxes. It's a Virgin label, Jukebox only, probably actually from the 90s. Yeah, 1999. So there's David Bowie. It's actually in its original sleeve, and that's a $7 start. Good luck to everybody watching. Pay close attention. It could be the first record. Squeeze, Sweets from a Stranger. VG Plus, $12.99. These are all new arrivals. Sticker price. Sticker price. New arrivals. Just saying. Okay. Taco. Taco. After 8, there is some writing on the cover. There's a note on the back from Laura. An essential record. VG condition. $9.99. Also, Bon IVR. 22 a million. VG for $12.99. Steve Riley on Taco. Sold to Steve Riley. Mike and the Mechanics, nice. It does have silent running on it. Mike Rutherford from Genesis, VG $9.99. David Bowie, Chris, you're out. Pam, you're out. The first bid was $15. $15 was the first bid with Jeremy Bryant. So we're about to sell it. And then Keel is sold one bid to Jerry Rock for $15. Thank you, that is gone. Also, Instant Funk, the funk is on. Instant Funk is VG Plus, $12.99. Eddie Grant, Going for Broke. EX condition on Eddie Grant, $9.99. Sheena Easton, What Comes Naturally. Sheena Easton's EX, $12.99. Jody Watley, VG Plus, $9.99. Also, Till Tuesday, Welcome Home, EX condition, $22.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is The Stranglers and George Michael. David Bowie essentially just got one bid, sold to Jeremy Bryant for $15. The Stranglers, Thrown Away, The Stranglers. It's a UK version, a $7 start. And George Michael, if you missed out on the album, there's the single, You Gotta Have Faith. George Michael, a $7 start. The Stranglers and George Michael are now up for bid. Okay? Jeff Hallsworth on JW for Jody Watley. Thank you. That's so to you. Next is Kim Wilde, Teases and Dares. Kim Wilde is in VG condition, $9.99. And Suzanne Vega, this is EX condition, $12.99. Haircut 100, Pelican West, EX $17.99. And Madness, absolutely. Madness is EX condition, $22.99. Where could that Laura Crate sticker be? Stranglers, it's a final call for 7. And George Michael's a final call for 7. Those have bids for 7 and 7. One second, please. Okay. Michael Reed on Madness. Stranglers has a new bid for 8. George Michael has another bid for 7. The Teardrop Explodes, Kilimanjaro. EX $17.99. A new wave post-punk album. EX $17.99. The Fabulous Poodles in Shrink and Hype with Mirror Star, $9.99. I'm going to go get a bottle of water immediately. Laura didn't bring me one tonight. Kind of surprised. One second while I go do this. Quick timeout. Oh no. Is there any waters up here? Maybe that's why she didn't bring any. Tanner has evaporated the waters. There's one back here. Okay, there's two. I got to put some more in here later then. Okay. First night, no one's asked about the puzzles. We've been live for 5 hours. No one has asked about the puzzles in the back. First time, unless I've missed it. I hadn't seen anybody ask what the record, or they maybe thought they were albums, but no one's asked at all. Okay. That was very much needed water. My head was starting to hurt. Also because I'm a little hungry too. More Nirvana anything. I'll see what I can come up with. I don't think I have much more though. William Drugovich on the Teardrop Explodes. Jerry Rock on Kim Wilde. And now the Stranglers is at 13. George Michael just got one bid with Chris Gardner. Well, it got two bids, but there was a tie. The other person went out. So that sold for $7. Sponge Tunnel, Morons. A garage punk album, EX condition, $12.99. Wall of Voodoo, Call of the West. This does have the hit song Mexican Radio on it. It's on there. EX, $22.99. Captain Beefheart, The Spotlight Kid. A 2000 reissue, EX condition, $19.99. Thomas Clark on Wall of Voodoo. The Stranglers now is at 15. William Drugovich, you're out. Craig has it for 15. Nice copy, too. Our next single is going to go up right now. It is Elvis. I'm talking about the king of rock and roll. I'm talking about Rock-a-Hula Baby and a big one here, I Can't Help Falling in Love. Elvis. Very nice in the picture sleeve, 47, 79, 68. Nice vinyl. Does have a sticker residue right there. Elvis is a $7 start. That's now up for bid. The last check condition record is Tracy Ullman. You Broke My Heart in 17 pieces. VG condition, $9.99. And that was the last check condition record. Okay? Now, when this Laura Crate sticker pops up, I'm not going to say anything. So I just hope, I'm not going to make a big deal about it. I'm going to make sure y'all are watching. You got to have your eyes on the screen. And also, this could also be a hint that it could be coming up very soon. Who knows? I might start the crate back over. Just to make it more dramatic. Next is $17.99. The Flamin' Lips Peace something. I forgot the title of this one. I can't read it either. Peace Sword. Peace Sword, $17.99. The Stranglers at 15. He's out. We sold Wall of Voodoo. Elvis is at 10. Elvis is at 7. Elvis is at 17. Midnight Oil, $24.99. No condition notes on anything else left in the crate. Red Sails in the Sunset, $24.99 for Midnight Oil. Right in front of that is the White Stripes, a 2007 USOG. The White Stripes is $39.99. Rush Fly By Night on 200 gram. Wow, nice. 200 gram. 2015, $29.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Stranglers to Craig Thomas for $15. Elvis is now at 20 with Burt Jordan. Don, you're out. Chris Kirkley on Midnight Oil. And Jeremy Bryant on the White Stripes. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and put up another single. And the next single I'm going to put up right now is John Lennon, Instant Karma. John Lennon, Instant Karma. On Apple, a very nice copy. John Lennon, Instant Karma. Next is The Cure. And this is Three Imaginary Boys, 2008. And don't forget, Laura Loves The Cure, sealed for $29.99. Also, The Fix, Phantoms, $14.99 on The Fix Phantoms, no condition notes. And Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams. It is sealed for $29.99. It does have a little bit of a crease over here. Is this an OG? This kind of feels and looks like an OG. $29.99. Elvis is at 25 with Don. Bert's out. That's sold to Don Nicole for 25. Guess what? I got more Elvis. John Lennon's at 7. And Shakedown gets The Cure. And if y'all wasn't paying attention, there it was. Wow, what a great sticker that was. Let's take a closer look at it. The Laura Crate sticker. Baby Snoopy accidentally fell asleep on an iconic album cover. Wow. There it is. Hope everybody's paying close attention. It slipped through. I didn't say a word. And that's sold to Shakedown. Then Mark Stanley, then Robert Barnett, then Jim Davis, then Michael Rudolph. Glad y'all were paying close attention. All right, let's put up another Elvis single. This one is called If I Can Dream. If I Could Dream, and Edge of Reality from the movie Live a Little, Love a Little. Elvis is going to go up for a $7 start. It has an original price tag, and it looks like it has an older retail tag there. But there it is, Edge of Reality, and from the movie Live a Little, Love a Little, and If I Can Dream. That's technically the front of it. $7 start on that. My crate is officially full, so let me go ahead and do a switcheroo over here on some crates. And I'm going to put this right over here. And let me grab a new empty one. All right, Patrick C. Smith on the Steve Miller. Nice. Moving right along. We have After the Fire, ATF, with the song Der Kommissar. $14.99, and Bow Wow Wow, I Want Candy. This is the full album. A gold stamp promo, $24.99. Gold stamp promo, $24.99. Our next auction, let's see what's in this sealed crate over here. I have a sealed copy of Lonnie Brooks, live from Chicago, Bayou Lightning Strikes. A sealed Lonnie Brooks with hop sticker. Let's throw it up for a $10 start. $10 start. Poodles. Is that a record claim? Also, we have Madness. Mad, not Mad. Madness is $19.99. Oh, yeah, that's the Fabulous Poodles. That's back here. That's sold to Patrick C. Smith Sr. Thank you on that. Elvis has a bid for 7. No bid on John Lennon. If anybody wants that for a $7 buy it now, that's a great song. Instant Karma. It's going to get you again. John Ono Lennon. I love how it says play loud. I think that's a variant. See how it says play loud on the label? $7 buy it now on John Lennon. Beautiful condition. Elvis about to sell for 7. Chris Frazier on After the Fire. Samuel Kopich on Bow Wow Wow. Patrick C. Smith on Mike and the Mechanics. That's right back here. Now some stuff's getting claimed. Also, we have Noise Works Touch. It's a pop rock album. It's sealed for $9.99. David Smith on John Lennon. We All Shine On. Lonnie Brooks has a bid for 10. It's sealed, never been opened. Elvis has a new bid for 10. Men Without Hats, Folk of the 80s Part 3. That's $14.99. And we have up for the downstroke. That is Parliament. And Parliament is sealed on red vinyl for $29.99. Parliament is sealed. Let's see what else we have over here in our singles department. Let me grab this. And then let me grab this. And here we go. Okay. Everything in this crate is going to be sticker price right now. These were just marked. Plus, it's kind of late. So, typically on the new arrivals, for sure, they're going to keep these sticker price. I grabbed another Elvis single. That's not even what I meant to grab. Sorry. I was not even paying attention. Here we go. We'll do, from a big movie, The Bangles. A Hazy Shade of Winter from Less Than Zero. $7 start on the Bangles. Lonnie Brooks is about to sell. Eddie McKenna on Suzanne Vega. That's still in here. Ken, yeah. Captain Beefheart is going to be $19.99. Just so you know. And Suzanne Vega sold to Eddie McKenna. Ken Roning said he will take Captain Beefheart for a sticker. Gregory on You. Did you mean to send that, Gregory? You have a comment that says you. And Eric Van Leuven on Parliament. Unless you got auto-corrected. Elvis 12, Elvis 15. Chris Kirkley on Madness. The only Madness that was in the bin... Oop, I pulled the wrong record. Hold on a second. The only Madness that was in the crate's already sold. And the Bangles is at 7. You was for Parliament, but Eric can have it. Okay? And then, how much is Sponge Tunnel? Boy, I don't remember reading that. Sponge Tunnel? No, this is Madness. My bad. You were right, Chris Kirkley. There's still a Madness. All right? And then Lonnie Brooks is sold to Dennis Jackson for $10. Sorry, Chris. You got that. And now Bangles is at 7. Don's out on Elvis. This is sold to Regina for $15. Okay? Here's the other Elvis. Patch it up. You don't have to say you love me. Orange label, picture sleeve, advertising Elvis. That's the way it is. That's now going to go up for a $7 start. Okay? Moving right along, we got Selena Gomez Revival. Selena Gomez is sealed, $24.99. Selena Gomez. In front of that is Hold Your Breath Forever. And this is FZ13, a garage art rock album, sealed, $14.99. And we have Taylor Swift, Evermore. And that is sealed on red vinyl for $29.99. And then, yeah, sorry, I didn't look for Sponge Tunnel. Right here, sorry. Brain is shutting down. David Smith, how much is Sponge Tunnel? EX $12.99. EX $12.99. Jim Davis wants Men Without Hats. Okay? Yes, $12.99. One more record, and before I end, Bangles, Kurt Vile. Kurt Vile is called Watch My Moves, and Kurt Vile is sealed for $29.99. The Bangles sold one bid, $7 to David Smith. Sponge Tunnel is available. And we have Tony Basil. That's sealed of Hype sticker, $12.99. Sponge Tunnel is sold to David Smith. Okay. Next sealed record, I got a sealed OG copy of George Thorogood live. Never been opened before. Sealed for $15 start. That's now up for bid. My next single is going to be Peter Gabriel. Big hit song. Fantastic song. From his album So. It's called In Your Eyes. Peter Gabriel. That's going to go up for a $7 start. And Regina, just so you know, your bid of 7 came in after Burt Jordan bid 7. Okay? Taylor Swift was sealed on Target red vinyl. Yes. $29.99. Taylor Swift. Ryan Adams, Prisoner. Ryan Adams is sealed for $14.99. And then the Yolks. The Yokes is a 2009 USOG Garage album. That is $14.99. And then Janet Jackson Control. Janet Jackson's in Shrink with Hop Sticker, $24.99. George has a bid for $15. Peter Gabriel's a $7 start. Craig Thomas is in. Taylor is sold to Donna Summer. Thank you on that. Over here, I've got Fila. And Fila's a 2017 sealed for $19.99. Engage Empowerment. That is sealed on red vinyl, a hardcore album. Engage Empowerment, $12.99. New bid on Elvis for $10. Also, we have Peter Gabriel, Final Call for $7, and the sealed George Thorogood. Broken Home, sealed for $12.99. Stray Cats, sealed with Hop Sticker, $34.99. Nice. Blast Off, an original pressing, sealed with Hop Sticker. And then over here we have, what did I do? And then over here we got David Smith on Engage, Gregory Roberts on Stray Cats. Elvis has a new bid for $12. Did I call her Donna Summer? Janet Jackson, is that what I did? Eric Van Leuven on Fila. And we have Depeche Mode 101, a 2016. Also, Laura Loves Depeche Mode, 3-heart rating, $34.99. All right, George Thorogood sold. One bid, sealed copy. Josh Brown, $15. Elvis is still getting bids. And Craig, you're going to get, I almost said Selena Gomez. You get Peter Gabriel for $7. The reason I said Selena is because I was glancing down to see that Samuel Kopich wanted Selena Gomez here. That's sold to Samuel Kopich. Depeche Mode is sealed. Yep. That's about $10 below MSRP. So that's a great price there. You called Donna Turner Donna Summer. Okay, Donna Turner, Donna Summer. Yeah, Donna. Sorry. I thought I called Janet Jackson Donna Summer. Or did I call Donna Summer Janet Jackson? Kristen Barnett on Depeche Mode. I've only had 2 monsters tonight, okay? I'm below my 7 normal quota. The last 2 nights I've beat myself to death with sleep. I've got to get out of here faster tonight, or this morning, whatever you want to call it. I was still here this morning when the morning crew started showing up. I was still here. The sun was up. Steve was showing up for work. As soon as I left, I think Seth and Tanner was getting right behind them. Because everybody started, I know when everybody starts waking me up, I start getting replies to my text and emails, and or mostly text and messages. I know I've stayed up way too late, and yeah, I've beat myself. My brain's been off about 2 nights. I feel pretty good though. Elvis is sold to Regina for $15. All right, so here's what I want to do. Let's read these, just the titles one more time. We are in the time of the night. I'm about to read these. I'm about to do some condensing. I'm about to do a couple quick recaps. And we're going to get into some half-off vinyl and stuff, and try to figure out what we're going to do for, quote, miscellaneous for part 2. My next tub of CDs that I had over here was, it looks like high-end box sets. And I don't mind pricing those out and trying to get some sold right now. I mean, I'm here to sell stuff. So we might show the rest of the toys, and we'll keep 45 auctions going. But let me go ahead and grab a couple more right now. Let's do Taylor Dane. And the next single is going to be, let's do another Elvis. And this is actually a pretty dang early one here. We're talking about 50s Elvis. So first, here's Taylor Dane, Tell It to My Heart. A nice picture sleeve. There is some writing on the label. It says, Sticks Bad. And the vinyl's really nice. Okay, that is going to go up for a $7 start. And then Elvis is EPA 992, Volume 1. Not bad whatsoever for a 50s era Elvis Presley. We're talking 1956 approximately. That's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Adam Minardi wants Ryan Adams. Is that in here? It is. And then William Drugovich wants the Yolks. That's in here. And then Taylor Dane has a bid for 7. All right, let's run through those one more time, okay? Let's run through those one more time. Elvis has a bid for 10. Squeeze, Sweets from a Stranger, VG plus $12.99. Bond IVR, 22 a million, VG for $12.99. Taylor Dane has a bid for 7. Elvis has a bid for 10. James Sanders from YouTube, okay. Originals AI 18, that is James Sanders. Instant Funk, VG plus $12.99 for the Funk is on. I do not have Twitch yet on my phone. I still do not have a Twitch myself. I don't even know what it looks like over there. I have no idea what the app, even looks like. So I've got to get it downloaded tonight so I can check it out. I need to get admin so I don't know if I can I post on Twitch? Can you post on Twitch? I don't know. Eddie Grant going. If so, I'll post hot pictures over there too. Because I post hot pictures on Facebook, I copy, I paste on Instagram, I copy, I paste on YouTube. And if there's where you can post on Twitch, I'll do it over there too. Some of y'all might get a notification or something. Whatever helps spread the word. Eddie Grant, EX $9.99. Sheena Easton, EX $12.99. Wow, Elvis at a great price for $10. Final call. Taylor Dane's about to sell for 7. Till Tuesday still available. EX $22.99. Haircut 100, Pelican West, EX $17.99. Tracy Ullman, You Broke My Heart in 17 Places, VG $9.99. Also, we have the Flaming Lips Peace Sword, limited edition EP, Near Mint, $17.99, no condition notes. Rush, Fly By Night. Folks, we're talking about By Tor and the Snow Dog. Tombs of Hades lit by flickering torchlight. Fly By Night, Goodbye My Dear. It's a 200-gram remaster, $29.99. Original Psy 18. Gotcha. I'll probably call you Original over on Twitch, which is James Sanders. The Fix is $14.99. Elvis has another bid for 10, now 12. And we have Noiseworks Touch, sealed for $9.99. Also, we have Hold Your Breath Forever, FZ13, sealed for $14.99. And Kurt Vile, this is Watch My Move, sealed for $29.99. Tony Basil is sealed for $12.99. Janet Jackson Control, Shrink and Hop, $24. And Broken Home is sealed $12.99. Taylor Dane is sold for $7 to James Sanders. Blizzard, those will start. So I made a post saying they restocked Blizzard, Diary, Bark, Ordinary Man, and Black Rain. Okay. Tonight we had Memoirs of a Madman and Scream. We sold out. We have waiting lists for them. I'm going to be getting Aussie like 25, then 20, and then another 20. So tomorrow, if Aussies come in, they're actually already all sold. And then I have more on the way, and then there's more on the way after that. So essentially, if you want on an Aussie record, if you have Facebook, you might want to think about joining over on Whole Lot of Records and please commenting that you want an Aussie. Because I have a spreadsheet going with who gets what on Aussie. Steve Riley on Tony Basil, that's one thing that kept me up for about another hour. I literally had to count and recount and make sure everybody's getting their Aussies before everybody was mad at me. Lisa, your bid on Taylor Dane unfortunately came in very late. Chris Kirkley on Bond IVR. That was right here, sold to Chris Kirkley. Retro Class Entertainment on Janet Jackson. It was OG, but somebody's already bought it. Now Elvis is at 20. All right, let me do a little condensing and get everything together because I've got the leftovers of the last lower crate here. And sometimes if there's enough, and maybe I can find another lure crate from another night. That always makes a great post in the group. The last time I posted a whole lure crate and a whole paw crate, after we pulled everything out, there was about that many records left. We sold a crate and a half just from one video of the leftovers of a paw and lure crate, because a lot of people in the group don't get chances to watch our live stream, so they love me posting videos. They're like, Chad, keep these things coming. We want to buy from the videos because we can't get the privilege of watching live. And I'm like, we can take care of you. Let me move these empty crates out of the way. I am officially in a quick cleaning mode. It won't take me but just a second, but I do have to clean up a little bit. We might run through some of our new vinyl arrivals right quick. Chris Kirkley, Broken Home. Oh, is there 2 in there? Is there 2 Bon Ivers? Hold on a second. Or Bon IVR. Is there another one? Or is that a different? Oh, you want both. Hold on a second. You wanted both. You want Broken Home and that one. Okay. I thought that was a title of a... I was like, I've never heard of that one. Okay. And then... So, over here... The Elvis is at 21 with Burt Jordan. Okay. And don't forget, we had 5 John crates tonight, too. Wow. Is this some other stuff? Who marked these? That was John stuff there. Yep. Was that check condition? Yep. Great stuff there. Let's put these in here. There's another empty crate. I'm liking this. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I got you taken care of. I thought that was the name of the Bond IVR album. But we got you taken care of. I won't let you down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. I'm in love for the first time. Boom, boom. Don't you know it's gonna last? It's a love that lasts forever. Love has no pain. Eddie Grant is available. And that's sold to Curtis Marachi. Just in time before I condense this crate into this other one. It interrupted my Beatles singing, though. I'm sure y'all hate that. If you want me to, I'll keep singing. That's Don't Let Me Down, the rooftop version. That was the rooftop version. Don't let me down. What a great song. Don't let me down. Elvis is sold for $21 to Burt Jordan. All right, moving right along. I've now got a place to put this crate. That's what I was working on. I think I got a place to put this crate. Yeah. There's a lot of crates here. We got crates galore. And I mean, they're full of vinyl too. So it's like me trying to make sure I put them in case 30 minutes from now, someone's like, Chad, I will in fact take that Escape Club record. I'm like, oh boy, let me go hunt this thing down now. All right, and I've got one more to condense, and that's our new vinyl here. And I'm going to read through those one more time before they get posted in the morning, okay? So if you got on late, you probably did not see these, and here is your last opportunity before we hit half off stuff. So let's get started. Let's go ahead and knock these out. And let's grab a few more auctions. And thanks everybody for joining me here late on a Tuesday night. Let's do the Monkeys. It's another Pleasant Valley Sunday. And let's do the Bengals. It's just another Manic Monday. Wow, we got Sunday and Monday. It's another Pleasant Valley Sunday. Happy times. People mowing their yard, watching TV. It's, suburban. It's another suburban family Sunday. And then the next day is a little bit less dreadful. It's just another Manic Monday. So Sunday, Pleasant Valley Sunday, $7 start. And then over here, we have the Bengals, just another Manic Monday, $7 start. Those are now up for bids. Nice. Okay, here we go. Last call on new vinyl that came in for today. We had 4 crates, and I think this is all. Is this really all that's left? Is there another crate I put somewhere else? Surely there's more. I guess we emptied. Yeah, I guess that's it. We just had some big pre-orders. All that got gone. Yeah, I guess this is it. 4 crates and everything left in one. And I hadn't shown one Funko, but I will in just a second. Okay, first thing we had was Black Sabbath, The Eternal Idol, remastered from the analog tapes, featuring The Shining with lyric insert. That's Tony Martin, Black Sabbath, $33.99. Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying, new and sealed, Iron Maiden, $36.99. Also, Queens of the Stone Age. We sold every album except this one. Rated R, $36.99 for Queens of the Stone Age. We have 1 copy left of You're a Good Sport, Charlie Brown. And I have Jerry Stone's name on it. He must have not been watching tonight. That's highly unusual. I'm going to go pull up his invoice right now. I think he already got billed for one. But it's a 50th anniversary Zoetrope picture disc. And let me see if I can find this for him. Let me pull up Square, because I definitely want to make sure he don't miss out on this. But Ed had it earmarked for him, but let's see here. Where are you, Jerry? There's Jerry. Okay, here's his last invoice. Let me pull it up. Okay, it's not on that one. And then here's this one. Charlie Brown, You're a Good Sport. Yeah, he got one. He's already paid for one. But let me make sure. Okay, now this might be because we were short one or something. Okay, I want to make sure. Donna, I do want to sell this because he's paid for one. That might have been something like we needed for his order. So here's what we're going to do. I'll go text Ed, or I'll leave Ed a message. If he says, yeah, that was a mistake, I'll give it to you. If either way, if you want to go on a waiting list, let me know. And we'll make sure you get one. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Sam Cooke. This is a reissue of an early Sam Cooke album, originally on RCA. Clear vinyl, $33.99. This is an unofficial by Tool. Tool is a 2LP clear vinyl, absolute ultra rare. Tool, a 2LP, $44.99. Unofficial Tool. Iron Maiden, the last copy. We've sold 2. Death on the Road. Iron Maiden is $49.99. Also, Tom Petty, A Country Music Celebration. This is big country artist covering Tom Petty. Chris Stapleton, Thomas Rhett, Luke Combs, Dolly doing Southern accents. Dierks Bentley doing American Girl. Steve Earle doing You're So Bad. This is $38.99. Rod L. Martin on the Sam Cooke. The Bengals have sold a Vladarchik for $10. And wow, one of my favorite songs, Pleasant Valley Sunday, The Monkees. If anybody wants it, a $7 buy it now. That's a no bid. Testament, The Dark Roots. Testament's on clear with gold and green splatter. There's some pretty heavy metal for you for $36. Fear Factory, Obsolete. That is a music on vinyl pressing for $39. And then the Ronettes. And Chris Bryant must have not been on tonight. He's always asking for punk, and he missed a bunch of them tonight. The Ronettes, music on vinyl, because we did have a waiting list for this, and I think he got one like a long time ago. But I technically have at least one left, just FYI. One Youthquake left, Dead or Alive, You Spin Me Round Like a Record. That's on Go Vinyl. They're numbered. $39.99. And then Negative Approach tied down. Negative Approach is $29.99. The Monkeys is sold to Christopher Yoakum. Also, let me give y'all a little clue about numbering. So the numbering on a record, the only thing that really makes it collectible, or, some people's like, I want the lowest number. And, it'll be like it'll be in the thousands. And somebody will be like, Chad, I only want that low number or I'll pass. But the only time I've ever seen a number sell for more if it's like number 1 or number 3 or 5, maybe something, especially for a music on vinyl, it has nothing to really mean when they were pressed. I don't think this was the 957th record pressed. It actually might have been the 7th record. I think they're pressing the records and then just putting them in jackets later. But I've had some people, I think, lately very curious about what numbers they're getting and then maybe really passing because they couldn't get a low number. And I'm just here to tell you, unless it's just for your purpose of sanity, this really has nothing to do with when the record was made. Just saying. Because I don't think number 1 is the first one that came off the stamper. I don't think they match them up that way at all. That's what I've been told. That's what I understand. Now, as far as value, I think like number 1 or number 2 might be pretty cool, or 5, but I really don't think it affects the value whatsoever. It wouldn't to me, and as a dealer, I'm not even looking. We're just saying they're numbered. I'm putting them in the crate, just so you know. But if it does matter, you might want to make sure, because I don't think it does as far as any kind of perk whatsoever, unless it just matters to you. Exodus Shovel-Headed Kill Machine. Exodus is on red vinyl. It's a 2 LP, $36.99. We have one Megadeth picture disc left of Euthanasia, and that is $39.99. I'm going to put up a couple more auctions. What else do I have over here? Okay, this was a no bid or a non-payment from a Hatchet Ed. Let me do a comp on it. It actually, last time we sold it, it sold for $35. Okay? The last time we had this record, it sold for $35. So let me rescan it on Discogs. It was actually a single I didn't get to the other night from Hatchet Ed and Killers. That is a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle. That's a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle, $24.99. Yeah, this is a $15 start. This is a reissue of Dolly Parton's very first record, first recording. It was on a label called Go Band. The last one sold for $30, probably while this one last sold for $35. Dolly's going to be a $15 start. Now, if you don't know, that original record came out in 1959, and it sells for around $1,000. These numbers here are inaccurate. One sold in 2016 for $30, and one sold for $75. That is inaccurate information, okay? That's where somebody could really screw up and list a rare Dolly record on Discogs for way too cheap. That is actually highly skewed. This is more like the original. That's more like a $1,000 record. Let me pull up some current eBay auctions or past eBay auctions, just so you know. Okay. Also in here, Coheed and Cabria, 20th anniversary transparent black vinyl. That's $38.99. Exodus is sold to Patrick C. Smith. Patrick C. Smith on that. So Dolly, okay, there's where one sold in 2016 for $1,040. There's where one sold in 2018 for $800. There's also a really rare Dolly picture disc. Do y'all know about that? There's a Dolly picture disc that sells for like $1,000 too. There's one that sold for $688. But yeah, I'm just saying that's a rare record if you ever do see original. Zach Sabbath Vertigo, $33.99. Extreme is $39.99. Saigon Kick, $38.99. I still got 3 of that. And then Exodus Temple of the Damned is $36. Anthrax Too Much Posse is $29. Iron Maiden's $29. And then Janis Joplin Live at Woodstock, $29. Okay? Final Call on Dolly for $15. That's what we sold it for the last time. did not get payment. I think that was from that Extreme Mid-South guy. If you ever see the name Extreme Mid-South, that is a bogus person, okay? That is a bogus person if you ever see that handle pop up. For anybody out there anyway, anywhere. That is a bogus handle, okay? This was the only new vinyl left tonight. Iron Maiden, Janis Joplin, Anthrax, Exodus, Saigon Kick, Extreme, Zach Sabbath, Coheed and Cambria, Megadeth, Exodus, Negative Approach, Youthquake, Ronettes, Fear Factory, Testament, Tom Petty, Iron Maiden, Tool, Sam Cooke, Queens of Stone Age, Iron Maiden, Black Sabbath. Boy, everybody's gotten quiet on me. Holy moly. All right, I better bring over some vintage stuff or something. Everybody has gotten quiet on me. Super quiet. Dolly's a $15 buy now if anybody wants it. Is there anybody still out there? Do I just need to go ahead and go home and eat popcorn and watch Harrison Ford, The Fugitive? Or is everybody fatigued off new vinyl and you're ready for some vintage? So let me know, okay? Laura's at least watching. She's here in the building. Everybody else I'm not so sure about. But I think it's time to do a half off. And Chad, LP's best friend's dad with Veritan Dever. There you go. There you have it. Yeah, let's do some half off or something. Maybe they'll get everybody woke up. I'm pretty exhausted myself. But hey, we'll do some half off and get everybody stirred back up. Yeah, let's do 45s. Let's do this crate here. Let me bring it over here on the table and see what's all in here. I need to get it off anyway. Is this love or is just this fantasy? More 45. Kettle corn. White Snake. Is this love? Outfield. Voices of Babylon. $7 start. White Snake, Outfield. Those are $7 starts. Dolly was a reissue of her very first record, Puppy Love. $15 buy it now. It's $15. It should be $35, but it's $11.52 and everybody fell asleep on me. Okay, let's find a half off vintage crate. I'll start rolling with the singles. You got to roll with the changes as well. Whenever you are able, and I am weary, make them, break them, things, something, da-da-da-da. What I done think, Bob. A shooby-dooby-da-ba. Beat down, something, beat down, da-da-da. Videos on the same old story. Oh, turn the pages. Here we go. All the changes. Oh, yeah. Jim B must be asleep because he could flip this for $50, $60, $70, $80, $100 on Discogs. So he's obviously asleep. Some of these are so cheap, you're basically getting paid to buy them. That's what Jim B does. He made over $250,000 last year watching Coletco. And I was like, hey, I'm fine with that. He's knocking down $700,000-800,000 a month gross sales watching Coletco. I'm like, whoa. All right, these are half off, no more, no less. First come, first serve. Let's make sure we know what we're doing over here. Jim B gets Dolly Parton for $15. See? Done. So did Jim B. He just made his house payment. Okay, first thing we're going to do is this right here. We got I Can Hardly Wait. Me either. This is Debbie McClendon. Debbie McClendon is $7.50. Tom Paxton, Ain't That News. This is $10. Tom Paxton is in Shrink. It's on the Electra label. No condition notes, $10 on that. Also, we have Brian Augers, Oblivion Express, straight ahead. Brian Augers, Oblivion Express is $10. Also, Chicago 17. Chicago 17 is $7.50. Chicago 17. Resurrection Band, The Best of Rez. $10 on Resurrection Band. Also, The Who, Meaty Bitty Big and Bouncy, a great Who compilation. Gatefold Jacket on Decca, $15. I Can See for Miles and Miles and Miles and Chicago 16 is $5. Wow, 2 Chicago $5 albums. Long John Silver, Jefferson Airplane with the humidor jacket, $22.50. Tyler McDaniel, let me know which of the 2 Chicagos you want. You might want both. I got 16 and 17. 16 and 17. 6s and 7s. Also, Whitesnake, if anybody wants it, $7. Also, Outfield, if anybody wants it, $7. What else do I have? The Very Best of Jackie DeShannon. Price, $7.50. Right in front of Jackie is Janet Jackson. What Have You Done For Me Lately? That's $10. Tyler McDaniel says, double me up on the Chicagos. So did Tyler and Tyler. Y'all are really missing out on the Who. Come on, Who comment. Maybelle Mercer. This is a reissue on the collectibles. Most of these songs were recorded in 1963. That's only $5. Elvis, there he is, folks. He's live in Hawaii. He says aloha via satellite. This is a quad pressing, and this is now $17.50. There they are. Also, the Memphis Horns, Get Up and Dance, $12.50. Adam Minardi on Maybelle sold to Adam Minardi. Blah, blah, blah. What am I trying to say? Blah. I can't still say it. You know what I mean. Next auction is I Love Rock and Roll. And the one after that is John Lennon Mind Games. I Love Rock and Roll, $7 start. John Lennon Mind Games, $7 start. Next over here is Burt Jordan on Elvis Presley. Aloha, Burt. Thank you. That's so to you. In front of Elvis was The Dregs Industry Standard, $5. Amanda Darby on Jackie DeShannon. Put a Little Love in Your Heart, $7.50. So to Amanda Darby. Over here was Dave Loggins' Personal Belongings. I see a lot of Dave Loggins albums, but not this one. He was known for Please Come to Boston in the Springtime. Voices, Boston College. Recorded at Jack Clement Studios, Nashville, Tennessee. Vanguard, $7.50 on Dave Loggins. Brewer and Shipley, Weeds. The bottom seam does have some splitting, $7.50. Don't Be Concerned, Bob Lind, $7.50. Also, The New Vibrations. New Vibration. That's a lyric in Tommy James and the Shondells. This was originally on the OK label. This is an epic 80s press reissue for $12.50, near mint. Wow, Thriller with hop sticker. Now just $20. Inner sleeve. That means it's $20 off. That should be an easy sale. So should this. Bad Company is now $10. That's Desolation Angels. Some great songs on here like Rock and Roll Fantasy. Rock and Roll Fantasy. And Quincy Jones plays Hip Hits. $15. Nice. Quincy Jones. On Mercury Records, Black Mercury label. No condition notes for $15. Nice. We got no bids on Mind Games, $7. No bid on Joan Jett, $7. Those can be bought for $7. He was a Tennessee Vol, yes. Adam Minardi on Bad Company, thank you on that. And Tyler McDaniel says, I'll take Thriller. Thank you on that. Those are sold and sold. This is half off, no more, no less. The price I'm saying are the final price. Dennis Weaver, $10. Dennis Weaver is $10. Also, we have Johnny Taylor, Rated Extraordinaire. Johnny Taylor is $10. David Smith on Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. That's sold to David Smith for $7. Also, Deep Purple, The House of Blue Light. Nice. $15. Richie Blackmore, Deep Purple, original under sleeve. Look at this lineup. Ian Gillan, Roger Glover, John Lord, and Ian Pace. folks. Deep Purple, $15. Jerry, I've already sold Joan Jett for $7. And then Donna on JT for Johnny Taylor. That's sold to Donna. I'm going to take a drink of water right quick while you contemplate if you should or should not buy that Deep Purple. The honest truth is you need everything in here. The only thing that's holding you back is your fingers saying, Chad, give me everything in the crate, and you typing that out and hitting send. The dregs is sold to Dale Sanders. I was waiting for you to comment that. Jackie gets Deep Purple. I mean, you honestly, Life Essentials, you need pretty much everything in this crate. Jimi Hendrix, Midnight Lightning, $17.50. James, Deep Purple's already sold. What a nice Jimi Hendrix for $17.50. In front of that is Genesis, just $10 for their self-titled album. Illegal Alien, Just a Job to Do. Mama, Home by the Sea. Home by the Sea. Magic Christian Music by Badfinger. That's now $15 for Badfinger. And then we got Fresh Air 3. Hey, there it is. Who bought the other ones last night? $7.50 on Fresh Air. Travis Woods on Genesis. Can't go wrong there. Tyler McDaniel on Hendrix. Can't go wrong there. And then Brian Colsar next on Genesis. Mitch Ryder, How I Spent My Vacation. $7.50. Let's grab another single over here. Let's take a peek in my box and see what I got. Too Much Magic Box. Bring you a box that gets you to you. Too Much Magic Box. I tried before to tell her of the feelings I have for her in my heart. The Police, Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic. $7 start. No More Lonely Nights. Paul McCartney with David Gilmour of Pink Floyd on lead guitar. No more long. Imagine being in the studio with both of them at the same time. I'd be like, oh my gosh, what is going on? I'm in a recording studio right now with David Gilmour and Paul McCartney. What's going to happen here? We have Jackie Reynolds on BAD for Badfinger. Josh Brown, you were third on Genesis. And Dennis Jackson gets Mitch Ryder. Okay? Also, we have Zahn, Back Down to Earth. Zahn is a 1979 white label promo. $10. Adam Bernardi needs to put back Bad Company. Bad Company's going back in the crate if anybody wants it. Was anybody back up on that? I don't think so. So that's available for $10 if anybody wants it. Kemosabe, The Electric Indian. Kemosabe is $7.50. Chicago, $5. That's the Chocolate Bar album. Chicago 10, just $5. Fresh Air 4, there they are again, $7.50. How about Koi Ionia, Front Line, $6.50. Truth, Second to None. Truth is $10. Jack Green, Reverse Logic. Jack Green is $5. Hip Sway, The Honey Thief. Hip Sway is $5. Milan, Lead Me On, $5. And Waterfront Cry, a new wave album, $5. Tyler picking up yet another Chicago. Nobody's bid on The Police, $7. Nobody's bid on Paul McCartney, $7. Final call on those. Final call on those. Amanda Darby on Waterfront. That's sold to Amanda Darby. Also, The Kinks, Good Day. The Kinks is now $5. Also, Formo Logic. And that's a 1999 Trance. Trance, $5. How much was The Who? The Who was 15, I think. Yeah, $15 on the Who, excuse me. Patrick C. Smith getting the Put Back Bad Company. That is Desolation Angels, Rock and Roll Fantasy. Oh. Sorry, let me stretch right quick. Oh, man. Brian Colsar, you were second on that, and Curtis does want the Who. Too much. Magic Bus. Get on the bus that takes me to you. So to Curtis Marachi. Live Stories, Earl Clue. $5 on Earl Clue. The music from Freak Creek. Free Creek soundtracks, $12.50. Artists include Dr. John, Delaney Bramlett, as of Delaney and Bonnie, Keith Emerson, Linda Ronstadt, Todd Rundgren, Chris Wood. That's $12.50. Vladimir on Formo Logic. The Police and Paul McCartney are $7 buy it nows each if anybody wants those. Dennis Coffey, Back Home. Dennis Coffey is $12.50. Coleman Hawkins, Body and Soul. Quintessence Jazz Series, a 78 Canadian press. Coleman Hawkins. Excuse me. $10 on that. Lee Michaels, Nice Day for Something. Lee Michaels is $7.50. What was the record of the ring cover behind Formal Logic? That was The Kinks. Good Day. $5. 12-inch single from The Kinks. Coleman Hawkins, So Did Donna. The Jefferson Airplane Humidor cover. Let's go look at it. It looks like it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's ever been assembled. For those that don't know, this is literally a cigar humidor box. And yes, you can literally assemble it, fold the flaps, and it makes a legit, perfect dream made from natural tobaccos cigar box. Or not a humidor. I guess more like a cigar box. So, and it will all fold up and literally make a cigar box. Here's how I've seen this record a bunch. It's usually like this. Or no, excuse me. It's usually like this. It's just this. That's usually what I see. And I think John has these stashed everywhere in the back because it's technically just the inner sleeve. It's technically just the inner sleeve. So a lot of people made the box and then the inner sleeve got, you know, misplaced, or the rest of the record was forever lost with the box. And of course, when you unfold it, it doesn't really flatten out the way it originally did. So got one of their, yeah, I'll go for it. Okay. Yeah, this album didn't sell too well originally. It's not, you know, it's not a premier Jefferson Airplane album. Sometimes these, what they called back in the day, gimmick covers, some of them sold the heck out of albums. Okay. And then some, quote, gimmick covers, they literally had to come up with a gimmick to try to get people to buy the music. So I know of some great gimmick covers that are both great gimmick covers and great music. And then there's sometimes, I think they try to literally make a gimmick cover to try to sell bad music. That's something they did back in the day. That's sold to Ken Roning. Also, we have, it's more of a collectible now than so much is for listening. Dilford and Tilbrook is $6.50. That's from Squeeze. They were in a band called Squeeze. And then we have Playmates, Long Sweet Dreams. Playmates is a 1988 UK alternate rock. $6.50. Think about the zipper cover from Sticky Fingers. A gimmick cover. People wanted to buy it just to figure out what's underneath that zipper. But also it's some amazing music. So they really didn't need a gimmick cover to sell that album. But it's both a gimmick cover and great music. I received and paid for an invoice on Monday. What is the estimated shipping time? 7 days right now. They are shipping orders from 7 days ago. They are shipping orders from 7 days ago. Okay? So here's the update from Ed. Today they were shipping on Monday, July 21st. They should be caught up with last week by the end of this week. So come Monday, they will be shipping Monday's orders, paid orders. So you'll get a tracking to your email. Chicago, $5. Chicago 6. Holdsworth is Allen Holdsworth at the Veracron. Allen Holdsworth, $12.50. Barbara's is $17.50. And then Chicago is Soda Donna. Any Billy Joel. Now, a question like that can be very misleading. Maybe let me know which Billy Joels you're looking for. Do I have them? Who knows? Elvis, Moody Blue, $17.50. Kathy Tricoli, $7.50. Cross Country, a 73 Monarch, that's $12.50. Roxy Music Greatest Hits. How did I didn't sell the first time? Roxy Music is $12.50. And Walrus, a 1972 white label promo, $10. Walrus, $10. All of them. Trying to give them for a while, so need all. Okay, now let me ask you this. Do you want original first pressings, vintage copies, or do you just want a Billy Joel album, so you might even settle for new copies? I'm in a building right now with around, our estimations current on inventory, 100,000 albums. Probably more than that, honestly. Do I have Billy Joel? Yes. Can I find it for you right now? No. It would take hours, possibly even days, to track them down, find them, etc., etc. That's really why we don't do requests. That's why I never take requests for OG vintage records. We don't really know if we have them. We really don't know where they're at if we do have them. And it could take weeks, days, hours to track them down, even if they're back here behind me. I mean, it would take me an hour to flip through all of our priced inventory. So, if you ever see me, anybody else watching, ignoring like OG requests, we really just can't, you know, and usually if Billy Joel is in a bin, it gets sold immediately, especially nowadays. His sales have really picked up, it seems like. Roxy Music is sold to Amanda Darby, Gary Wellman on Walrus, and then Thomas Clark put RM, and that was for Roxy Music, so you were second. But yeah, it's just one of those things you just got to watch when you can, because they'll pop up. Billy Joel was shown almost every night. Now, if you want to knock him out right now, most of his catalog is in print, and I can say, hey, I can order you brand spanking new copies, remastered. I have some in stock. Like, there's some that you can't get OGs of. Or if you do, they're quite rare. One I can think of is Stormfront. The album from 1989 that doesn't have We Didn't Start the Fire. That album is actually quite difficult to get. So if you are going to get every album from beginning to end, you're going to have to get some new pressings. You're going to have to get some new pressings of a lot of albums. Mostly because some of his, the OGs, are pretty difficult to find. And you can get box sets, yeah. So there's a lot of different options for Billy Joel. He's a multi-platinum, 100 million albums sold? Probably. So, you know, they're out there. They're quite common. But it's one of those common records that sell. There's a lot of really common stuff, but it gets grabbed immediately. Billy Joel's one of them. You get Billy Joel, you know, Stranger. It's a $15 record, mint. But it gets grabbed immediately. So it's like high demand, but a lot of supply. So the prices aren't too crazy, but the demand's high. It's high demand and high supply. So, yeah, just tune in when you can. If you watch long enough, I bet in a couple months you can probably have most of the discography. And then make a checklist, and some of those I can order for you. Because you're not going to find OGs. There's some records of his that really don't exist as OG on vinyl Or if you do, they're rare. Some of that I guess he had some stuff out in the 90s too. You never see those. All right, let's run through these one more time quickly. We've almost filled up a whole nother crate. This was pretty much full when I set it here. This is all that's left. I'm going to go fast so we can get into another one. And I might just read the titles. If you need a price, let me know. That'll make it even faster. Davey McClendon, Tom Paxton, Brian Auger, The Resurrection Band, Janet Jackson, The Memphis Horns, Dave Loggins, Brewer and Shipley, Bob Lind, The Vibrations, Quincy Jones, Dennis Weaver, Fresh Air, Zahn, Kemosabe, Fresh Air, Keonanica, or something like that, Truth, Jack Green, Hipsway, Milan, Earl Clue, Free Creek, Dennis Coffey, Lee Michaels, The Kinks, Dilford and Tilbrook, Playmates. Somebody asked for the Alan Holdsworth title. It is spelled Atavachorn. Atavachron. Atavachron. Adam Bernardi, the price is $12.50. Barbaros is still available, $17.50. Elvis, Moody Blue, his last album on blue vinyl, it's $17.50. Kathy Tricoli is $7.50. And Cross Country, 72 Monarch, Gatefold, should be Atlantic Records. Atco, it is a subsidiary of Atlantic. Same label, same company essentially. Cross Country is a 73 Monarch, $12.50. Quincy Jones is, and let me know if you want something because I'm about to price these as a bundle. And I'm going to threaten somebody to buy them. So Quincy Jones is $15, plays hip hits. There's probably 3 of the most surprising records that didn't sell. And I'm about to count these and offer them as a bundle deal. And then I'm going to make threats to make somebody buy them so we can move on to another one. And I'm going to make it a very good price for a bundle. We'll make sure nobody here wants anything else. Oh. Okay. And this was a half off bin, no more, no less. This was originally marked 29. So it's on that original Black Mercury label. And it's honestly a really high-grade copy. So let me know if you want it. Adam Bernardi wants Alan Holdsworth. But it's up to you, Romelu C. If you don't want it, I'm going to put it in the bundle. I'd rather you buy it for $15 because it's about to get really cheap on average in the bundle. So I usually just price the records per unit in a bundle. And some of them should have been a lot higher. And honestly, some of them for a bundle price might have been less. But we just kind of average it out. So, trying to figure out what I'm going to eat tonight. He says he'll take it. All right, I'm going to put the Elvis in the bundle. And let's try to get these sold. I wonder if John Barry's watching. He got a bunch of bundles yesterday or last week. And let's try to get these sold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. But there's only going to be 30 because Lisa Speet wants the Elvis. Lisa, if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, and I'm going to give you some instructions, okay? There's 30 records in here, and I'm going to offer them as a bundle. And the bundle price on these 30 records is going to be $95. 95 divided by 30 is $3.16 each. Okay? 95 records, or excuse me, 30 records, $95. A bundle price, a great random mystery box almost. Think about that as a mystery box. 30 records, $95. There's going to be some stuff in there you've never played before. If you spend a lot of time listening to music, that's what I do when I'm up front. I usually spin something that I listen to all the time, and then I'll grab something like this and be like, I have seen this record dozens of times in my life here selling records. I'm going to put it on the turntable and finally give it a spin. Come on, John Barry. I don't think he would have already said sold by now. He would have already said sold. He takes about every bundle if he's watching. He's now the bundle master. I even had AI write a song about him. And then Lisa, before I tag you for this Elvis, I really need to find out if you're a first-time buyer. If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then I'm going to give you some instructions. And I would love for somebody to buy this bundle. If we can get this bundle sold, I'm going to grab another half-off bin. If not, I might work my way into this CD box set from the metal collection. I think right now, honestly, if I go to the CD box sets, we're probably going to sell more for more money. However, I'm kind of about a crate shy of my quota from where I like to be every night. So I would like to sell these. It would fill up a crate and a half, and then we can do another one. That would get to my personal goal quota every night, okay? Lisa's not a first. Welcome back, Lisa. Sorry. I just didn't recognize your name. I don't say your name as much as I do some other people. So, Chaz the Curveball from the last crate still available. Yeah, from the Laura crate, yeah, it is. $29.99 sealed. Come on, bundle. Somebody's thinking about it. Somebody's thinking, come on, Chad, don't put me in this position. Oh, no, should I do this? I want to see another half-off crate. Should I really, really go ahead and buy these? Chad, why are you doing this to me? Please, please don't make me buy this bundle. Okay, I'll go ahead and take it. Give me the bundle, Chad. I'm got to buy a whole nother house to store all these records in. Go ahead, give me the bundle. This is sold to Jeremy Bryant. Should we? Should we move into CD box sets? I'll have to take the bundle for $70. Somebody says, I just came back. What's in the bundle? How much? Okay, I'll read the titles quickly one more time, and I'm going to tell you the price. Cross Country, Kathy Tricoli, Barbarous, Playmates, Dilford and Tilbrook, The Kinks, Lee Michaels, Dennis Coffey, Free Creek, Earl Clue, Milan, Hip Sway, Jack Green, Truth, Koi O'Nia, Fresh Air, Kemosabe, Zahn, Fresh Air, Dennis Weaver, The Vibrations, Bob Lynn, Brewer and Shipley, Dave Loggins, The Memphis Horns, Janet Jackson, Resurrection, Brian Auger, Tom Paxton, and Debbie McClendon. 30 records for $95. $3.16 each. They've been cleaned, priced, sleeved, and researched. A reseller's dream. Why isn't Jim B in it on more of these bundles? You would think Jim B would capitalize more on these bundles, honestly. More 45s. Let's try to bundle the 45s that didn't sell so far tonight. Paul McCartney, The Police, John Lennon, The Outfield, and Whitesnake. Instead of 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, how about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 25? 5 premium 45s for $25. Let's sell those bundle, and I'll put up 2 more. We got an offer on the bundle for $70. Okay? Is it too late to ask about Earl Clue? Yes, it's part of the bundle right now. We are negotiating. I'm not for sure who you are over on Twitch. Who are you? Who are you? And plus, I need to make sure Richie Lander doesn't want them as well. Richie Lander, do you want to make an offer? We got a $70 offer. I don't know if I want to do them for that. You're getting close, though. I'm going to figure out who this is first on Twitch. I'm still trying to figure out some of y'all's handles. I need a name. Just like on the Seinfeld episode. We need a name. Give me a name. The delivery company didn't want to deliver to a lane side of town. Romelu C. Romelu. Let's meet. Let's do 80. That's almost in the middle. That goes to your side. Middle's 82.50. Let's do 80. We'll do another half-off crate, and then we'll see what's in this CD box over here. We're going to take this. We're going to take this show at least till 1 a.m. tonight. It looks like, because now if we do a bundle on this, I've made a promise to do another half off. Okay. As long as Romelu says okay to 80. Not 70. Whoop. Burt's Bees. Fat-free yogurt. This is so bleeping good. Hey, another round of strawberry for me and my friends. That's Newman. Okay, so $75. $75 to Romelu C. Okay, let's do it. There's some pretty bizarre stuff in there, so otherwise they're going to be put away for probably a while. So let's go ahead and do it. $75. Romelu, you got yourself a deal. Let me find my sticky notes so we can get all this crated up. 75. Oh, memorized? I've got Seinfeld Beyond memorized. It plays while I'm sleeping, so it just gets transplanted into my brain. I can tell you directors, years, episode numbers, actors. Okay, where is my sticky notes? Let me just grab up here and get it. All right, let's do some more half off, and I'll start putting up other 45s. Maybe go ahead and start slipping in CDs too. That way we keep it dynamic. We're going to keep it a little bit dynamic, okay? Oh no, Seth watched the stream. Seth is terrible about making waiting lists. Oh no. Seth watched this stream this morning. He is terrible about making waiting lists. All right, here we go. What happened? Romelu, you got him for $75. The stream reset, evidently, over on Twitch. Those are so to Romelu. All right, here we go. Man, great stuff. Nice stuff. That was a non-check condition bin, too. And let me put these away. And so that crate is going to be all his, and then it's going to spill over into the next crate. And honestly, I don't know if I should put... Yeah, I'm not going to risk that, so I'm going to lay that on top. Not going to risk that getting damaged. Those Pearl Jam boxes we sold, they're kind of oversized. All right. Wow, nobody taking advantage of my bundle either. I'll re-show these again tomorrow when we go live. They'll sell for $7 each then. But if anybody wants them now for $25, they're available. Here's the rest of Romelu's bundle. Thank you, Romelu. Da-da-da-da. I'm thinking about Domino. Whoa. Domino. Da-da-da-da. Roll me over, Romeo. That's Van Morrison, by the way. Whoa, whoa. Domino. Oh. Doody bop. Papa. Ooh. Where's a good Paul crate at when we need one, you know? A good Laura half-off crate. Where's a good Laura half-off crate, right, John? I mean, Jim? I mean, Bob? I mean, Bill? You know, a good Laura half-off crate when you need one. What's in here? I actually think this is Paul stuff. I think this is Paul stuff and Laura stuff. Yeah. Let me move these to the back so we can show them first. Mayor Dinkins. All right. that. Here we go. Hope everybody's paying attention. I have Deja Vu, Song for Everyone. Deja Vu is $6.50. EX condition. Deja Vu, Capitol Records, $6.50. Bobby Digital and Digital Potions, sealed for $10. Bobby Digital, Digital Potions, sealed for $10. Our next single is going to go up for bid right now. It is Kelly Clarkson and Divinals. And these are going to go up for $7 starts. We have Kelly Clarkson, Before Your Love, and A Moment Like This. That is a $7 start for Kelly Clarkson. And Divinals, I Touch Myself and Follow Through, with a Madonna Die Another Day jukebox strip. Wow, I wonder if we got that single. That'd be a cool single to have. I don't think I have that. Die Another Day, that's, of course, the theme song from the James Bond movie. I don't know where that is, but just saying. Okay. Over here, we got Noonday Daydream, Ben Howard. Ben Howard is sealed for $11. That was $21.99. Big Thief Masterpiece, that's sealed for $12.50. Mandy Moore, Silver Landings. Mandy Moore is sealed for $12.50. Also, Deja Bomba Estéreo, that is sealed for $7.50. And Ruben Blaze, South Swing with Roberto DeGaldo and Orchestra, that's sealed for $12.50. Divinals have a bid for $7 and now $9, now $11. We have Charlie, Standing in Your Shoes. Charlie is sealed for $5. And Searching for Love, U.S. bands from the mid-'60s. It's a 1999 60s garage comp. There is some cover damage, but it's only $7.50. BT is sold to Jim B, and that was Big Thief. Adam Bernardi on Ruben Blades, that's sold to Adam Bernardi. Also over here we have Bloontz, B-L-O-O-N-T-Z. Bloontz is a hard rock album from '73. That is $10. Divinals at $11. Lisa, you're out. Final call if you want to bid on Kelly Clarkson for $7. Bodine. Bodine is a '69 U.S. Southern rock, country rock album. Bodine is $10. And Mellow Lady, Nancy Johnson. That's a '73 folk rock. $5 on that one. William Drugovich on Searching for Love. I had a feeling either you or Robert Warner was going to buy that. Divinals is sold to Lisa Torrio for $13. Thank you, Lisa. And then Gary Wellman on Bloontz. That's sold to Gary Wellman. Kelly Clarkson's a $7 buy it now, if anybody wants that. Also, Shoes. And Shoes is a soul album. That's a $10 buy it now, half off the prices I'm giving you. And Bloodstone. And Bloodstone's, we got a long, this one's called We Go a Long Way Back. 82 Shrink and Hop, $12.50. Jim B gets to Kelly Clarkson. I was about to say, what is that, a $30, $40, $50 record? Devo, Freedom of Choice, and Nina, 99 Red Balloons. So here's Devo, Freedom of Choice, great song, in the company sleeve. Whoops, $7 start. And Nina, 99 Luft Balloons, that's in German. And 99 Red Balloons, there's the English version. It's a white label promo, $7 start. 99 Red Balloon. Her best song is called Let Me Be Your Pirate. You got to go listen to it. You got to listen to it. Great song. I don't actually like that one as nowhere near as much as I do that other one. So good. Okay. So Donna on Bloodstone. Nina has a bid for 7. Devo 9, 7, 7, 7, 9, 7, 7, 9, 9, 7, 7, 9, 9, 9, 9, 7, 7, 7, 9. And then what year was Bodine? Bodine is a 1969 MGM. $10 on that. Knoxville Girls in a Paper Suit. 2001. Paul says this is a garagey, bluesy rockabilly album. Garagey, bluesy rockabilly album. And that is now $10. Okay, sorry. So Devo's at 13. Nina's at 9. And Knoxville Girls is sold to Amanda Darby. Okay? Moving right along, we got Skin Alley, Skin Tight. A 73 prog album, heavy cover damage, $5 VG condition. All right. Rich Mountain Tower, Playing It to the Radio. Rich Mountain Tower is a 76 U.S. country rock album, VG condition, $5. Donald Byrd, Stepping Into Tomorrow. Donald Byrd, a 75 Terre Haute, does have cover damage, now just $10. Edwin Blom does take Bodine. Gary Wellman wants the prog album, Skin Tight. Donald Byrd sold to Dale Sanders. Nina's at 11. And Devo is with William Drugovich at 14, now 15 with Lisa. Signs of Satin, or is it Signs of Satan? Future Star. It's a disco funk album. VG for $6.50. Roy Ayers, No Stranger to Love. VG $5. Covers and Shrink. Flock. It's called Inside Out. It's another prog album. VG plus $7.50. There you go, Gary Wellman. Flock to it. Devo, 15-17. Donna on Roy Ayers. That's sold to Donna Turner. Also, we have Steel Rock featuring Don Preston. VG plus $7.50. Edwin Blom gets Satan. You now have Satan, Edwin Blom. And now Gary Wellman on Flock. So Edwin Blom on Satan and Gary Wellman on Flock. Edwin Blom was second. And now Devo's at 22 with William Drugovich. We're about to sell Nina. I want to make sure Jerry Rock was done. Next in the crate is Vinegar Joe, Rock and Roll Gypsies. A little bit of writing right here on the cover. It's a 73 US EX, $9. Vinegar Joe, Rock and Roll Gypsies. EX, $9 on that. And Wally. Wally is a 74 symphonic prog album. VG plus $6. Symphonic prog. VG $6. Devo still getting bids. I think we're done on Nina though. Morning Glory, 2 Sons worth. Morning Glory VG $6.50. Also the Emotions Flowers. The Emotions Flowers VG plus $7.50. And that is a 1980 US reissue. One second, please. Okay. Devo 27, Nina 12, Gary Wellman first on Wally, Edwin Blom second, Donna Turner first on The Emotions, and we have Miss Butters, The Family Tree, 1968 US Psych, Miss Butters, $15. That is available. So is Booker T and the T set, Booker T and the MGs, VG minus $5. All right, so Nina is now out. Amanda Darby has it for $13. Well, let's go ahead and sell that one. And then Devo is sold to Lisa Torrio for $27. All right. Also, Magnum, Kingdom of Madness, VG $5. Prague, 1978, Prague, Booker T. Soda Donna. Also, we have the Phil Woods Quintet, Songs for Sisyphus, or something like that. And then this is a jazz album, $6.50. Booker T. Soda Donna. We still got Miss Butters, the Psych, and the Prague album, Magnum. That is sold to Edwin Blom. Gary Wellman, you were second. We have Walk On By, the Wildair Express. It is a 70 U.S. jazz funk soul album. VG Cover Damage, $7.50. Brian Wilson, rest in peace. $15 on Brian Wilson. The Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute. What a Fool Believes, $10. Next auction is going to go up right now. What do we have? What do we have? We got Devo, nice. And we have A View to a Kill. And this one was actually made not to be in the picture sleeve. I can tell you why. Because this label is like highlighted from the James Bond movie A View to a Kill. That's Duran Duran. It's on a white label. It's not a promo, but yeah, it is. Promotion copy, not for sale. It is. But I think that one was made not to be having a picture sleeve. And then we have Devo, Jerking Back and Forth, and Mecha Mania Boy. Devo and Duran Duran. Oh boy, there's two D's. How about we spell out Devo, and then you can do DD for Duran Duran, okay? Brian Colsar and the Doobies. Also, we had Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, Hit Me With Your Best Shot. That is $7.50. Pilot. They were known for their one-hit wonder, Whoa, 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 It's Magic. It's not on here. This one's called January. Super nice copy. $10. So Duran Duran and Devo is our next auctions. Those are now $7 starts, just saying. Doug Derrick and the Hoax. Who the hell is Doug Derrick? That's the name of the album. It's a power pop album, $7.50. Neil Diamond, Hot August Night, Volume 2. That is on white vinyl for $10. White vinyl for $10. Tyler McDaniel gets Pat Benatar. John, you have found yourself. You must have just woke up for your nap. You have found yourself right spank in the middle of a half-off crate, no more, no less. So I'm not going to take 7 for Pilot, but also I wouldn't take 17 either. The Hitmen, Aim for the Feet. White label promo for $7.50. So Pilot is $10 if you want it. How could you say no? It even has a little bit of nudity on the cover. Just woke up. I knew it. I knew it. I know when people wake up, because sometimes I'll see some people commenting for 3 hours straight and then they disappear. And I'm like, well, John Darden passed out. He is officially snoring. We have Love for Sale. Love is now $17.50. That's on the Elektra label. Love for Sale. Ramniak on ND for Neil Diamond. Thank you on that. Also, Deep Purple, Nobody's Perfect. $17.50. Nobody's Perfect. Deep Purple. It does have the original inner sleeve with it. Also, the Tubes, What Do You Want From Live? The Tubes is EX, $9. And Hector Rock 1. A 74 Finland press, a folk psych album, EX, $9. And Rosanna's Raiders, Calling Down Fire. Christian Metal, VG Plus, $9. James Allen on Love, sold. Devo has one bid for $7. We're about to sell it. That's the only bid. And I'm about to make Duran Duran a buy it now, unless somebody wants that. Ryan Mustaine says, give me the Pilot. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's magic. That's sold to Ryan Mustaine. Also, 10cc Deceptive Bends. Another cool cover. EX, $9. 10cc. Love Song, Final Touch. A country Christian album. VG Plus, $5 on that one. Chadwick. That's what some people call me. Symphonic Sketches. This is VG Plus, now $6. It's a classical album. I'm actually painted up and have a wig on. I actually look just like that right now. One reason I don't show my face. I come to work painted like a clown every day. Rolling Stone Steel Wheels, VG Plus, $9. And we have Beatnik Beach. Beatnik Beach is $7.50. That's Alan Parsons. This is Alan Parsons. Anybody afraid of clowns? You probably are now. Devo is sold at Tim Voldness for $7. Which Duran Duran? A View to a Kill from James Bond. Mix Amy says, I'm afraid of clowns. You just got a whole screen full of it right there. This one does look pretty. This one looks pretty. I mean, he looks like he's got like razor metal teeth or something. Kramer is afraid of clowns. Yeah, Joe Davola. After Joe Davola dressed up like one for the opera. Yeah, this guy's pretty wild looking. Well, I'm just kind of noticing how his eye, like this eye looks a lot bigger. Kind of like, he does look pretty crazy. All right, let's read through those again before I offer them as a bundle. Okay, let's read through those again before I offer them as a bundle. Some people call it a bundle. I usually call it a bundle. I cannot wait to go eat my apple and peanut butter. It's going to be pretty dang good, honestly. All right. Here we go. I think Seth is afraid of clowns. I think Seth's afraid. So if he's watching this tomorrow, we probably just ruined his day. Okay, we have Deja Vu, Song for Everyone. Deja Vu is $6.50, EX condition. Bobby Digital in Digital Potions, sealed for $10. That's when Jerry was dating the gymnast. Ben Howard, New Day Dream, sealed for $11. Mandy Moore, Silver Landing, sealed, $12.50. Deja, Latin Dance Pop, sealed, $7.50. Charlie, Standing in Your Shoes, sealed for $5. Duran Duran is sold to John Durden for $7. Right now, the only 45s I still have left, Whitesnake is This Love, $7. The Outfield, Voices of Babylon, $7. John Lennon, Mind Game, $7. The Police, Everything She Does Is Magic, $7. And Paul McCartney, No More Lonely Nights, $7. Or you can buy all of them for $35. Mellow Lady, Nancy Johnson, folk rock, $5. Shoes, which was a soul album, $10. It's a comp. Bobby Bland's on here, The Impressions, The Sandfires, Roy Head, Joe Hinton. Also, Rich Mountain Tower, Playing It for the Radio, Playing It to the Radio. Country Rock, VG, $5. Steel Rock, featuring Don Preston, a 71 white label promo, and that is a folk rock, Southern rock. That's VG Plus, $7.50. Vinegar Joe is EX, $9, Rock and Roll Gypsies. Morning Glory, Two Sons Worth. That's a psych album from '68, VG, $6.50. Miss Butters, The Family Tree, a '68 U.S. Press RCA psych record, VG Plus, $15. How much is the one with Roy Head? Was that the Soul Comp that I just read off? Yeah, $10. It's a Soul compilation, $10. Ow. The Phil Woods Quintet, recorded direct to disc. That's Jazz, 1978, $6.50. Walk On By, the Will Dare Express, Jazz Funk Soul, VG Cover Damage, $7.50. Brian Wilson, 15. Doug Derrick and the Hoax, 750. The Hitmen, 750. Deep Purple, 1750. Dale wants the direct-to-disc record, which was Phil Wood. Adam Bernardi was second. John Darren wants the comp shoes. The Tubes Live, EX, $9. Hecto Rock, a folk psych album from Finland, 1974, EX, $9. It even has Richard Nixon on the back of it. EX, $9. Rosanna's Raiders, Calling Down Fire. That's a Christian metal album. VG Plus, $9. Amanda Darby gets the Tubes, sold for $9. 10cc EX, $9. Love Song, VG Plus, $5. Final Touch, Country Rock. Chadwick Classical, $6.50. The Rolling Stones, wow, just $9. 1989, always been a tougher one to get because when it was released. Steel Wheels, just $9. And Beatnik Beach is $7.50. Gold stamp promo with Hop Sticker. We'll try a couple more quick 45 auctions. I have Falco, Der Kommissar. And I have, let's try to find another 80s. Falco, Der Kommissar. Here we go. Here's another outfield. We'll try another outfield. We'll try their big hit. Josie's on a vacation far away. The outfield, Your Love, $7 star. And Falco, Der Kommissar. That is now $7 start. Adam Bernardi wants 10cc. And then Deep Purple Tracks. Eric Van Leuven on the Rolling Stones. Thank you. I was hoping somebody'd get that before it ended up in the bundle. And then here's Deep Purple. Highway Star, Strange Kind of Woman. Perfect Strangers. Hard Loving Woman. Bad Attitude. Knocking at Your Back Door. Child in Time. Lazy. Space Truckin'. Black Knight. Woman from Tokyo. Smoke on the Water, and Hush. That's essentially a greatest hits. Nobody's Perfect. It's a Gatefold 2 LP. Deep Purple. Nice. Compilation. Over here, we got Falco at 9. Sean Druin wants the Christian metal album. This one right here. Sell that to Sean Druin. Jim B wants Bomba Estéreo. He's grabbing some of these before they end up in the bundle. Jackie's going to get Deep Purple. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. My Woman from Tokyo. Ron Mustaine was second. Anybody else, before these end up, and I sell them to all one person. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is going to be great. I mean, this is a great batch here. 10, a lot of variety. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There's 19 records in this bundle. First, Jeremy wants Hoax. Did you mean, let's see here. Hoax. This right here, that's sold to Jeremy. I think that just made 18 then, right? That's sold to Jeremy for $7.50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, 18. 18. Whoop. 18. And I'll do these for $75. 75 divided by 18. 18 records, $75. Miss Butters is 1968. I've already kind of bundled these together, though, Edwin, so I really don't want to pull anything else out of here. Earlier when you and who else? Gary was buying, I was like, man, why aren't they buying Miss Butters, a 1968 psych record? I was like, why aren't they buying that? I was like, dang. I was kind of perplexed. Because we was going through, y'all were buying like every prog and psych album. Then we got the Miss Butters and everything just stopped. And I was like, man. All right, so this is sold to Lisa Torrio for $9. And we're also going to go ahead and sell the outfield for $9. Those are sold. Now, this is probably the last crate of vinyl, so I would love to end on a high note by selling these. If not, you may see some of these mixed in, possibly for more or less in the discount video in the morning. I'd love to go ahead and do a bundle deal with somebody. And so, sounds like something Edwin Blom needs to buy. Just $75 for 18 records. Wow. Lisa Torrio, Jeremy Bryant, Matthew Sherrick, Ryan Mustaine, anybody's name that I can see on the screen right now, Jim B, Jackie Reynolds. Just go ahead and say, yeah, Chad, I'll take the bundle. Go ahead. Give it to me. Sure, ring me up. All right, I'm going to try to work on pricing a few big CDs back here. The size is no different. I'm talking about far as the packaging, though. They're still a CD. They're just in like a box set. If I can get to them, that's going to be issue number 1, me getting to them. And then I'll probably do it here. I was really wanting to stop at 1 for as much as I need to get done. But, as usual, about 11 o'clock when I'm starting to get really drowsy, I'll say, yeah, we're probably going to stop tonight around midnight. And then here it is at 1, and we have people already saying, Chad, we want more. We want more. Chad, we want more. And I'm like, oh gosh, here we go. This is about to get crazy. This stuff needs to be kind of clean too. Chad, we want more. We want more. Randy Klein put RS. Not for sure what that's for. And then 55 minutes left. More like about 20 minutes left. Let me go get a... I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. We want more. I guess if anybody wants anything else out of that crate, you can let me know now since no one's going to buy the bundle. And if we sell something out of there, I can adjust it where we can get it down cheaper. So probably somebody might wish you would buy a record out of there. So if Edwin buys Mrs. Butters, if Edwin's like, yeah, Chad, I'll take Miss Butters, then we'll adjust it for even cheaper. Ba, 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 ba. All right, gonna try to get some of the stuff cleaned up. All right, 1 second, please. I've been away from the camera for about 3 minutes. Hate selling dusty stuff. All right, we're going to rely a lot here on eBay for a second. And let me answer some of these questions. The first question that was asked was this. I'll take the bundle for $45. We are too far apart. This has much better titles and much different titles. And then how much for Miss Butters? It was $15. VG Plus, $15. Claim for 10cc. Yes, I already pulled that. The titles in here were Miss Butters, Beatnik Beach, Chadwick Symphonic Sketches, Love Song, Hecto Rock, The Hitman, Brian Wilson, Walk On By, The Wild Air Express, Morning Glory, Vinegar Joe, Steel Rock, Rich Mountain Tower, Mellow Lady, Charlie, Mandy Moore, Ben Howard, Digital Potions, Bobby Digital, and Deja Vu. All right, let me see what this is. All right. I may need, let me find my little sticky notes over here. Let me find my little sticky notes over here. Brian Wilson was $15. That was the half off price. All right, so this will be this is $59.99. Black Sabbath, the singles, limited edition, 6 CD singles box set, sealed, numbered. Black Sabbath is $59.99. I don't know if that's going to stay up or not. $59.99 for Black Sabbath. Okay? Romelu, you're getting closer. You're getting closer. Miss Butters is sold to Edwin Blom for $15. Wow, this is a cool box set. Never seen this one before. GMB gets Black Sabbath for $59.99. That's a $300 box set he just grabbed. Everybody fell asleep on me. Gonna start selling $200 and $300 box sets for $50. So hopefully everybody's paying attention. We know Jim B's gonna be. The question is, will you be paying attention? This is sold to Jim B for $59.99. One down, 300 more to go. One down, 3,000 more to go. So now the Romelu, the bundle, hold on a second. Because, I mean, I sold something out of there, so I'll adjust the price now. I'll sell this right here, right now. Let me check over here too. This is $99.99. $99.99. Megadeth War Chest. $99.99. Megadeth War Chest. What year is Digital Beat? You mean Bobby Digital, Digital Potions? 2022. Megadeth is $99.99. Sorry. I'm working on cleaning some stuff over here before I show it. This is, whoops. I really don't know. War chest. I have no description for you. It's a 4 CD DVD box set. I know it's a pretty sweet box though. That's pretty cool. It looks like a compilation. Looks like a compilation, and then a live concert CD, and then a live DVD. Excuse me. This is just $9.99. Aerosmith, Music from Another Dimension. Aerosmith, $9.99. That's actually not that much. Music from Another Dimension. Now, Romelu, what I'm going to do, Romelu, is I'm going to let you know that somebody bought a record out of this crate. So if you're still watching, I'll let you know the updated price. I'll let you know the updated price for this, okay? Aerosmith's a CD and DVD. Yeah, Megadeth is a 4 CD, it looks like, and DVD set. Nirvana is $29.99. Nirvana is, there's some damage to this back part, but yeah, Nirvana's a 4-disc. It's a 4-disc, all CDs. No, 3 CD DVD. Nirvana. 3 CD DVD. That one's $29. Megadeth $99. Aerosmith's $9.99. And Aerosmith is a 2 CD and DVD. Just $9.99. Music from Another Dimension. And that's not available on vinyl. So Jim B, the only person on the board right now with the box sets. Let me see what else I can dig out of here. If I can get this lid off, it'd be a lot better. There we go. Wow, that's pretty dang cool. Is this vinyl? No, that's all CDs, but that's pretty dang cool. And let me grab these over here. Really don't have this stuff ready. That's why it's taking so long to show. I can't hardly get to it. It's all going to need cleaning. So Just saying. I'm going to show a few more. I'm going to hopefully get Paul or Laura to help me out with this stuff because these box sets are pretty time consuming. Plus, they need to be checked. We need to thoroughly go through them if they're opened. Make sure they're all there. You don't want to sell a $100 box set. So I was like, Chad, bad news, buddy. This was missing a booklet, 2 discs, a cassette. And I'm like, holy moly. Sorry, I had no idea. I'm just assuming it's all complete and nice. This needs to be opened. I think it'd help if he knocked off the shrink off of this. I bet this is a pretty good item. Let's check Discogs first. I've been checking Discogs first because it's a lot more accurate probably to scan it. Yeah. Well, great. This has a barcode over a barcode. Let's scan the original. It's this one. Nine 4 3 9 2 3. It's one of these. Let me copy that. Make sure. Yeah, this last sold sealed for $129, and then open for $102. Not many in the U.S. Oh, great. Yeah, this is $99.99. It's sealed. It's Pink Floyd The Wall 7-disc collector box set. $99.99. Pink Floyd The Wall 7-disc collector box set. 4 CDs, 2 CDs, and a DVD. $99.99. Pink Floyd. Sealed. The Wall. Sealed. The Wall. And I just cleaned the shrink. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Fantastical. Logical. Magical. This is a pretty sweet one. I'm cleaning up right now, too. That's an amazing price for that Pink Floyd. That's an amazing price for that Pink Floyd. Probably why it sold so quickly. Thank you, Adam. Let's go ahead and put all this that I've already sold around the corner then. And let's move his box in here now. Bam, 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 Right, this don't have a barcode. I'm gonna have to manually scan this one. It looks like I could almost guess on this one, but I'm gonna make sure. They come as a 1, 2, 3. This is volume 3. There it is. 5 CD. Yeah, 30. We'll say $39.99. This is Rush 3. And Rush 3, you get Signals, Grace Under Pressure, Power Windows, Hold Your Fire, and Show of Hands with book. $39.99. So well, unless that's a 2 CD, Signals may be 2 CDs. 5 CD box set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5, yeah. So Rush 3, $39.99. Sold to John Darden. Classic Rush. Thank you. Okay. And this one's pretty damaged, honestly. There's 2 over here that's pretty damaged I've passed on. All right, let me go get a couple more. That's all I could reach out of there. Let me see what I've got. Okay, that's going to sell. Let me get to this back here then. Oh, wow. Maybe I can find the rest of the Rushes. Here we go, folks. A couple big ones here, or one big one, 2 smaller ones. Let's do this one first. Whoa, don't fall. Just make sure all this is clean up. I can work on it again later, or have them work on it tomorrow. Ooh, okay. I usually have these all loose. I usually don't see this in the box for some reason. I don't know why, but I don't ever see this one in the box for some reason. All right, let me scan it on eBay now. Got an ID on Discogs. Let me scan over here on eBay. Looks like it's the UK edition. John Durden says, Matt, you can have the Rush box set if you want it. I scanned on eBay. There's only 1 active listing sold. Okay, that's about what I was thinking. And I think the last time I had this, I just had the loose disc, and what I'm about to price this for is what we sold that entire auction for. But this is actually really nice in the box. And I'm trying to get the last bit of it kind of cleaned up here. And it's the Judas Priest remasters. $124.99. The Judas Priest remasters. This is a 2001 UK box set. 2001 UK box set. Judas Priest. $124.99. Sold to Todd Fisher. Todd, it was worth staying up late to look at some CDs then, wasn't it? Thank you. Yeah, I think I had all those loose, a couple weeks ago when we had all the tubs we were going through. And I think we sold those in a loose auction lot, I think, for more than that. No box. This one won't take long. I just got to wipe off the dust. And this one will be ready to go here. Let me scan it right quick. I had to go to eBay for this one because I think it's a DVD. I think this is a DVD. This is a DVD. And earlier tonight when we started the sale, I don't know if y'all were watching, but we sold every Iron Maiden DVD that was left over. So $19.99, Iron Maiden, The Book of Souls live chapter. $19.99 on Iron Maiden. $2.18 in the morning, yeah. Well, for your time. It's $1.18 here. That's what counts. I think some of y'all stay up because like, oh boy, what's Chad going to pull out? Could be stuff I have no interest in, or it could be the greatest CD box sets I've been waiting to buy for my whole life. There's Iron Maiden, 1999. Still got the Aerosmith there. How much for the Rush box set? Oh, no. Oh, no. Why is everybody passing on Rush? Oh, no. Restocking fee on Rush, because it's one of my favorite bands. Let's see, 5 CDs, $25,000 a CD, $125,000. $125,000 restocking fee. So, up to you, though. It's up to you. All right, let me go get a couple more. This other one is going to take too much time to clean up. Aerosmith is Music from Another Dimension. 2 CD and DVD, $9.99. If you need to put back Rush, I'll be greatly disappointed, but I'll allow it. I'm going to shake my head all the way home tonight. Driving home, I'm going to be like, that John Durden, I can't believe he put back that Rush box set. Can y'all believe that? I just can't believe it. He put back that Rush box set. I can't believe it. Dang, this got some pretty bad damage on it. Let me try to clean this up. This looks amazing. I don't know what it is, but it looks really cool. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't know what it is. I don't know if this is going to clean up, though. Paul Brother says, he'll take Aerosmith. Does anybody want Rush Volume 3? $39.99, 5 CD box set. Whoop. 5 CD box set. And you get a cool picture of Neil Peart on the side. Let's put it like that. You can see what it is. Sort of. So we got Megadeth, Nirvana, Iron Maiden, Rush on the table. We're at about a 50% rate. Let me step up here and do this right quick. Ba bum ba da 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 da. Shooby dooby da ba ba da da. Do 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 do. Boom ba boom. Ding 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 dong dong. Ba bum ba bum bum bum. Ba dum ba da. Do do do. Whoa, it's magic feeling. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. Mm-hmm. Dream. Got the Beatles stuck in my head. I'm sorry. It's been that way for like 12 years. Anybody know why? Bundle deal on what's on the table. Bundle on Rush, Maiden. You want a bundle price on everything? For Megadeth, Nirvana, Rush, and Iron Maiden, bundle on everything. Uh-oh. We got a big CD bundle brewing. We got a big CD bundle brewing with John Sherrick. I mean, Matthew. This is going to look really nice after I get it dusted off. Paul told me, he said, man, wait till you see this collection we got. He said, you're going to be opening these tubs and going, oh my gosh. All right, let me scan this thing, see what it comes up with. And he gets a bigger discount for me messing up his name, yep. Now here's how this is going to work. As soon as I get the peek inside of it and see what's all in here, make sure it all looks good. Okay, it all looks good. Yeah, I think it's near mint. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to offer this right now. If not, I think this will make a great auction item tomorrow. The price right now is $59.99. the Ramones were out of here. And it's I think a CD VHS, $59.99. The Ramones were out of here. And I kind of peeked inside of it. And you can see the tape there, and then you can see a CD, but it all looks very nicely packaged and complete. So, Ramones. That's available. Totally up to Matthew if he wants a price on those 4. We love making bundles. I'm going to go ahead and try to clean this thing off because it's just on the shrink and it's sealed. If not, this might be a marquee Thursday night item. Tomorrow when I put up the Ramones for a $55 start and it sells for $190, you're going to be like, dang, I wish I would have bought that. Dang, I wish I would have bought that. I've paid my dues. What time is it? 1:35. Final touches being put on a few things over here. If this was out when I went to stores and I would have seen this, being a fan I am now, I would have 100% bought this thing. Without hesitation. Is the chat still working? Matthew, are you still out there? Everybody else still out there? Test 1, 2. I was about to say, I think this is going to be some more. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit more work to clean that off, I think. It's okay. It's dusty, but it's sealed. $25 minutes left. Maybe 10 minutes left. Let me see if this pulls it up. Matthew Sherrick's here. He never did. Matthew, did you want a bundle price on those 4 box sets? I never did, hear an answer which ones you all wanted. Yeah. All right, let me just. I'm probably going to have to price. Or look it up manually, which could get tricky. Is this Japan? Whoa. Europe. We're getting there. Let me see what this one sells for. Okay. That's not a whole lot. Oh, that's the wrong version. Of course. Pretty complicated stuff here. No thanks. Okay, he does not want a bundle. Okay. You've had me on the edge of my seat for 5 minutes. Bundle on Rush Maiden, etc. I want to make sure which ones, and then you said no thanks. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we was on the same page. Obviously, we wasn't. You had me excited there, Matthew. You had me excited. Okay, so yeah, this the shrink and everything. Like I'll show you. I was trying to clean it, and it's still dusty, and some of the dust is underneath the shrink wrap. And I was trying to clean this, and it's honestly kind of aged a little bit. But this is $250. It's the Metallica Death Magnetic sealed coffin box set. Okay. And as you can see, it's those black dots is where the dust is in the little breathe holes. It looks pretty cool, but it's actually where dust is underneath the, breathe holes. So, okay, I got that dug out, and from what I see, that needs to be about $250 now. If not, that will be a great Thursday night item, or I might show it again tomorrow and go ahead and run it. But that's a cool display item for a Metallica fan too. Yeah, this here, I think if it looks like it's going to clean up. It's going to get some elbow grease into it. Looks like it's, kind of discolored a little, but that's the price. Okay, and let me show maybe two more. Let's do maybe two more. Let's see what this thing is. I saw this last night. It looked pretty dang interesting. Never mind. It's got a lot of small stuff with it. Not gonna do that because I don't know if it's all there. I can scan this probably pretty fast. All right, let's see what pulls up here. I'll do this for $9.99. It's a 4 DVD Rolling Stone box set. Rolling Stones, $9.99. Fishbone, I don't think so. I hadn't seen any. I really can't get to the rest of this tub. I'm leaning every time I walk over here. I'm leaning over just to reach one item, and the rest of these I can't. And then there's so much small stuff on top of them. Once again, I'm in a jam. I'm in a jam over here. Not a good jam. Adam Bernardi says he'll take the Rolling Stones. Thank you. I knew most of the stuff tonight was going to be pricey, so nice to find something that's not $100 or $40 or $50. This thing looks pretty cool here if I can get it cleaned up. Let me see what happens here. Never knew they made this, honestly. Pretty dang cool looking. They can finish it later. Does it have a barcode on it? No, no barcode. That's unfortunate. All right, this will be the last item I price out. I was going to stop at 12, 1, and then 1:30. Here it is at 1:33. Timer's about to expire anyway. So, I've got one more side here to knock off. It's another box set from an artist we've already had tonight. So, I'll go ahead and give you a clue. You can hear me cleaning. And have I done this side? I think so, yeah. I'm going to have to do a search. I think it's made to look like this. I was kind of trying to clean apart. I don't think that actually cleans up. because you'll see what I'm talking about. I think it's made to look this way, and you'll see why here in a second. I was a little confused at first, though. And let me see if I can find this now. This will be, find a good sold comp. We'll say $59.99. $59.99. Let me move this. This is the Aerosmith Box of Fire. Aerosmith box, a 12 CD box set. And I think all that, it looks like the match has been burned. And I think that's made to look like it's been on fire. I was trying to clean off some of that, but I think it's made to look like that. Aerosmith Box of Fire. Sold to Paul Brothers. I had a feeling. I was like, well, if Paul's watching, he's already bought one. He'll probably buy this one too. Awesome. Great price. That was probably pretty dang expensive when it came out. Cool display piece too. I like box sets that, you know, were kind of made like that, you know, on display. They look really cool on your shelf. You know, like that's a cool one to have on your shelf. All right. And anybody have any last request? So the only thing they didn't sell, Megadeth 100, Nirvana 29, Rush 39, Iron Maiden 19, and Ramones 59. And that's all. And the Metallica for 250. If anybody wants to make offers, be my guest. If anybody wants to make an offer on anything left back there, let me know. If not, Chad is about to sign off for the night. I'm about to go shoot the new vinyl video that will be posted at 6 a.m. I'm about to do the vintage discount crate. I am going to head to the gym. And guess what? It's Tuesday night. You know what that means? You know what that means? You know what that means? I got to order vinyl from Thursday Metal Night. 5 Americans Progression LP for 19. Where was that at? Was that in a new arrival bin tonight? Some Aerosmith sign on the bottom. Not this one, unless it's on the bottom of something else. Planet Apes Books of Records. Not that I know of. Not that I know of. Anybody else? And let me know, was that at a new arrivals tonight? How much was RZA? RZA. RZA? What is RZA? And then Rush and Maiden 35. I was at 40 and 20, 50. I really can't do that. Matthew, as soon as I go live tomorrow, we're going to sell this for $20. You might as well go ahead and say it's sold. Now, so that's 20. If you want Rush, I'll do 35 on it. I'll do 55 for both of them. You was already about to buy Rush anyway for 39. So yeah, but yeah, Maiden's good as gold. Tonight, when we started tonight, I sold about 20 DVDs, all for mostly $19.99 each, and they were mostly Iron Maidens. So there won't be any difference for that one. I'm probably going to leave this stuff up here. Probably going to auction the Ramones and maybe Megadeth, and then try to do these for buy it nows. This here is Bobby Digital in Digital Potions. This is $10. Christopher, I will find that record. If I can find it, I will sell it. If I can find it, I will sell it to you. So let's make a note for Christopher Yoakum, 5 Americans for $19. We will find it and I will sell it to you. Okay? And anybody else? I'm very looking forward to my snack before I start part 2 of my shift. I've got a lot of Coletco work to do. My night's just beginning, honestly. I've been thinking about it for about the last half hour. So, lots of drama. Yeah, anytime we sell a $2,000 record, it causes chaos. It causes a lot of chaos. Oh my gosh. I love selling that stuff for multiple reasons. One, it's an expensive record. And two, it brings out the crowds. But man, when you're selling an expensive record, sometimes it just freaks people out. And they lose their minds. They just freak out when you start selling an expensive record. And so the chat there for a while was pretty much just a panic tonight. People are getting on, they're seeing a record bid up to 2,000, 25, and they're just like, what is going on? And yeah, it's wild. So when I know I'm going to sell something really expensive, I almost have to stop the show. I got to stop showing records. I can't put anything else up for auction. But I'm glad they were both watching, and I know Guy's going to greatly enjoy that. Guy, are you still watching? Thank you again to Guy Shard and Gabriel Chavez for the Billie Eilish bidding. That was a Hall of Fame record. That's top 25 most expensive records we've ever sold here. But I was like, man, when I start putting this thing up, it's going to freak people out. Especially if it's a modern artist. If it's somebody like Billie Eilish, Taylor Swift, anybody modern, there'll be a lot of haters. They're just like, they're so mad that a modern artist is that popular. And I'm like, well, not everybody can be the Beatles and Led Zeppelin. These artists are pretty dang popular. So it makes some people so mad. They're like, oh, I can't stand these people that put out music today. Why would anybody want to buy this? And I'm like, hey, it's music. Everybody likes their own thing. And some of these modern artists demand huge money for their vinyl. I mean, there's some limited edition stuff out there, and there's fans. So, but yeah, it was pretty wild. I was like, man, I almost needed to stop the show and have them a private chat going so they can bid on their record in peace. So it gets pretty crazy when we start selling a $3,000 record. But I've told people vinyl's moved into this category now. Vinyl's no longer just something you buy and listen to like you did in 1971 or even 1981. Vinyl's now regarded as a collectible. It has been for 20 years. But a lot of people don't understand the money that is spent on high-end records. I mean, I can send you some links to some auction houses that get, $10,000 and $20,000 records. I mean, we're going to have one sell here maybe this year that's going to sell for over $10,000. Yeah, it's up there of like sports cards and coins and art. But a lot of people that was buying music in 81, they still view it as just like a commodity. Like, hey, we went to the store and bought records, and I can't believe now they're selling for hundreds and thousands of dollars. I'm like, hey, I used to go to the store and buy Pokemon cards. They're selling for millions of dollars. I used to go buy Yu-Gi-Oh cards at Walgreens right down the road. Now a sealed pack is like $800. They used to be $297 in there. So it happens to everything. Usually stuff you don't think is going to end up being collectible. We went for we sold a Billie Eilish record for $2,650. She hand painted it. She painted the covers. So, and an artist as big as Billie Eilish, I mean, it's a great thing to buy. I mean, you just never know. So, yeah, the list goes on. There's all kinds of stuff. You know, people just the value. I told everybody the other day, they have no most Americans don't know what goes on every day in the sports card industry. The sports card industry transacts tens of millions of dollars every day, probably more than that. And most people have daily average people have no idea there are cards selling for six figures like it's nothing every day. And $10,000 cards selling like right now on eBay, if you just go and just refresh sold listings, there's no telling how many $1,000 cards have sold in the last 3 hours on eBay. And Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic. And people find out about this and they're like, what? A Jerry Rice card sold for this? Or like a Peyton Manning card sold for $30,000? A Tom Brady card sold for $170,000? I mean, there's Mickey Mantle cards that transact $10,000, $50,000, $40,000, $30,000. You know, card market. Crazy, yeah. That's why it's like vinyl. We sell a lot of expensive vinyl here, but I'm telling you, there's other industries. And I kind of deal in the stuff. We just don't have a lot of time to focus in it. But man, if some people saw the prices for cards that freak out when they sell a $2,000 record, they would have a heart attack if they seen what people spend on cards. Oh my gosh. So, you know, there's those heritage auctions, they have a meter on their screen. And so when they're doing a big sports platinum night, they'll be halfway through the sale and they've already sold $22 million in cards or something. So, yeah, it's like, man, and they're selling about a $10,000 item every 30 seconds almost. So, and they do stuff like that quite often. Golden, oh my gosh, jerseys and bats and signed balls, and yeah, it's just crazy. All right, well, I've talked for another 10 minutes. I don't have anybody else here to talk to right now, so y'all are it. Thanks for watching. I am signing off. Here we are. We sold some signed Caitlin Clark. What did I sell? We sold somebody a rookie signed. Man, who did I sell? Was it Oso? Oso, you still watching? I sold a Caitlin Clark auto rookie about 6 months ago. Or maybe 7 months. It was back before Christmas. He probably already had it graded. I wish I had it back. Yeah, she just had a card sale for, I think she just had a card sale for $270,000. A patch 1/1 auto. That's the highest card ever paid for a WNBA player. I think it sold for $170 or $270. That's the new world record for a WNBA card, $270,000. 5 more years, it'll probably be, what, $1 million? So if you got the cash to put into it, that's probably what somebody's thinking. $270 now, 5 years from now, $1 million. So $660,000, a lot more than I thought. $660,000, there you go. They're probably thinking $2 million, $3 million in 5 years. There's no way the only way it would go down if she she'd have to get hurt. Yeah, she'd have to get hurt or, I like vintage stuff because, there's nothing that can happen to Mickey Mantle. He's gone. His legacy's enshrined. Everybody wants him. You can't go wrong with Babe Ruth. He's gone. His legacy's forever. There's going to be people wanting Mickey Mantle and Babe Ruth for decades. Probably for another century. So, Ty Cobb, you can't change the direction of Ty Cobb. some of these modern players, like Brady's done, his legacy set in stone. That's why his stuff's still expensive. Patrick Mahomes, I mean, he's on track to be one of the greatest. I mean, you can't change, even if he doesn't win another Super Bowl, he's a big player, but he's going to. So, all right. That's it. We're done for the night. Thanks, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow in